Good morning, y'all. Yeah, I do not headshot, but I do a thumbnail every morning, first thing because I have to. How you doing? Doing good, dude. We're about to go for a walk. So YouTube generates a automatic thumbnail at when I start my video, so I have to hold the pose for about a minute. Otherwise, YouTube gives me a crappy thumbnail. Perfect. All right. What's up, Sano? Let me just double check my mic. I trust you're doing good. So I canceled my plans for Orlando. Why did you cancel it? What happened? Did your fear get in the way, or something else? Please tell me you didn't use your health as an excuse for not going. Oh, I have to. I'm gonna dude. Don't let health get in the way. The stream's gonna lag for a moment. Perfect. I'm good. I'm just setting up my streams on my computer so I can take a look on my own crew, right? So I have to make sure my stuff is working. So for those of you, I'm going to talk about something shortly. Well, I have lots to talk about. Hello. Good morning. I'll be taking my walk shortly. Just getting ready. One more stream setup. Just opening up my browser. We got lots to talk about today. I have a very powerful quote, or not quote, but message to share about the mind and your journeys and your missions. Okay, cool. What's up? Sure. We're gonna get you all set up. We're going to go outside. Perfect. My gimbal's good. I'll face outside. It's another sunny-ish day. The sun's not quite fully out, but it's coming out. Okay, Google, turn off light. Perfect. Awesome. All right. Push in the door. I'll read all the chat in a moment. Let's go. Let them spam. I'm not bothered by it. It's just, they'll eventually get tired. They'll leave. But yeah, let me see. Let me scroll back up. See if you wrote anything. But go ahead, Clone Trooper. Free Israel from the world map. That means you don't want to be a part of the earth? Okay. You can get off the earth then. Bye. All right, let's go. My elbows are actually dry. Hold on. I need some cream. Give me a moment. I'll be right back. This should not be too long. I just... Don't fall, phone. Don't fall. I say that and then it falls. Watch. Better not fall. But share clone trooper. Or share what it is. Grab that cream. Ooh, yeah, this one's coming out now. Perfect. Hey, so we got some Muslim people here today. Nice. So yesterday was Christian, now we got Muslims. Amazing. I love it. I love it. I love it all. All right. Now, it's time to talk about unblocking your mind. For those of you, if you're leaving stuff in the chat and I don't see it, it's only because of my flow. So I heard something last night which was pretty awesome. Somebody left a reel on Facebook. He reads usually like things that he thinks that inspire him. So he went and he said something like this. He's like, you know, we trust a pilot in an airplane, but we never see his face generally. Generally speaking, we don't usually see the pilot. We trust the bank account, or we trust the bank with our money. We put our money in the bank without ever knowing. We trust an Uber driver to take us to our location, generally speaking. We trust a chef, not knowing where the food actually came from. And every day, every one of us, to some degree, trusts another person, even though some of you may hate humans, because I know I used to hate humans for a very long time. So if you're putting trust in another, why aren't you putting trust in yourself? You're the smartest person in your own universe, and yet you get in the way of your reality and you block yourself. Why do that? Why do that to yourself? You're so smart that you create obfuscations. Ooh, am I gonna make that late? I should. I'm gonna have to run. Just a little bit. You're so smart that you make yourself really silly sometimes, doing some foolish things, saying some foolish things. Why do that? You're so smart that you put fear in front of you and then you block yourself. And when I say fear, I'm fear like the fear of like putting yourself out there, fear of reaching out to that person, talking to that girl or guy, taking that opportunity for your business. As an entrepreneur, you know, they say that you have to have a certain type of toughness. It's not meant for everybody, but that's not true at all. Just so you all know, if any of you come on the stream and you start dropping hate, I will ban your candy asses. So continue to share that, because this is a stream of unity. So if you don't like it, get the fuck off. Anyways, back to what I was saying. I'm not going to entertain your bullshits in the chat, except for those who are actually listening, like Clone Trooper and Sunil. Basically, you're so damn smart that you make yourself stupid. Do you know that? Some of you who come on the internet and be trolls, you're just making yourself look like a dumbass. Did you know that? Why do that to yourself? You're so much more powerful beyond measure. And you let people put their finger in your face. Basically, every word that all of you type in someone's live stream, depending on what it is, you're just making yourself look like a fool. You may not feel like that to your perspective, but to others, they're just going to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Exactly, the trolls. You're so smart. You're so amazing, all of you. Extraordinary. Right? But yet, you allow others to dictate how you should be and get influenced. See, for me, y'all can leave anything in the chat. I used to be bothered by things like what was being said in the chat. It doesn't bother me anymore. But this was perfect because, that quote or that passage that person read saying, you go on a plane, you trust the pilot, but you never see his face, generally. You go to a restaurant, you get a meal from a chef that you don't know where the food came from. You go to the bank, you trust the people at the bank to make sure your money's okay. And meaning that you trust total strangers, but you don't trust yourself. And then you block yourself. So it's time for you to unblock yourself. That's the whole point, the whole message here today. Unblocking your mind, your subconscious mind. The subconscious mind dictates about 95-ish% of your current experience. See, we all live on one planet. This is called Earth. Maybe some of you live in a different planet and you're remoting from a different planet and using internet from there. That's fine too. Whatever works. But though we live on one planet, there are 8 billion different worlds living on this planet. A lot of people who come on my stream, they're like, wow, this is such a beautiful place. Yeah, because my internal state of being is calm, confident, and relaxed and chill. I used to be very hostile, and because of my inner world, my outer world was very hostile. And because I shifted so much to a degree where I no longer am emotionally dependent upon seeing my reality change. That's a manifestation quote from a brother named Nero Knowledge. If you want, you can go check him out. I started to focus on what's important internally, seeing the world around me as joyful and caring as possible. And sure enough, that's what I get. For those of you who came on yesterday, there was a whole bunch of people in my trail because it was a holiday yesterday, and they were just absolutely joyful because that's my state of being and that's theirs. Morning, brother.
Hey, how are you?
Excellent. You?
Good, thank
You enjoying the weather?
Yeah.
Good. Enjoy it. Have a great day. I'm actually happy that I'm using the Streamlabs app and not the YouTube app because I barely see any of your messages, so it just scrolls on by. So when I changed my inner world by unblocking myself from unblock myself from the fear of now having joy, I started experiencing joy and flow and harmony and bliss. And I see so many people on the internet who are very hostile because there's something in their life that they're like, you know what, I'm going to go on the internet today and I'm going to piss someone off. Because somewhere deep down inside, They're sad, they're lonely, or they're misunderstood, and because they're misunderstood, they want other people to understand how they feel, so they'll come on and share how they feel with the world. And that's normal, because I'm doing the same thing right now too, just in the opposite way. For me, it's all about joy and harmony and serenity and tranquility. Of course, life will throw you a curveball, and you got to deal with that curveball at times. But it's how you respond, not react to things, right? A year and a half ago, when I was starting live streaming on my other channel, and someone would come on and they would drop like hate messages and all that, you got to remember that whoever that person may be, talking about whatever it is that they're saying, that I completely understand where most people are coming from, because I've lived through all that. Lived through hate, depression, insanity, and they are where they are based on their frequency. And for those of you who don't know what a frequency is, from the metaphysical concept, it is your state of being, your sense of self presently, which is your convictions, your beliefs, your emotional charged thoughts, your expectations of the world and of yourself, your reactions, your perceptions, and your focus. I might be missing one, but I think I got the gist of all of them. Exactly. We can find inner peace. See, I like a comment like that. Yours truly, Todd. I like that, Todd. See? Alignment right here. I like the fact that you even said that. I can feel you. I can feel you. You're good. You're good. I like that. Yeah. We can find the inner peace and start to love ourselves and the world around us. And usually my premise of each of my lives is saying that it starts with you, basically. Whatever it is that you believe to be true of the world, it always will have to start with you, because you're the one that has to believe in it or know in it. You have to believe that you can create a great life, or you can believe that you're going to have a shitty life. You can believe that that life is going to be amazing and awesome, or you can say that life's going to suck, and unfortunately, that's what you're going to experience. So when I look at live streams or the chat, my eyes will automatically gravitate towards comments like yours, and all the other comments that people leave, like negative shit. It's like a force field. It just gets blocked, because I block it. It doesn't affect me whatsoever. I used to let it affect me because I was in a hostile state. I won't let someone come on and disrupt my peace. I used to go on people's streams when I was younger and do shit like that. I used to go on and disrupt their streams and attempt to see if I can bring them down. You know why? Because the state of being I was in, I wanted someone to feel how I felt. I wanted people to understand me. I can't scroll up right now because there's just too much in the chat. So if you can type it back out. I told you, if I miss a message, I do apologize, because there was just too much stuff earlier. If you want to type it out again, go for it. Man, this tree really took life within a couple days. It's crazy. Like a week ago, this tree wasn't even like budding that much. Now it's like full. Amazing. Yeah, if I miss a message and it's something important, I do apologize, but I'm not going to be doing what I did on my other chat and just like focusing on the chat much. I have something to talk about. Y'all either will have to listen and wait for me to respond, or you'll just have to just, leave it be. But yes, this channel is active, bro. So I'm going to do things a lot different than I did the last time. Last time I got up into people's Like, I got into it with people on the internet. I'm arguing at a screen with text. How ridiculous is that, right? Because people are dropping words, and this character was reading words and getting offended. I'm like, what are you doing, character? They're just words that are made up. All words are made up. Taking on the opinions of minds that are acting like sheep, right? No one's a sheep, but some people's minds act like sheep. And not to have disrespect to sheep, because, but that's just a metaphor for people who are just like followers and who haven't found the inner power within themselves to command themselves and wield their power like a lion and act from a state of calm confidence. Well, to some degree, they're confident for sure when they're being negative, because that's a paradox, right? But, to each their own presently. There's no judgment on that. I was there at one point. If this was 10 years ago and I heard this person like me speaking, I'd be like, fuck you, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. I'd be getting all up in this guy's face. This current version of me. I do. Let me see. So I was playing D&D in a thunderstorm in game and in real life, and when I said lightning strikes and flashes across your screen, and it happened in real life. Yeah, it starts with you. Because you manifested it to some degree, and you had strong belief that lightning was going to strike. Shit like that happens. You're a magical being. A lot of you have faced a lot of synchronistic moments. You're just not aware of it. But that would be a synchronistic moment. And anytime you get one of those synchronistic moments, make a note of it somewhere. Lightning striked. When I said lightning's going to strike, write that down for you, because that shows you your power that you can create. As for Sunil, I do plan to make content. I won't be live streaming 12 hours a day. Like today, I'm going to still stream 12 hours most likely, because the weather is very nice. Until probably like 5 o'clock, then it's supposed to rain. Hopefully the rain actually doesn't actually happen. But my goal, I think for now, on this channel is just to come out and do my walk. And then when I head back to the house, like talk for a little bit, but then end the stream. Because, doing my exercises is great, but no one's interested in that. So I won't be doing my workouts much on this channel. As for podcasts, there's supposed to be me and a sister. Her name is Lori. We're supposed to start a podcast together. We have so much to talk about because, she has her set of experiences from a female side. I have my male experiences, and, she's been through a lot, and two people who have very good awareness will have very good conversation. I don't agree with everything she says, and nor does she with me, which is cool, but we are at least very respectful to each other's, beliefs and where we're currently at. So there's that. So I'm supposed to start that with her. I'm going to make content maybe like for short little 5 to 10 minute videos. But I'm always going to start each video generally saying that the answer is you, right? That way someone can just, if they don't watch for more than 5 seconds, because, people are very, unfortunately, they have very short attention spans, and you must use all kinds of flashy bullshit tactics to keep somebody engaged. That's the hook of a video. Yeah, like I manifest a person like you in my little part of life. And guess what? This so-called low part of life is actually your best season. You know why? Because this is where you start to cultivate all your lessons and you start to master yourself. Right? Think of it like training in a dungeon. technically the low points of people's lives are usually the best, because that's where they find all their answers, the breakthroughs. The struggling, the suffering, as much as I keep saying that you're not meant to struggle or suffer, it's not mandatory. You're not obliged and you're not obligated to suffer. Suffering still and can and will happen. So I'm going to just quickly hang on the bar here for a sec, get my daily stretch in. Just going to quickly... All of you are amazing too. You just have to remember that. Some don't want to be amazing though. So I just hang for a moment now. This is good for your spine, your shoulders, your lower back, your upper back, and your grip strength. Funny enough, your grip strength will tell you a lot about the type of life you're living. So if you can hang for a minute a day, or hang for a little bit throughout the day, if you have a bar or something, do it. Find ways. Awesome. Let's go. Thanks. It's not fully confirmed, but you know, it's something that is in the plans. But she, I need to give her a little kickstart in her butt sometimes too, because unfortunately, she likes to, I don't want to say procrastinate, but you know, if someone doesn't help lead her, I'm like, you know, nobody needs to lead you. I told her that. You can go and kickstart yourself, but she's like, she needs a little bit of a reminder. I'm like, sure. But I also told her, like, if our podcast doesn't happen, that's fine too. Just make sure you start going out and making videos and helping people, because you have a lot to say. For me, when I make my videos, it's going to be similar to Trina, since you're here, right? Talking about language structures and why all words are made up and how these words are governing our life. But I'll always start that with the answer is you, because it's you that has to entertain whatever concept. From there, whatever it is, right? If it's bringing you joy and happiness, you're good, right? If you're not happy or you're not joyful, then something's up. And it's okay, because sometimes my mind doesn't want to be in joy. The soul is always joyful, because the soul is just like looking, and it's like a child that's always laughing. The mind is like an old person who is depressed and is like lost its life. That's the best way how the mind generally operates, until you get the mind to remember exactly who it is, the divine. See? And that is enough, because like, let's say I never started live streaming on this platform, you would have found someone like me, because there's plenty of people, as you can see, who are pretty joyful. I'm not the only one who's joyful out there, right? But you need to just kind of have sort of a taste. And then from there, now it's starting to mirror back. Now you're starting to see more joy. Like our sister here at the crosswalk. Good morning, sister.
How are you?
Excellent. You? Did you have a great long weekend?
Oh, yes.
Did you do anything fun?
Yeah.
Good. All right. Have a great day. Enjoy it. So normally where we cross, the trail's there, but we don't start there unless it's like winter time and it's super duper cold. Because it's super duper cold, I wouldn't be able to, walk for too long. Morning. Exactly. We stay winning, people. Good to see you, Stormtrooper. We got the Clone Trooper and Stormtrooper at the same time. How awesome. Amazing. We stay winning. You know what the funny thing is? Even when you're losing, like so-called, like the perception of losing, you're actually winning. You know why? Because you're still alive. You know when you truly lose is when you actually leave the earth. Like when you're done. But you're not really losing anything because the perception of loss does not exist when you die. It's gone. So technically, you're always winning, and that's a bar. Write that down. Because now you get to win to go home. You know the funny thing is, a lot of people who are like, I hate the world. I hate the world. Well, okay, you hate the world, right? Somebody comes at you and they take away your inability to live. Watch as you see how everyone's going to be like, I want to live now. I want to live. Right? Some actually want people to just like take them out. Right? And that's sad and unfortunate because like that's how I used to think too. Thank God my soul decided to keep going and told the mind, hey mind, you need to stop. Enough with the bullshit and the fake narratives and the false stories. All right, so now you're saying, what do you mean, Share. Your mind is questioning something. What is it questioning? What's with the I'm curious. Since you dropped it twice. Yeah, exactly. You know, when you listen to songs, they drop you into what we call a theta state, especially if you're more relaxed, and music can be very susceptible. Now, I'm not going to say you should be careful to what you're listening to, because when you know who you are, no music can affect you, but you know that you can still enjoy it without being influenced by it. That's another bar, write that down. But yes, a lot of music has hidden meanings. Some are well intent and others not so much. Some have great intentions and others do not have great intentions. Some create the intention to keep you kind of locked to your paradigm and stuck. Think of it like this, like when you're listening to a sad music, I'm not saying that the sad music is purposely wanting to make you feel sad. Sometimes you need to listen to those sad music to let out your emotions, right? Music is a great catalyst for releasing or sharing emotions. But sometimes, like when you listen to sad music, you just want to keep listening to more sad music. Like the two-step shuffle. Yeah, exactly. All right, we went straight yesterday. We're gonna go to the left today. Just waiting to cross. Thank God I brought water. I'm starting to sweat buckets. And you know the funny thing, tomorrow I'll be probably wearing a jacket in the morning because it's going to be cold. We go from summer weather all the way to like, that guy's cutting grass. You know what? Screw it. I don't want to be walking through that grass right now. That's fine. That means I was supposed to go straight. But yeah, when you're listening to music, I'm not going to say be mindful to what you're listening to, but I would say be mindful of what you're about to entertain and know yourself before you listen to it. Like, know the state of being you're in. But so many people are very unconscious to their experience. Like 95% of the time, there's funny that there's a song that's actually playing in the background. For most of our lives, there's a very quiet song playing in the background saying, I'm not enough, I'm not good enough, I'm never gonna have what I want. And it's playing secretly and silently in the background of your life, and then you're wondering, why am I not having the life that I desire? Because there's a song playing in the background that you can't hear because you've given it so much emotional intensity. You are attempting to find ways to, release that energy through, like, let's say someone's from the, I don't want to say lower, but a spectrum where they're operating from like hate and fear and grief and anger. So they'll find ways to find an outlet via live streams, watching videos, commenting, dropping World War III comments in the chat. Just so you all know, I've watched a lot of videos. Most people nowadays don't really watch videos. They actually read the comment section because they want to be connecting with others who are like-minded, whether that's positive or negative. And they'd be dropping World War III comments sometimes. And I'm like, man, these guys are really... Go. Person be taking 10 million years to get going. Purposely stop. Right, and this is perfect that you mentioned that, Todd. So the mind, and there's nothing wrong, and I do enjoy sweating, there's nothing wrong with accomplishing, achieving, acquiring, or attaining something. But know this is a trap that the mind does. The mind will always want to attain, acquire, accomplish, and achieve something, because when the mind does not feel like it's accomplishing or achieving something, guess what happens? It starts to create problems. Oh, I need to create a problem to solve a problem so I can feel better about myself. That's what the mind does. It can't accept the now as perfect, whole, and complete. Again, there's nothing wrong with accomplishing things, but you have to know the trap of that, because the mind is always seeking the next. It's designed to seek the next, but the soul already knows the answer and wants you to be in the now, and the now will just give you everything you want. It's a paradox. So that's what the mind does. The mind is always looking for the next thing because it's not satisfied with the here and now. Hello, Mr. B. I know you want to follow me for a little bit. Go for it. Just don't get in my face. But that's the trap that the mind does. It's always looking for the next. It's always seeking the next. And again, there's nothing wrong, but can you not live a life that you always feel accomplished? You can still do stuff. Like, you're here to do stuff. You're not here to just sit and do nothing, right? But let's say, for example, you're taking 10 minutes out of your day, right, to just chill, right? The mind's gonna be like, we got to do something next now. We got to do something. We can't be sitting, right? We're gonna be falling behind, right? Falling behind because everybody else is doing stuff. I can't be sitting for 10 minutes. I got to keep going. If I'm not going, I'm falling behind. That's a big old lie. Unless you subject yourself to that lie that you're falling behind, you are where you're supposed to be in every present moment. That's a bar. Write that down, because when you know that even if you're sitting down, you're actually still moving forward, always. But you let go of the perception behind it. Sounds good, Clone Trooper. I really do love sweating. Not in the t-shirt I'm in right now, but I love sweating in my other like jerseys. But I also know in the same moment that even if I wasn't sweating or doing something, I'm still very accomplished, very satisfied, very I wouldn't say content, but I'm satisfied knowing that I am capable and I'm still accomplishing at any given time, right? Because the thing is, for me, the mind's going to keep creating obfuscations, and you're going to keep creating all kinds of like noise. I'm taking a moment to just chill here for a sec, take in the energy. Simple things, by the way, can bring you all that you need, like breathing, like taking a walk, saying hello, greeting people. Good morning.
Good morning.
Have a great day. Thank you. I'll pause for a moment. I'll get past the school area. We're going to be heading to our trail shortly. I usually walk around the neighborhood for a little bit, get some steps in. My aim every day is to hit at least 10,000 steps. Been doing 10,000 steps since March 31st, 2025. And have not missed a day, even if it was cold outside and minus 40 degrees. Sure, I may not have gone 10K outside, but I definitely got the rest of it indoors. So my aim is always to get 10K, minimum a day. Anything else after 10K is a bonus. It's just positive. It's just plus extra steps. That's why I love my morning walks. They're very, for me, you can call this like therapeutic. They're very, they help to keep this mind in check. Because sometimes the mind wants to get out of control. So I'm gonna go to the right. Just gonna wait for these cars to pass. So let's see what else. So I want to get back to what I was talking about earlier about how we trust the external, but yet we don't trust the internal. Because our eyes have been so conditioned to focus on the external. And yes, you are having an external experience. You are seeing what you're seeing in your own reality. But it's also based on what you're internally feeling. I remember when I was always... My long weekend was great, Tiff. It's good to see you. It was wonderful. I trust yours was great too, sister. Mine was awesome. It's hot. It's good. It's wonderful. I trust you, Jay, and Evan enjoyed it as best as you could. Good to see you on this channel. I did tell you that I was going to start this channel. The other channel is basically, I kind of concluded it yesterday fully. I did a live stream after my long live stream on this channel, and I had said that I will be putting that one to rest now. I'll go on it periodically just to, make sure it's a little active here and there, but pretty much done. And then I'm, throughout the rest of this month I'll live stream, but starting June I'll probably like do a live stream here and there and make videos again. It's gonna be interesting making videos, because this time I'm actually having to turn on the camera and press record and get out whatever I need to say in a 10-minute video, 5-10-minute video. I don't plan to really make too much of a long video, but I'm also not opposed if I have to make longer videos too. But I won't be editing much. It's just, I like live stream because I don't have to do all that. This basically skips me a step. You can say that, my live streams are my content right now. But yeah, just making sure I stay locked into the importance of what I'm saying. All good with you? As best as it can be. I trust all is good with you. Are you back home? Not to get too like personal, but are you back home yet, or you still where you are? Okay, perfect. I still haven't said anything to anybody because I rather that come from all of you. I don't want to be, the one to say share what happened, but whenever you all come down this way, maybe you'll help inspire my mom and my dad, right? So that they can start to realize how life can be taken from you, right? Again, not to get into all that, but yeah. We're gonna check this library here. There's a little library at this house. It's pretty cool. Just seeing what kind of books they have. So this is more like books for adults, even though kids can read these, and these are more kid books. Cool. I like this concept, by the way. Somebody takes a book, then they put a book back, or they just bring it back. It's pretty cool. Yeah, I know life is definitely harder for sure. Definitely, I can only imagine, but you're doing great, by the way, because you are one of the most toughest, strongest, most resilient person that I know, right? You're still here, right? You remind me, I remind myself every day, remember, you have the ability to do the things you can do, right? Others may not have that current ability presently, but they are still here too. So I'm proud of you. You're doing great. I know it's a little bit challenging for sure. I can only imagine, truly. I kind of know how it feels, but not with this body, but with another body that I've experienced that with. But you're doing great. You're doing great. Great in the sense that you still have that smile on your face. You still have that joy emanating from yourself. You're welcome. I had a vision that, you got back, you know, I'm not going to say it on the stream, obviously, but because privacy, but you got it back. And not only did you get it back, you were like 100% back to the way all things were before all things happened. So, who really knows why I had that vision? Oh, that dog's at the door barking at me. He's like looking at me. He's like, ruff, 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 ruff. We're almost about to hit the trail. Almost there. Brought my battery. I'm going to stay out here for a little bit. Stream's a little bit quieter now, as you can... Yeah, basically. And not just, you know, that, but everything else too. Like, before all the things you had to experience with physical... Stream's a little quiet right now. It's okay. It's good. It wanted it just to be you and I for this moment. But yeah. Yep, the universe is the one that truly knows. Right? Even I don't even know, like, from the mind level, because the mind can't handle, like, I have the end in mind, like what I desire, and that's fine, but like how it's supposed to unfold with the exact steps, well, that's something I have to let go of and allow the higher power, the universe, help me to bring forth whatever it is that I desire, which a lot have already came to pass. And now I'm just, you know, one of the things I really wanted was to be more at peace and more calm and a slower pace in my life. I asked for it, I wanted it, I desired it, I should say. And sure enough, I have it. More relaxed, more slow pace vibe. But the universe has to bring it in a certain way. Good morning, brother. We'll be by the water shortly. It's a little cloudy today. It's supposed to rain. I trust it's going to rain later on, like later in the evening, not in the afternoon. But it'll be nice to be outside with this type of temperature. Still hot, but enough to have some shade. Exactly. That's the best that we can do, right? That's why I said you're doing great. You're doing wonderful. You could have let your circumstances just derail you completely and just throw you into absolute like chaos. But here you are. You're still going, right? It's funny because I saw a post on Instagram saying, when you're succeeding, keep going. When you failed, you know, failure is just a misperception to most. Failure is just an experience of growth. If you failed, keep going. If you're sad, keep going. If you're happy, keep going. No matter what in life, always just keep going, because you know, if you start staying stagnant, right, the mind is going to create all kinds of noise and obfuscation. Ooh, they're starting to bring the playground stuff here. Very nice. They're building all kinds of stuff. Well, they brought down all the I don't know when they're gonna finish this though, but they're building the park here. They tore down the swings. It's so weird sometimes to see vehicles on the trail. Look, there's a corgi. I remember when I would be afraid of these bubbas. I'd be terrified and petrified. I remember with Jason's, dog Sebastian, the Bronco. I'd be like petrified. And now, like, I understand them. He has two of them, by the way. Oh. Exactly. Mr. is pretty lucky to have you, by the way. I know he can be, he has a lot of energy. But I know he's going to be doing some amazing things in the world. His generation is going to truly make a massive impact and set a course for the next generation after them. Most of the ones in his like age group have already come back remembering a lot about who they are, and that's why they're able to do all these extraordinary things at such a young age, because they're not blocked. They have no limitations imposed on them. And some will say, that's a prodigy. No, it's not that they're a prodigy. It's because they simply remembered who they are. And because they are operating from a state of remembrance, they're able to... because they are operating from a state of remembrance, they're able to just flow with ease and naturalness. Where, like, this generation... The Gen Zs they're kind of, some of them already know how reality works. Most are trapped up with like their 6, 7s and you got me, I'm a crash out and all that kind of, like lingo. You got me tilted, I'm dead, right? Got me rolling. But, for the most part, some Gen Zs, they got it. Millennials, on the other hand, now they're a mixed bag. Ooh, look at this. Bunch of bikers. Very nice. Morning. How awesome. Morning. Good morning. Hi. Check that out. That was awesome. A nice little group of bikers there. Pretty cool. Millennials are kind of, because we had to go through the old world and the new world. And the old world is like, no internet, no, no cell phones, no social media. But we also lived through social media, the advent of it. We got to see the beginning and the current state of it, right? So we have perspective that the others do not currently have, because, yes, they got to see how we used to live, because, they're like, a lot of them are liking the whole iPods and vinyls and, having the idea of not being on the internet. Some, not all, of course. But we, the millennials, have the perspectives. We were granted perspective, essentially. That's why anyone who's from the 80s or the 90s, we're not the best, but we were given practically the best experience for us to navigate this current world because we were granted perspective. All right, we're at the water now. I'm gonna plug in my phone since I brought my battery. Again, no point keeping the phone unplugged while I'm here. Gives me more time to be out here. The water's just very peaceful right now. If it rains a lot, it won't be peaceful tomorrow. It'll be a little bit more chaotic. Yeah, so when I see there's a kid on Instagram, well, there's many kids on Instagram talking about amazing things, but there's one named Max. I think Cook with Max is his name, or like his handle, and he's dropped some real bars. Like, the kid knows. He knows what's up. He's like, people are so happy with their unhappy lives. And I'm like, he started off his videos with that. He was by the beach, and he was playing in the sand, and he was saying, a lot of people are so happy with their unhappy life that they continue to do what they're doing every day. They keep choosing to fight with their enemies, even though he did air quotes, there is no enemy. They are choosing to keep, being sad over and over again, and they can easily change but the thing is, what Max forgets is that a lot of people have experiences, and it's a little bit challenging when your memories and your experience is dictating your reality. Basically, you're me, right? And so, due to that fact, memories and experiences, which are very valid and real for each of us, can potentially be keeping you hostage of where you are. And I noticed I said the word potentially keeping you hostage where you are. So, it's just one of those things. By the way, I don't know if my stream's working, and if it isn't working because people are spamming in the chat, oh well. That just means that I'm going to be having to make videos. But it should be okay. Should be alright. Hope YouTube doesn't do its silliness, but we'll see throughout the day. We'll see if it's quiet or if it's loud. Because someone was spamming earlier, but I think I should be okay. Let me know if if all's good. Should be more people on, but it's all right. I'm not too concerned. If this channel goes screwy like the other channel, then that just means that I'm not supposed to be live streaming. I'm supposed to be doing something else, which is fine. I'll just make another YouTube channel and start making videos on that one. But I do say that this one should be working. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I mean, other channels, people probably spam and shit, so it should work, but Yeah. Sounds good, sister. I'll talk to you later. Maybe next weekend we'll come by. Hey, that'd be pretty awesome. See you all. You enjoy your day, okay? I love you. I'll see you soon. I'll chat with you soon. Just taking a moment, y'all. Bye, sister. I'll see you. So we're unblocking the subconscious mind. And good to see you, by the way. So we are unblocking the subconscious mind. As always, this is what my channel is about. Just to unblock the subconscious mind. And allowing yourself to experience what you really are meant to experience. You are meant to experience flow, joy, happiness, peace, serenity, harmony, even in this current world with chaos, struggle, difficulty, suffering, stress, anger, frustration, irritants, annoyance. Look at those words I just said. Right? Every one of us is supposed to have... We can experience anything we want. And you have the power within yourself to experience the joy, the flow, but the question comes down to when will it happen for you? I can tell you that when I was a very angry person, I wanted nothing more than to make sure everybody else knew to feel angry. I wanted everybody to know how angry I was, how frustrated I was. So I would manifest it in a way that others could feel my sadness, my anger, my rage, my frustration. And I see that time and time again on the internet, where people are attempting to derail other people, right? And say, you don't know what you're talking about, blah, 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 blah. And because they're in a state of disharmony, they seek to also bring others to their level or bring them down beneath them because they want to feel morally superior or intellectually superior to others. These are things that nobody talks about much, especially on the internet. I'm basically doing a paradoxical conversation. By the way, good to see you. I trust that the channel is working, because if it's not working, then we're basically at square one again. It's okay. I'll be testing out. Morning! Huh? Did I see Tom? No, I didn't see him. Yeah. There's a brother up there asking me if I saw Tom. I'm like, nah, I didn't see him. Anyways, yesterday the stream was extremely busy at the water. Today, not so much. But, So, whether people are here or not here, I'm just going to keep speaking. The subconscious mind. The weather's pretty good, actually. It's warm. It's very warm today. It's going to be 30 degrees Celsius, but it's supposed to rain later. So you can see it's kind of not as sunny as it was yesterday. But yeah, it's all right. Right now, I'm just focusing on making sure my stream is working okay, because this happened before on my other channel, and that's how my channel basically got screwed over with when I'm live streaming. Or maybe I'm supposed to start another channel, and this channel, or I'm supposed to make videos going forward. Because like YouTube, if YouTube starts screwing my algorithm again, you know, I know it maybe look like it's working fine, but there's not more people on the stream right now. So it could just be because it's a Tuesday morning, but you know, we had a lot of people on earlier, but someone was spamming the Palestine flag, and because of that, you know, YouTube can see it as like potential spam. And if they see a channel that has like spam like that, then basically they push you down in the algorithm and they throw you into absolute chaos. Like they basically throw your channel into the sea of nothing. And if that be the case, then that just means that I'm supposed to start something else. I'm not supposed to be live streaming anymore. But I at least started my videos on, at least I started here, and I made quite a few connections already, so we'll see. In any event, every one of us is supposed to be enjoying our life, but why aren't we? So many are just bitter and angry. There's a saying out there like, don't trust people. Don't trust anyone but yourself. Well, if that narrative keeps being shared around the world to don't trust anyone, then guess what? We have a world of totally disconnected people now, don't we? I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm one to always take action. I'm not afraid to take any action. I just get into a state of alignment and I just roll with it, you know? But yeah, you know, the answer is, if I'm only meant to impact a few people on this channel and that was it, then I did my job. I've already did it. And I'll start making YouTube videos and posting YouTube videos. So I'll get back to what I was saying. So if the narrative in the world keeps saying, don't trust people, right? Don't trust people. If everybody keeps, you know, mirroring that narrative over and over again, well, guess what? It becomes a collective thought to not trust people. But I said earlier this morning when I first started the stream, aren't we trusting people to, when we go to a restaurant or pump our gas, right? We're always trusting people. We're trusting people to keep the internet going. We're trusting people to, you know, bring groceries to the grocery store, unless you are self-sustainable and you have your own farm and your own plantation, right? Aren't you still trusting people? It's a valid point. Yeah, definitely will. I feel called like to make videos again. It's been a long time since I've recorded videos, to be honest. My last long video, that wasn't my... I have a thing called the I Love You World series, which is every October 6th. So I made one last year, but I'm talking about like an actual YouTube video I haven't made a YouTube video like that, like a one talking about the mind or anything like that in forever. But I'm not here to like tell people like how to have a better mindset. I'm not here for how-tos. I'm basically here to share like what the hell is going on with the mind and what it does, and creating all kinds of noise and obfuscations, you know? Welcome back, Clone Trooper. Good to see you, dude. So I used to make a lot of how to do this, how to do that, how to do this, how to do that. And exactly, you're winning. The winning energy. All of you are winning. You're winners. You've always won. You're still winning, by the way. You know why? Because you're still here on the earth. The moment you leave the earth, there is no more winning and losing. You're just not here anymore. Right? So every moment you are winning. Even when it feels like a L sometimes, you might take a L. That L is just still an experience that you are still winning because you're still here. Otherwise, you would have been taken out. Is it AM or PM? Because you said, is it morning time or is it evening time for you, Clone Trooper? AM, okay, so it's morning. Got it. Because yesterday you kind of confused me, because when you said it was like 2 something PM, AM in the morning, and I'm like, it's 2 something in the PM here. I'm like, are you 12 hours ahead of me? Because like that totally threw me off. I'm like, are you in North America or are you somewhere else in the world? I don't ask people where they are from, right? If they want to share where they're from, then cool. If not, no big deal. Oh, so then it's PM then. Yeah, so, oh, it must be, yeah, it has to be PM, because if it's nighttime, then it must be around like 8 o'clock. Well, you just said it's 8 o'clock for you. So it's PM for you. Yeah, I knew it. I knew you were 12 hours ahead of me. Oh, I see. Got it. Okay, that's fair. No problem. No worries. No lessons, bro. I was just wondering, were you in the same time zone as me? Because I know yesterday you said AM while I was in PM. I'm like, wait, aren't we in the same time zone? So I just have to double check. That's all. Now that I know, even if you forget, it's okay. I'll remember that when you say PM, you meant AM. If you say AM, you might be saying PM. If you do say that the same time I'm on, I'm like, okay, you're 12 hours ahead of me. Anyways, back to what I was saying. I really hope my channel this channel is working, because there's not any other people besides you two on. No one else new is showing up, and because that brother who was spamming the Palestinian flag earlier, YouTube sees shit as bots. And when YouTube algorithm AI kicks in, it will throw your channel into chaos. But I'm sure there are plenty of other channels in the world where people are spamming bullshit on their channel. But that's all good either way. See you later. Have a great day. Yeah? Very fresh. It's very fresh. Hold on. There's like 4 right now. Yeah.
Girl will do the same thing in Vancouver, somewhere BC.
Yeah.
With a big, she got lots of followers.
Yeah. All right, brother.
Yeah,
Have a great day. You'll probably see Tom on the way.
Huh?
You'll probably see him coming.
I saw him, we were here Friday, but yesterday I went to Woodbine Mall and I walked all the way here.
Got it. Got it.
Yesterday was packed.
Yeah.
All right.
Have a great day. See ya. There's a brother that asked me how many live streamers do I have right now, or how many viewers. I'm like, I got 4, 5, I think, give or take. It's all good. That's right. We got someone from. We got the Aussie. We got Australia. Speaking of Australia for a moment, because you brought up Aussie, that's a place I really desire to go and see because it's got the abundance of nature. I know people make the jokes that like everything in Australia can kill you, right? Giant spiders, snakes, but you know, a lot of people live there. I want to see kangaroos. I want to hear crikey. I want to actually experience when someone says crikey in the physical. Of course I can hear it on a YouTube video, but I want to hear that in the physical. You know what I'm saying? I want to hear crikey, right? I want to hear the word mate. I know it's something so simple, but I'll be there and I'll be hearing that. It's true. It's true. I know. It's no joke for sure. I know. But I still want to see kangaroos. I still want to see them. I think they're still pretty cool. They don't really exist much anywhere else, right? They're like rare Pokemon, right? You have a Pokemon over there that doesn't exist anywhere else in the world. It's like that's how it works. It's like when I see animals that are only in certain areas, it's because it's that's where they are based on their geographical location. I think of them like Pokemon. I do. I want to see Perth, Sydney, and Melbourne, but for my brother there who's from Australia, I know Sydney's more the posh, more rich like vibe, I think. But what about I don't know about Melbourne, but I think Perth is more Perth is more nature. But you'd have to tell me, I have no idea. Crikey, mate. That's a sample of Aussie language, but it's really dumbed down because regular Aussie speech is a lot more harsh. Got it. Well, whenever I head to Australia, whenever that's supposed to happen, because I do want to see Australia. Australia and New Zealand. Of course, if I'm going to Australia, I'm going to definitely go to New Zealand because I got to see that. I got to see Australia and New Zealand. If I'm heading to Australia, then New Zealand has to be the next destination right after, since I'm in that area. I may as well, right? That side of the world. Time zone difference is crazy though. Like, you all are, I think, well, if you're in Australia, you're more than 12 hours. You should be like 18 hours ahead of me or something like that. I mean, that technically happens. I was cussing at age 7, like age 6, 7 as well. Yeah, I said 6, 7. There you go. Yeah, but I was cussing at like 5 because of, school. As kids be throwing cuss words all the time. Yeah, you could go to Mandurah, specifically Greenfields. Is that That's a place, I presume, yes? Okay, so you're... So Clone Trooper, where are you actually in the world? I didn't see... I wasn't really reading if you left where you were from. Because you said it's 9, and because it's 12... You're 12 hours ahead of me. So you must be somewhere in Asia, I think. I feel like you're somewhere in Asia. Because you dropped Japanese text yesterday. So there's got to be something somewhere in Asia. Unless it is Japan. But how? Australia can't be 12 hours ahead of me. Australia's like 15 hours ahead of me. Unless Australia has multiple time zones, which I'm sure it does. Interesting. Oh, okay, I see. Got it. So you are in Australia. Okay. Morning. You are in Australia. Okay. That's fair. Morning. Oh, okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know the geographical locations of like Perth, Sydney, and Australia, and Melbourne, because I know they're like the 3 big cities of Australia. But I guess one of them is closer in time zone than the others. I guess Australia has multiple time zones. I'm on the coast closest to you to my time zone and naturally closer in time. Got it. That makes sense. Okay, so that makes perfect sense. Morning. So that makes perfect sense then. That totally makes sense. Okay. It's like Canada. We don't have one time zone. We have many time zones. So it makes total sense that Australia also has many time zones. Cool. Because I know that whenever I check like Australian time zones, or like if I check, like I usually see what time it is in Sydney, it's usually like 15 hours ahead or something like that. Hey, welcome. It is very majestic, isn't it? Good to see you. We're just talking about unblocking the mind, but I was just talking about we were just talking about Australia, since we got some Australian brothers here. And I had no idea about the time zones in Australia, except for because I was always thinking Australia had like 15 to 18 hours ahead of me in time. But apparently there's a time zone in Australia that has 12 hours. I guess it's like similar to Japan. Close to like Japan's time. Pretty cool. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes perfect sense now. I get it. I will. I'll remember. I'll do my best to remember Mandurah. I think I'm saying that right. Mandurah Greenfields. Greenfields is easy to remember. But Mandurah. Okay. Mandurah. Yeah, Mandurah. 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 I have to kind of like type it out or like quickly look at it, and I'll have it fully in my memory bank. Mandurah. Mandurah. Okay. Cool. Mandurah. Mandurah Greenfields. Mandurah Greenfields. Mandurah Greenfields. Cool. All right. Awesome. Wow. It's so fascinating how the internet has brought all of us from all parts of the world, right? You're on literally the other side of the world, and here we are. Let's see. Yeah, time zones is just made up for communication. if we are in the same in the space, there won't be day and night. So we're all in the present moment at the same time. Exactly. I wonder how I'm going to say your name. Resiv? I'm going to say Resiv. Is that how you say it? Resiv? Resiv, you're spot on. I actually talked about that yesterday. Imagine you are out in outer space, like you already know, you said it, right? Those astronauts who went to the moon, even though I know a lot of people believe they still didn't go to the moon, but that's okay. We're not here for conspiracy now, right? They left the Earth. They were sleeping when they had to sleep, right? But it was like, they were using, UTC time zone just to stay on track, universal time zone. But when they left the Earth, they just saw day and night. They just saw the Earth spinning. That's it. Whereas for us, right, you all are right here, right now, and with me, and I'm in a totally different time zone. Time is made up, right? It's a man-made construct. And that's, that kind of leads into the segue of why unblocking your mind doesn't need to be 10 years from now. I need to go through healing. It's going to take me some time. Yes, it can take you some physical human time to process things for sure. But in the mental realm, time is like, in the mental realm, it's like space. Things are instantaneous in the mental realm. And if you can click with that ideology, this is an ideology. If you can click with that ideology that you can heal in the mental realm instantly, then somewhere in your physical realm, you will start to feel the shift. You'll feel that clicking mechanism in place. Mandra. So it's spelt Mandara, but it's pronounced Mandra. Mandra. Okay. Got it. But you're right, Resiv, if that's how I'm saying your name. I do apologize. When it comes to names, I do my best not to butcher it. Oh yeah, and you notice, how you're saying how A, and this is another segue quickly. I was talking about language structure, right? You see how you said how the A in Australia is pronounced differently than anywhere else. So you see, language is the interpretations behind language. It's all of it just is, right? There's no right way or wrong way. It just is, right? For someone who's non-local Australian, right? And if I saw that word, I would have pronounced it exactly the way I see it, Mandara. But you pronounced it, you pronounced it Mandra, right? It's similar to, when someone looks at genome, or I say it's just gnome, the G is silent, right? Or like Gnostic, even though there's a G in front of that N. Some do say Gnostic, but it's Gnostic, right? But the thing is, like, either way is right. It's like tomato and tomato, potato and, I don't really know if anybody says potato, but potato, right? And then of course there's different variations of like saying the same thing, like pointing to the same thing, but it's named something different in a different language, right? And that's what I'm saying about the unblocks, right? Don't limit yourself to just one thing. Sure, that's what you've been raised to know it as, but you can also change it at any time, whatever that is. Yeah. Like for you, it's like a I sound. For us, it's ah. That makes sense. See? This is a really good example of language right here. of how language is very finicky, tricky, complicated, but also can be very simple if you just allow yourself to be open to other perspectives. Like right now, you're giving me like a Australia 101 crash course on like a little bit of language structure over there. Of course, I've heard many Australians speak, and they have a certain, like, for me it's an accent, but for you guys it's not an accent, and my English is actually an accent to all of you guys is English, right? So it's hilarious. So like when we, for example, it's like, you know, us in North America, when I say us, I mean the people who are living in North America, when we hear like other people speaking English, we're like so fascinated how they say their words, right? Like Australians and people from the UK, like we're so fascinated with the accent that we attempt to, like, you know, mimic it a bit. Some of us do a good job, some of us do a terrible job. And then of course the same thing in reverse, because like there's a brother named Nero on YouTube. His name's Nero Knowledge, and his partner AJ, like, well, when I say partner, I mean partner in crime, because they're both entrepreneurs. When they attempt to start speaking American, they're like, I'm like, y'all are just like, that's not American. That's not North American. Let's see. It's called the Aussie Shah. There is a real name for it, which is crazy. Interesting. It's fascinating. Not that I'm putting out any expectations, but I do feel that the live stream is broken. Just a hunch. But I'll know later on throughout the day if I don't really see anybody else like new jump on the stream, because, you know, yesterday we had some new people show up. Today, not anybody new has showed up yet, and the stream keeps showing like 3 people, not like 7, not like 8, not like 10, not like, you know, stuff like that. So we'll see. I'm not putting the expectation that it's broken, but at the same time, like, it's not working the way I want it to work. But I'm good either way. I'll just make either a new YouTube channel, if this channel's also just been thrown into the absolute gutter, or I'm not meant to be on YouTube and I'm supposed to be on Kick or something, because I do have a Kick account. I'm not going to be doing Twitch. I don't give a shit about Twitch. Twitch is too yeah. Me too. I love chatting with all of you. Those who come on and create like noise and obfuscation and problems, you know. It is what it is. Right? Like those who are like, who the hell are you? And why the hell are you walking in nature like yesterday? Right? It's so fascinating. But the thing is, like, now, if the channel doesn't reach new people, then basically it's already dead before we even started. But, you know, here we go. I will. I definitely will, like, say screw the trolls. I always do. I appreciate that. Thank you, JS. You bet your ass that I will, like, say screw the trolls. Because, you know, I'm not focusing on them anyways. But, you know, if they spam in the chat, right? If they're spamming all kinds of stuff, the YouTube algorithm may potentially see it as a spam chat, because this happened one time with my other channel. Somebody was spamming Drake songs, just so you all know, and I didn't blame them. They were fine, but they were spamming Drake songs, and guess what happened? The YouTube algorithm says, okay, this channel is basically a bot. So now, and this is the AI algorithm, because it's not actually YouTube like a person, it's AI deeming if a channel is good or not good. And guess what? it threw my channel, my other channel, into the complete gutter. Literally into the gutter. It was done. From that moment on, it never fully recovered, it never fixed itself. And someone had to throw my channel into a campaign to bring some new people into my reality for 1 week, and then the campaign ended. That's the pay to win scenario, by the way. I don't know how they did it. I know how ads work, but I don't know how they actually knew my channel and paid and put my channel in a campaign for a week. But that campaign allowed my channel to be viewable again to the world for a little bit, and then YouTube smashed it and compressed it into absolute dog shit. So, you know, I want to reach the world, but if I can't reach the world through my live streams, then I have to make YouTube videos. So I'll be doing that at some point. Or I'll be on a different platform, maybe Kick. Most likely Kick, because Kick has a little bit more leniency to things. So we'll see. We'll see about it. Did you see my message about how we say ass? Like attempt to say it like us? No, but now I'm going to scroll back up quickly. They say, what sounds to Australian pronounced as Oz. Even if I attempt to say Oz, your Oz, I don't know if I'm saying it right. Your Oz, my Oz. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. It's so fascinating. If I was born in Australia, I would have a whole different language structure. If I was born in Italy and being able to speak English, I'd have a whole different language structure. You see what I mean? You see what I'm talking about? See the language structure there? That's what I'm saying. Words are just made up, right? But we use words to navigate the world. We use words to help each other to understand what we're saying. We have no choice but to use words. We're not at the level to use telepathy yet. Unfortunately, we have the ability to use telepathy, but we are not there yet. Not even close. Many humans right now just don't know even how to hear themselves, much less hear someone else without saying a word, right? I've attempted to do an experiment with a soul sister in New York City. We were in a room. We were just seeing if we could not speak for like 20 minutes and see if we can pick up each other's intentions, because we were pretty like quiet in the mind. And some of it was like we were in different rooms while we were doing this test to see if we can send telepathy messages to each other. I sent her some stuff. She sent me some stuff, of course. I heard some things. Some of it was like accurate. Some of it was completely not. And it goes to show you that we have the ability to use telepathy without using language. Like, you could basically, what language is doing is to express a sensation. Good morning, Scott. Good to see you, dude. I trust you're doing good, bro. So, telepathy is basically communicating without using language. Language is communicating with words, right? But what we're really doing with words and language is communicating a sensation, a feeling that we want to express, right? Right now, I want to express this same information, so I'm using words to express this very idea. Right? So, essentially, that's what's going on with language. So, like, me and Clone right now, we're talking, because he's in Australia, right? And he was giving me a crash course on Australian English 101 with the accents and the phonetics behind the word, like ass. Like in North America we say ass, but in their way they say it much differently. So basically what I'm saying is, like, even though we speak the same like English, but we pronounce things differently, both ways are right? Everybody else who speaks a different language, like for us, if somebody were to start speaking German right now, right? If anyone here knows German, I would have no idea what they're saying. Yesterday, a sister jumped on. She only jumped on for a moment. She blew like a kiss, and like she said something like Bella. She's definitely from Italy, but I had no idea what she said at all. If I took her words and I put it into Google Translate, I'll know what she said. But as it stands right now, I have no idea what she said. Right? So you see, my point to say is, if you all were to listen to somebody, let's say somebody spoke Chinese to you right now. Morning. If somebody were to speak Chinese to you right now, right? And each of you heard them say something in Chinese that you don't know, and they're saying something like, you have blue hair and I don't like your blue hair, right? If they're saying I don't like your blue hair in Chinese, even though you don't have blue hair, you just look at them and be like, I don't know what you're saying, because you don't create emotion behind their words. You don't understand what they're saying. But the moment you hear something that you know, then you create emotion behind it. And that's what I'm here to also bring to the world. You can break your language structure. You can still use it, but you can break it, right? And destroy all meanings behind all words if you really wanted to. That's why when I look at words sometimes, if someone's saying, you're an asshole, okay, well, that means nothing to me, because I just broke your language structure. I played checkmate before you even said those words. See, like that word right there. So like, you see what Risa just said. How about that word? I have no idea what that says. I have no idea what that says. That, for all I know, that could mean something good or something awful. I have no idea. Well, I wouldn't be able to, because I'm on the stream, unless I'm at home and I took the message and then copied and pasted it into Google, into the thing, because I'm using an iPhone, and iPhone doesn't have great multitasking features, which kind of sucks. But anyways, you see, Risa said something there. Edgar, perfect. Edgar, awesome, cool. Edgar left a word in the chat. I have no idea what he said. Zero idea. For all I know, Edgar could have said awesome. He could have said this is awful. He could have called me a bad word. He could have called me a good word. I have no idea. But here's the thing. There's no emotion behind it, because I have no idea what it means. And when you don't have any idea of what something means, you simply don't entertain it. So imagine, for example, everybody got rid of the word fear out of their vocabulary and it disappeared. Like the word fear. Of course, your body has a sensation. That's why we named it something, to call it something. But if you get rid of the word fear or hate, right? If everybody got rid of the word hate out of their vocabulary, and I'm talking of that in all language, so get rid of the word hate completely, then that word just simply doesn't exist. Then that experience kind of disappears, doesn't it? To some degree, right? I had this conversation with a sister named Alexandra. She said imposter syndrome is real. For those of you who don't know what imposter syndrome is, I'll quickly explain. Imposter syndrome is when you feel like you're an imposter at doing something that someone else is already doing. Right? For example, if you want to be a great speaker, but you see someone doing the same thing you're doing, you'll feel like the imposter, because, they already have built their following, or their influence, while you did not, and you're attempting to do what they're doing slightly different, because you're not going to be the same as them. You're a unique individual, but you consider yourself an imposter. And I told her imposter syndrome is not real. But she's like, well, the feeling's real. I'm like, the feeling is real, yes, but that's because people have, subjected themselves to that feeling. And so people have created this terminology called imposter syndrome. And because of that, they decided that they're imposters now. Once upon a time, that terminology didn't exist in my vocabulary, and I never felt like I was an imposter until I heard those words, and then I took on the limitations of those words. So basically, I caught a stray bullet that was never meant for me, and that's a bar. Write that down. Most of us are catching stray bullets from the internet. When you're listening to people, you might be catching on a stray bullet. And also do discernment with things I say too. If it doesn't align with you, it doesn't align. Don't use it. But I'm just here to sort of point to the experience so you all are just aware, so you can choose a different way of like seeing things, giving you the perspective essentially. Anyways, me and her we had a very interesting conversation that day back in 2024. She's like, Orion, imposter syndrome is real. I'm like, well, it's real because you keep creating it as real. In my universe, it doesn't exist. I'm not being facetious or I'm being ignorant. I know the feeling is there, but I simply don't entertain that idea. So it doesn't exist. To me, it doesn't exist, because how can you be an imposter? Right? Because you are a unique individual. Even if you're doing something similar to someone else, you're not an imposter. Look, people play sports, right? Somebody like Steph Curry. I'm going to use him. He's a really good example. Steph Curry, throwing them threes, draining threes from God knows where, right? There are other YouTubers out there who are doing the same thing. There are people throwing balls from the bleachers into the net, right? They've taken many practices, of course. They didn't get in one shot, because but can they say they're an imposter of Steph Curry? Of course not. How can they? They're their own unique person. Otherwise, if somebody was playing basketball for the first time and there's only one person playing basketball, then everybody else should be the imposters. There wouldn't be no LeBron James or Kobe Bryant or Michael Jordan or Larry Bird, or let's use hockey, Wayne Gretzky, Doug Gilmour, Sidney Crosby, or let's use baseball, Sammy Sosa, Mark McGuire, let's use wrestling, Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior. You see what I'm saying? How can we be an imposter? So that doesn't exist. It's an illusion. It's made up. Hey, good to see you, Justin. Good to see you, bro. I do remember your name, Clone Trooper. It's Felix. Right? But you can never be an imposter to yourself. It's impossible. Unless you've decided that you're an imposter to yourself. Then you unfortunately create the paradox of that ideology that you're an imposter, but you can't be. No one looks like you in the world. Yes, there are people who may look like you, but they're not you. They don't have the same fingerprint. It's not a one-to-one. So you can never be an imposter. I used to have that ideology that I was an imposter to Jay Shetty. For those of you, Jay Shetty, he made wisdom go viral, but I'm going to tell you right now, the wisdom that he was talking about back then, when I look back in hindsight, I'm like, man, that's kindergarten stuff. I mean, he did what he did and he said what he said, and he had a great following, but in today's day and age, well, let's just say that he's like elementary. He's like kindergarten to like what I talk about. The things that I talk about are at like PhD level. But I have to go through his experience. No one's better than anybody, but a lot of people talk at a very kindergarten, like basic, elementary, and nothing's wrong with that. But my point to say is I used to think of myself as an imposter to Jay Shetty because he already built his influence, and he and I kind of have a similar look to some degree, right? And so I'm like, I'm an imposter to Jay Shetty. How can I be an imposter of Jay Shetty when Jay Shetty's his own person, has his own unique experience, and I have my own unique experience, and I'm Orion? You know? Let's see. Right? How can any of us be an imposter to each other? It's impossible. So my point to say is, like, you know, words, they're all made up. And if you subscribe to a word, then you are subjected to its laws and its meanings. That's a bar, by the way, write that down. If you subscribe to, you know, for example, I'm going to use the one that everybody be using in today's age, 6, 7, right? Those are numbers, but those numbers created a meaning, right? 6, 7. It was a really interesting meme. I didn't know anything about 6, 7 up until Halloween last year, just so you know. I had no idea what that meant, because I don't keep track with Gen Z and Gen Alpha lingo, right? When I see something new, like I'm a crash out, I'm like, okay, so that's a new one. Or I'm tilted, or I'm rolling, or you have me in stitches. Or, you know, when I first heard Riz, I'm like, what the fuck is Riz? That person's got that Riz. I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? Are they that lazy to just say charisma? Come on. But it's fun to make language. Nothing wrong with it. But, you know, 6, 7 had no meaning to me. For me, it still has no meaning, because I've dropped the meaning. Right? So when someone says 6, 7, 6, 7, okay, cool. Right? That if you entertain 6, 7, then you're just creating the law of your reality to entertain 6, 7. Right? But for me, like, I dropped 6, 7 as it's just numbers to me, and that we use to calculate things, right? And so when another friend, Jason, we went trick-or-treating with his kids, so that, you know, his kids can come to this area. There was a pumpkin carved with 6, 7, and Jason looked at the pumpkin. He's like, "Oh my God, are you for real? 6, 7 on that pumpkin?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" I thought it was just a cool number, like they like the number 67. He's like, "You don't know?" I'm like, "No, share, enlighten me. What is 6, 7?" Right? The soul has all the answers, but the mind doesn't. So I said, "Enlighten my mind. Tell my mind, what is 6, 7?" And he told me it's a derogatory term, calling somebody like a hoe or some other shit like that. I'm like, oh, well, now I know. But now I'm going to uncreate that experience. So, and like, yeah, you see Stormtrooper, you see FR, for real, for real, for real, right? Once upon a time, I didn't know what FR was. I was like, what the fuck is FR? Is that French? Right? Because I had no idea what that meant, but everybody else had their definition of FR. I know it's a short form for real. I know that now, obviously, but like, you know, 3 years ago when I saw FR, I'm like, what the hell is FR? Is that French? Because, you know, people who live in France, or anyone who speaks French, they use FR as their short form. So I'm like, so my meaning of FR was for French, but most people who are using FR is for real. You see what I'm saying? It's definitely French. Yeah. It probably is definitely French. Or another one, AF. You know, as fuck, right? AF for me, if we go back to the late 90s, early 2000s, when I was still in school, at high school, I was downloading Dragon Ball Z pictures and printing it because I didn't have a printer at home. And I was able to like have like Goku images and whatnot. I was printing a lot of anime pictures at school from the school computer because they had a color printer. And guess what? There was something called Dragon Ball AF back in the day, a very non-canon version of Dragon Ball where Goku went Super Saiyan 5 with silver hair. Now, of course, in today's day and age, Goku does have silver hair, and that's Ultra Instinct. You can consider that Super Saiyan 5. But AF did not mean as fuck for me it meant after future. That's what AF stood for Dragon Ball. So when I heard AF, like, that's cool AF. I'm like, what the fuck is AF? What the hell is that now? There's another one, AF. What the fuck is AF? As fuck, bro. I'm like, so why don't they just say as fuck? Of course, like, once upon a time back in the good old days where there was no such thing as emojis. I know some of you have already used emojis in the chat, right? Like, yes, that's a good one. LOLs with the Z at the end. And LOL and LMAO. When I was playing Counter-Strike back in 1999 in the prime days of the internet and online gaming, where I was headshotting people, headshot, double kill, mega kill, ultra kill, godlike. We were using words like LOL and LMAO, and we still use these words today, obviously, but we didn't have emojis back then. And I was playing around with my cousin one day, and he used LOL. I'm like, what the fuck is LOL, cuz? What is that? You don't know? No, I've never seen it. What is LOL? That means laugh out loud. I'm like, then why don't people just type it out? Oh, because, you know, it's a shorter form. And sure enough, LOL caught on, and then LMAO, right? Laugh my ass off, caught on. And of course there was other variants like what the fuck BBQ, or LMAO what the fuck BBQ, or some shit like that. That one didn't last for too long, but that one lasted for a fair bit. Then there's, of course, XD. People making text emojis before we had emojis. I'm like, what the fuck is XD now? I was in another video game. It's 2008. I'm like, XD? What the fuck is XD? XD? Really? What is that now? Right? People be making up all kinds of shit. In today's days, XD. What is XD? XD was just a smiley, like a sort of like a happy face, like a very how do you even describe XD? Like a laughing face that has like a squint. And then of course there was another face that somebody was making a lot, where they're like cutting your eye at you, like they're like, ugh, I'm like appalled at you. They put like the greater sign or less than sign, period, less than sign, and they give you that look. This is before the days of emojis. Of course, emojis have made things so much more easier, right? If you put the less than sign in the number 3 back then, it was a heart. That one was pretty easy to figure out. But like, what the fuck is XD? Right? People have made all kinds of shit. Yeah, like that one right there. Right? And yes, barbecue. That'd be I know, I made myself a little hungry there. But you see what I'm saying? Like, language is, we have to use it, right? Because if we can't use language, then I wouldn't be able to communicate with any of you. You all wouldn't be able to communicate with any of us, with each other. And guess what? None of us would be able to communicate with each other. So we have to use language. But then we have to remember one thing about language, y'all. That language, it's not really the language, it's the interpretation of the word. That you can change the interpretations of the word at any time. Like, for example, I can change as fuck to be, let's see, I don't know. I can't think of anything at the moment, but I can probably change it to something else, something cool. Or I can probably change RF for real to feel radical or something. Feel radical, y'all. Feel rad, dude. Just because, you know, California, San Diego, feel rad, bro. Feel rad, dude. Throw in some California lingo. That's rad. That's gnarly. And of course there's that one, OFC. That one right there, that one I figured out pretty quickly. That one was, of course, right? But OFC, back then, when I first saw OFC, I'm like, what the fuck is OFC now? What is this? What the hell is OFC? Is that a sports team? Is that a city? Like, what is that? Somebody had to say, dude, that's a short form of course. I'm like, man, okay, so why don't they just write it out? Of course, because, you know, we're getting lazier as a society to write shit out now. You see what I'm saying? So my point to say is, like, yes, we create language, we create short forms, we create acronyms, we create all kinds of stuff, but then we create meanings behind these. And then once you create a meaning behind a word or a phrase or something, like a metaphor, you basically are subjected to the laws of that meaning until you change the meaning. So that, what I'm saying is, you can break all language structure. Every word that I just said, you can just change everything I mean if you really wanted to. I can change everything I mean too. Even every word I'm saying right now, I can change the meaning of it. It can mean completely something different. But it'll be a hot mess. And your mind's going to be like, what the fuck is going on? What is he saying? Like, what is he saying? Right? Somebody yesterday came on, right? And they said that I'm confusing them. And I was like, yeah, I did that on purpose for a reason. I did that because language, just to point it out, is where we get trapped up. When somebody says, like, I hate you, maybe their I hate you is actually that they actually do love you, but they're just playing a little game of, like, they want you to pretend that you're being hated, where they secretly actually love you. You never know. You never know with people. Oh, and yes, slaying, this one, right? This one right here. Slaying. I'm like, slaying, huh? What do we... So slaying is not too hard, obviously. We know what slaying is. You slay a beast, you slay a monster, right? But then when I heard it in a phrase like, yo, go slay that. Yo, you're slaying. I'm like, I'm slaying, huh? Oh, I see where you're going with. Because, like, right now I'm actually, like, and of course this leads into the other one. That guy's cooking. He's cooking, right? Morning. How are you? Good. He's cooking, right? Cooking. Yo, you're getting cooked. That guy's cooking right now. I'm like, oh, I see. He's dropping bars, right? Like this one. That's the other one, dropping bars. I'm like, why don't we just say we're dropping, like, I had no idea when they were dropping bars. When I thought about dropping bars, I was thinking the guy in the prison dropping the bar, you know, the soap bar. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, oh, he's dropping a bar. I'm like, that's not what that means. That has no idea. That's not what that means. He's dropping that fire. You see, like that one, nar or no, N-O-A-R. I have no idea what that is. I've never actually seen that now. You all will have to explain what that means right now. I have no idea what that means. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. Ah, I see. So that's how y'all say no. Okay. But you see, if you all didn't explain what that meant, I'd have been like, that's just a made-up word now. It's all made up. It has no meaning to me because I've never seen it before. You see? That was a good example right there. Right? Once upon a time, like, you know, as all of us were kids at some point, right? We all grew up to some degree, for the most part, in a physical body. We didn't have the words until we took on the meaning of the words. And that's what I'm saying. Like, the whole point of my whole talk about unblocking yourself is to not get trapped up with your words. That's really ultimately what I'm getting at. Not to get, like, when you see somebody on the internet saying something disrespectful, just remember, you could change the meaning of their words and mean nothing. You could just dissolve their meaning. Now, of course, don't be an asshole or arrogant or like holier than thou, but just change the meaning. If it doesn't align to you, just like dissolve it. It has no relevance to you. That's why when someone comes on and they're like they're throwing their Bible verses and like God is the answers and you need to be condemned in hell, I can change their words right now. That means nothing to me. they want to feel empowered with their words, but it's not gonna be conducive to me, so I just drop their meaning, literally. They can continue to enforce that meaning, but it has no bearing on me. So I drop the language. I drop the meanings behind it. Hey, good to see you. Is it, I think it's Rihanna, right? Is that how you say it? I'm sure I'm saying your name right. Hi, Rihanna. Good to see you. So like, and the clone trooper dropped a whole bunch of different face emojis in the chat. It's crazy. When I was looking through these ones back in the day, I'm like, what the fuck is going on with these faces? All right, let's see. Risa said, who gets the best accent? English versus Canadians versus Australian versus Scots versus Southern American. For me, it's Aussie. Hey, you know, for me, honestly, I don't have a best. I like them all. Like, I love people in America with the Southern American accent when they say y'all. I like when they say y'all. Y-A-L-L. I also like people in Ireland, how they have this like Irish like accent. I like the Irish accent a lot. But I also love Australian accent. I love Australian accent. There's something the way you all speak, it's beautiful to hear it. Of course, the British people, right? The British, right? Then we have the New Yorker. It's funny, in one country there's many different ways to speak English. Like in New York, they have this kind of like, I don't even know how to even describe it, but basically they have when they say coffee, they say kofi. And that's in Brooklyn only. Brooklyn has its own language structure out of all of New York. If you go to Brooklyn, New York, you're going to hear English vastly different than if you hear English in Manhattan or the Bronx or Long Island. I know, because I lived in New York for a little bit. And I can tell you, when you go to Brooklyn, you're going to hear people from Brooklyn saying things so much differently than how the other New Yorkers are saying it. It's crazy. Even in a city, there are people saying words differently than other parts of the same like localized area. It's pretty wild. Coffee, yeah, exactly. Coffee. Like, for me, even though it's spelled C-O-F-F-E-E, right? But in like Canada, like in Toronto, and I know San Diego, a lot of people in California say it the same way I say it. Coffee, right? We're pronouncing it that way of spelling, right? But it's not spelt that way, right? Whereas Brooklyn, people in Brooklyn are saying coffee. Like my uncle, he's in Brooklyn, and I'm like, I'm gonna get some coffee now. I'm like, you're gonna get some what now? Excuse me? I'm gonna get some coffee now. I'm like, oh, you mean coffee? He's like, yeah, coffee. I'm like, I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? he's speaking all the other words right, but I'm like, coffee, huh? Nothing wrong with it, right? But like that, because he's been in Brooklyn and other people in Brooklyn say the same thing. Can I get some coffee now? Like, interesting. He also, I think, says donut slightly different, but I don't remember how he says it. But Brooklyn has quite their own variation of English as opposed to the rest of the people in New York City, like in Manhattan and Bronx and Long Island. It's fascinating. I don't know if the same applies to Toronto, but I know some people in Toronto, right? So some of us say Toronto and some of us say Toronto. Some of us say Toronto. I say Toronto, it's just easier. I ain't got time to do Toronto. It's like too long. Toronto. It's easy. Toronto. You know what I'm saying? I hear Canadians say Corono or Toronto. Some people say, you know what? You're spot on. Some people say that too. But my point to say, all I'm saying about language is it's fluid. It's not rigid. It's not rigid. But the thing is, we made it rigid. But also sometimes, like when I hear somebody saying something like, all right, this is where I have to be very aware. Are they saying what I think they're saying? And if I don't understand what they're saying, I'm going to ask for clarification. Hey, is you saying that you hate me meaning that you actually hate me? And if yes, you hate me, well, okay, cool. I don't know why, but like if you hate me, cool. But at least I know that we're on the same page, that you hate me, and that's fine. Or if someone says like, you're very confusing. Okay, tell me, why am I confusing? Is it confusing because of X, Y, Z? I always do my best to ask words are not coming out right now. Hold on. Slow down. I'm getting excited. Hold on. I ask for clarification every time, as much as I can. Like sometimes when I'm in the chat and I'm like, is that what he means or she means? Or are we speaking the same language here? Are we on the same page, right? If more of us did that, the world would be easier to operate, but a lot of us are not doing that. We're not asking, because we're taking, oh, he said this, and that's what it means to me, but to them it doesn't mean that. It means something completely different. Right? Do you see? Language. I know I've been showing the water. You've seen enough of me. You don't need to see me presently right now. I'll just quickly turn the camera to me for a moment. What's up, people? I'm just kind of like moving around as I'm walking and talking. I'll turn it back to the water in a moment. My point to say is language is fluid like water. But if you keep it like rigid to just one meaning, because I keep saying to each of you, if every one of you in the chat, I'm not saying to do it right now, were to tell me your definition of love, each of you will not say the exact same words. I guarantee you, unless you all are psychically like, yeah, we're gonna trick Orion right now, and we're gonna we're gonna go on another live stream and like, hey, let's all get the same definition of love and let's mess with Orion's head. That's not happening, by the way. I bet you each of you will type your own definition of love, because there's different versions of love, right? Now we can go back to water. There you go. You need to say car. Car? Get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car. Yeah, get in the car. Of course I can't do an Aussie accent right now, but get in the car. Get in the car. Get in the car. Right? I'm sure I'm not saying it the way you all say it, but I'm doing my best to somewhat pronounce it the way it's being pronounced. Get in the car. Oh, look, there's a dog here. Well, hello. Check. There's a dog right here. He came to the water. You might not be able to see him. Well, actually, you should be able to see him. Morning.
He don't like you.
Huh? Yeah, I know. I'm good.
Yeah, but I don't like you go to you too, because maybe you was afraid. I don't see you before.
I'm not.
It's okay.
I'm good.
It's 100% for the people.
Yeah.
And the kids.
Yeah.
For the big doggies, no. That's what I'm worried about.
He's good. I can tell he's good.
Right. Stay there. You listen good to the bites. And
Yeah.
the Pakistani listen. We see the doggies, I tell them to come and don't. You go to them.
Right.
You know, sometimes you like to show them.
But you know, the thing is, when you, like, people who have their dogs off leash, they are usually, dogs who are off leash are more in control, because the owner is calm, right? Because I've watched a lot of like dog videos on like how people handle their dogs, and like just by listening to you and I saw you yesterday, I can feel your calmness. So he's gonna be calm. But if you were tense, he would be tense right now.
Yeah, well,
Right.
You know, if you go on the leash, you know, he pushed me and go here and go there. So I got him off. Come here. So I got him off the leash. He goes in, and I keep my eye on the people.
Right.
Come here. You want a drink?
He wants a drink. Hello. I know you want to be petted, so I waited for you to come over here to be petted.
You should see. Yesterday, you have a big duck here.
Yeah.
There. Sometimes he stay there looking for fish.
That's awesome.
Well, it's okay. He like that.
Yeah.
Just appreciate what you do to him.
Yeah.
Stay. That's a good boy.
Well, you trained him well. You trained him well.
Well, you know what? I call him all the time when he sees the people. I call him, when boy call you, run back, call you,
Right.
you have to come. But sometimes, he don't go to the people, but sometimes, he's tired of it.
Yeah.
But I keep dieting him,
Right.
Then sometimes I give him shit, hey, I call you, you come to.
Right.
But I have to talk to him all the time,
Yeah.
Otherwise, I have to keep him in the leash, And the leash is a little hard for me because
Right.
you want to go faster, I go
Yeah.
slow, it push me.
Exactly.
Okay, nice talking to you.
Nice to chat with you
I
too.
hope you film something good for you.
I am. Thank you so much. Have a great day. Thank you. Cool. Y'all got to see the doggy. How awesome. Yeah, so because just so y'all know, anyone that has their dog off leash, I used to be afraid of dogs, just so y'all know. I was terrified, petrified of dogs because I didn't understand how dogs worked. Because I never got to grow up with dogs, and I got bitten by a German Shepherd when I was 5 years old. So of course, that left an emotional imprint, a scar within my subconscious mind, and I had to let go of that scar because I want to be with dogs. I like dogs. I love them. Now, of course, there are certain people who don't know how to handle their dogs because they're so tense and stressed and the dog will feel your tension. His dog was super chill because he's chill right now. He's relaxed. When you're relaxed, the dog will be relaxed. But when you're not relaxed, your dog's going to be in tension because it starts with you. Remember, that's why I keep saying everything. If you have a pet and you're wondering why your dog gets out of control, well, you got to look to you because the dog is looking to you to lead. But if you're not leading, right, then you're basically, the dog has to take over as the leader and you are basically its follower. And it has to protect you. So anyways, that's just a whole side conversation all into itself. Yeah, I got bitten by a German Shepherd at 5 years old. On my leg. Pretty scary experience. Yeah. But, it had to happen. Shit had to happen. I do apologize for anybody that said anything in the chat. I was just in my flow. But yeah, I got bitten by a German Shepherd. So German Shepherd dogs, right? I'm not scared of any of them now, but I'm still cautious because they're more the aggressive dog. They're depending on their owner. There's a brother who has one. I'm perfectly fine with his because he's very calm. He's more relaxed. But then there's a sister out near where I'm currently at, and the moment she comes out and walks, the dog is pulling her and start barking and lunging at other people. There's one time I was sitting at the front of the house. There was some chairs we had at the front of the house, and I'm just sitting, and this 7-year-old little girl, she was walking home from school, and it's not the owner's fault, it's not the dog's fault, but the owner just didn't know that it's her that's in control of the dog. But essentially, the little girl was walking, and she's not afraid of dogs, she's good, but the dog lunged at her. Right? And the owner she was like fighting to keep the dog under control. I'm like, it's because she has a lot of tension within herself. Anytime I say hello to her, she's not at peace. You can feel she's not, somewhere in her soul, she's not at peace because her mind has created a lot of tension. And because of that, when I'm walking and that dog sees me, that dog just like roar, 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 and like roar, 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 like wants to come like barreling at me. I'm fine, but the dog is like roar, 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 roar. You saw that this dog wasn't doing that. You saw firsthand this dog was fine. It's because he's fine. And when he's fine, I know all's good. But when someone is not fine, that's where you gotta kind of like, you gotta be mindful of like the energy of the dog. Don't go pet it, just don't even look at it. I let the dog drink the water before he came over to me for me to pet him. I gave him his space. Wait, there's an ant on me. Hey, get off of me. Let me see. Yeah, they can sense fear. Wow, you got bitten by a Rottweiler at 5? Damn, dude. That's crazy. Yeah. So basically, what I'm saying is like, they can smell the fear, but it's only because, so let's say, for example, I'll use her dog for a moment, the one that lunges at people, because she's in fear, because she's had many times where she's walking and her dog is lunging at people. It's now imprinted onto her to expect that her dog's going to lunge at people. And because she always is having that constant worry in her mind, it's being subconsciously going through the leash, and the leash is sending the signal to the dog. What do you think the leash is for? The leash can be felt with your energy. It's a one-to-one connection. Dogs are energetic beings just like we are. They may not be able to talk, but they can definitely feel your energy. And if they feel you feel like a threat, or you feel unsafe or in danger, they will jump in to do whatever they need to do, right? And that might mean they have to be aggressive to other people. And because we have this imprint, Cesar Millan, he's called the Dog Whisperer on YouTube. If any of you know who Cesar Millan is, I'm sure some of you do. I watch a lot of his content. He helps a lot of people with their dogs. They're wondering why their dogs are out of control. But then when he has their dog, almost instantaneously, he's able to get control of it. Why? Because he's in calm confidence. He has no experience with their dog, but he's like, hey, shh, hey, shh, shh, hey, hey, shh, hey, hey. And he keeps correcting them. Hey, hey. I'll turn the camera to me for a moment. He'll be doing something like this. He'll be doing, hey, shh. He uses that. That's his thing. Hey, shh. Hey. But he's not doing it in like a rough way. He's doing it, hey. Just a quick little yank, hey. Getting them into a calm, surrendered state, right? Because dogs want to be calm, surrendered. They don't want to be up in arms. And this is why I said for all of us, when you know thyself, you can handle anything. But when you don't know thyself, well, all hell will break loose. Calm confidence. Hey, shh, hey, 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 shh, hey, shh, shh, hey, shh. So his dog, the one that was just here, I could feel his energy. I know he's a calm dude. He's not stressed about anything. So guess what? His dog doesn't feel stressed. That's why he was able to come down. He wasn't barking at me. He wasn't rah, 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 rah. He was coming down peacefully, drank the water. You all saw he came to me, pet him, and he went on his way. That's it. By the way, don't go and pet a dog right away unless they come to you and they want to be petted. Dogs like their space to be, just like us humans, we don't want somebody to come in our personal space. Dogs have that same feeling too. They don't want people to be in their personal space until they accept you in your personal space. So when you look at a dog, make sure you're not looking at, when you're with a dog, don't look at them. Ignore, right? You talk to the human, whoever it is. Hey person, how are you doing? I'm good. Dog's like doing whatever. You don't look at them in their eyes. You don't touch them. You don't interact with them until they come over and they're in a calm, confident state, and then you can go ahead and pet them. It starts with you, basically. Again. See you later, dude. Good to have you on, by the way. Cool. we're going to be heading back to the house shortly. I wanted to spend some more time at the water. It's just nice. I have my battery plugged in here. Yeah. So, you know, because I had that fear of dogs for years, guess what I was doing? I was manifesting fear. So every time I was near a dog, guess what? They would feel my fear. And because they would feel my fear, they would be ready to bark at me because they can sense the fear within me. Because I just didn't understand how dogs worked. But now that I know how they work, it's easy. The only thing is, like, if someone's dog currently is barking, rah, 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 right? They're coming at you. Of course, my body will still activate. Immediately, if the body feels threat, you notice this. If you ever feel threatened by something, your body immediately takes action. Like, you'll jump into cortisol immediately and you'll have adrenaline. Like, if your life is on the line and let's say you were in a calm state prior, watch how fast your body can react to something. But I want to share something with all of you. When we are done with that experience, you know what happens? We humans, we forget to discharge ourselves. What do I mean by that? What do I mean by discharging yourself? What does that mean, Orion? Yeah, go for it. Share. I'll do my best to read the what you share. But anyways, as you share, I'm going to share. So, for those of you who don't know, we're going to use a lion and a gazelle. And a lion and a gazelle, when a lion is chasing a gazelle and the gazelle gets away, right? Guess what the gazelle does? Within a couple minutes after it's calmed down, it shakes all that tenseness and shit out of itself and it moves on. It doesn't linger in the past. We humans, we linger in the past because of that past experience, right? That's why somebody can be in a traumatic experience one time and it'll alter their reality. But that same feeling can also be applied to something blissful. Once you've been in a blissful state, it can transcend your experience and you can always be in a blissful state. Of course, shit will come at you, but we humans, we tend to stay stuck in the past because the mind is always locked to the past and it blocks you from your present moment that you're supposed to experience. But we humans, what we need to do is to shake out like a gazelle. When after, let's say, you had an argument with a friend or a partner, go to the other room or go somewhere else and shake it off. But the thing is, the mind will continue to say, you know what, that person, fuck them, and it starts creating all kinds of narratives. Like, fuck that person, I'm gonna make sure they're gonna pay, and it starts creating all kinds of noise, and it won't allow you to shake that shit off until you stop the mind by slowing down and unblocking the mind from creating the blocks of like, I'm gonna make sure that person pays for what they said to me. I'm gonna make sure I get revenge on that person, because that's what we're always seeking, some sort of revenge to some degree when someone says something. Not realizing what we were just talking about 15 minutes ago about language. You can change the meaning of any word at any time. So you can take their words and dissolve it like an alchemist. What is an alchemist? Somebody who can take energy and convert it from one thing to another. Is like taking lead to gold. That's a bar, write that down. I'm sure you heard that one before, because that's not new. All right, let me see what you shared. So my aunt got a 2-year-old Newfoundland and Great Dane and German Shepherd, so a huge dog. His name was Hagrid, and he was 2, so he thought he was a puppy, even though he was huge and would want to play. Yeah. And by the way, as you keep sharing your story, just so you know, dogs have no perception of their size, right? There's a verse, not to get too Christian-y, because we're not here for that, in the Bible, that if you perceive yourself as small, like a grasshopper, amongst like giants, then the giants will also see you as small. That's a bar, write that down. If you see yourself, hey, morning, good to see you. How are you, good? Still alive. Have a great day. Thank you. So if you perceive yourself as small and tiny, then everybody else is going to see you as small and tiny. If you see yourself as gigantic and larger than life, then others will see you as gigantic and larger than life because that's your perceptions. Anyways, continue sharing your story about the dog. As I continue to just keep dropping bars. Let me just read. Let's see. No, you're good. Drop it. You're fine. You're good. No apologies. And one day he bit off a chihuahua's tail and he was sent to the pound and he was killed. And I only met him once. Sorry. Profit freedom. Interesting. Okay, so we are getting some new people. Cool. It's good. And so I'm sorry to hear about the dog that had to happen, and you don't need to apologize about dropping, sharing trauma. The whole point of this channel is to help you to unblock anything that might be blocked. I charge my clients a lot of money, not because I'm greedy for money, because that's not it. I came here we all need to live, right? But I also came here to, help as many people by helping them to unblock their subconscious blocks that they think they have that they actually don't have. So it's good that you're sharing your stories because, it's an experience. You can be in a traumatic experience one time, and I know they say repetition is the mother of all skills, but that's a long-winded way to experience what you want or what you desire, right? If you want to be around dogs again, right, the best way is to be around a dog. But you also have to feel the feeling of it being done within your inner world that you're safe around dogs, right? You have to give yourself that feeling of safety. Your nervous system has to also feel safe. Once you collapse time, because time is an illusion, you're able to be safe around dogs. Like for me, it took me forever to figure out how to be safe around dogs after my experience at 5 years old, not knowing. Because, a 5-year-old does not have their mind fully conscious, except in today's day and age, a lot of kids are coming down remembering who they are. So that rule doesn't apply anymore. That was a limiting belief, by the way. A lot of kids are very conscious in today's day and age. Anyways, it took me all my adult life to figure out how dogs worked. And now that I know how dogs worked, I'm free. I get to be with any dog, provided that the owner's dog is at peace, right? If the dog's owner is not at peace and they're in absolute chaos, unfortunately, I'll just be more mindful of the dog's energy and not interfere, just leave it be. But other dogs, like the one we saw just now that came here, was at peace. And so it came over and I got to pet it. Let's see. What else is being said in the chat? Let's see. Yeah, but guess what? Even though you were heartbroken, nothing wrong with being heartbroken, right? But there comes a point in the journey. So this is a good example, Felix, right? And for everybody else who's listening, that you have the ability to feel the feelings that you're feeling, right? Like you're feeling heartbroken. Like let's say you were with a partner or, someone left and you had a great experience with them. The reason why we feel heartbroken is because we no longer will be able to experience the experience of them anymore in the physical. But just because they're not here in the physical doesn't mean they're not here in the mental. They're still here. They're just they're not in the body anymore. Or the experience of whatever it was that you had prior that you're no longer able to experience. But it's okay to feel heartbroken. You're supposed to experience these things. But then for you to remember that how long will you continue to hold on to that heartbreak? Because life is designed to keep moving forward. Even though time is an illusion, time waits for nobody. So the time is the ultimate sort of like gatekeeper to your experience, right? You can either continue to hold on to it. We want to make sure that we remember these things, but we also want to also let go of the pain around the experience of whatever we sort of lost. For example, I'm going to share a story right now. Hello there, good to see you. I'm going to turn the camera to me for a moment because this one's going to be important. Morning. So this is going to be about money for a moment. I had an experience in 2021 where I lost over $1 million. That was the most amount of money I had at the time. In 2021, I got hit with a scam, a very gnarly scam. And I felt the pain. I hated money for a long time, and it was becoming very hard to, make money. I was working a job, I was making 6 figures, but money was just like leaving me because I had so much resentment towards money because it disappeared from my life. Now, money is not good or bad, it just is, it's just a tool. But I'm bringing this experience because it's important to share this experience. And so for the longest time, I couldn't experience abundance because I kept lingering in the past. I would not let go of the pain of losing that $1 million. It was hard. It was very hard. I saved up. I saved because of a lot of time I invested to get to that $1 million. Saved up, even though in the eyes of the universe, $1 million or 1 penny is all in the same. Just that's another bar. You might want to write that down. The universe doesn't care about big or small. We create big or small. So whatever you think is big is going to be big to you. Whatever you think is small is going to be small to you. That's another bar. Write that down. And so until somewhere last year, I finally was able to break free from the mind traps that I created within myself, that money's actually easy now to make. I make lots of money. I'm not using it as some sort of, I'm not bragging. I'm showing that when we hold on to experiences, we will continue to perpetuate it. And then unfortunately what we're going to do is that we're not going to be able to experience the things that we're supposed to experience. So I'll use another example. I got rejected by this girl. Her name was Julia. Her and we could have had the greatest life together. But I myself in 2021, notice 2021 is going to be a theme because that year was quite difficult. 2021, I met her and there was a lot of things that I just didn't know about myself. Beautiful woman, absolutely gorgeous, she's fucking divine. But her and we didn't click in a way because I was like too much of a people pleaser, shy, unconfident person in 2021. I was very unconfident. Well, the character created that story, just so you know. This is a story that the character created. Yeah. And so when May hit, so that's what, 5 years ago? It's been 5 years. When that happened, 5 years ago, she told me I'm the worst human ever. And I hope you rot in hell, Orion. You are the worst human. I will never team up with you. And I hope you live the most worst possible life ever. That was her final text to me, just so you know. And the reason how that came to be is because the day prior, she had her own preconceived notions of things, of how reality worked for her, right? She's not wrong, it just is for her. Everybody's life is just is. Whatever you believe in is accurate and true for you. And so, what happened, I like walking around these stones, they're fun. I just gotta make sure I don't fall in. What happened was, I sent her something to check out, and we disagreed on the belief of that video. It was a YouTube video about men and women and relationships. Because we were building a good bond, and then that video basically, I told her, this is what I feel about this video, and she's like, I totally disagree with you. How could you? Blah, blah, blah. It's not her fault, right? I take responsibility for my own actions. She has to take hers. But we were now in misalignment, but this was supposed to happen. So for the longest time, I had this idea after that experience. I'm like, you know what? Fuck women. I'm done with women. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Notice that feeling. I'm done. Right? When you feel that feeling, when you say I'm done, it's an energetic feeling of like in your subconscious mind saying, that's it. I'm done. Fuck this. I'm done. You throw up a big fuck you into the air. I'm done. Right? You do that. All of us do this to some degree. When we're experiencing something very difficult, we throw up our hands in the air. We're like, fuck this. Fuck it. And that goes into our subconscious, not knowing that there are many women out in the world and men who are thriving and who know thyself and who are living an excellent life, and they're waiting for their partner to also get into alignment. Just so you all know, if any of you are single and you want to be in a relationship, your partner is waiting for you out there. He or she is waiting for you just to get into alignment. But guess what? You might be in alignment right now, and they are needing to get into alignment so they can come to you, and not the other way around. So it works both ways. And so we forget that just because you had one experience, that doesn't mean it dictates the rest of your life, but the mind creates a story, a narrative that says that if this is how men or women are, then that's how the rest of them are. And the same goes for anything else, like money. If you lost money, then you're going to feel like money was never meant to be with me. So you'll create a story, and the mind will continue to filter out opportunities that will present itself to make sure that you never have money, because the mind is a filtering system. And if something feels unsafe, you will not be able to experience it, even though you're supposed to. Let's say you're supposed to have a business. You're supposed to be an entrepreneur. You're supposed to be making, X amount of money. We know it's not about the money. It's about the impact. But let's say you're supposed to experience a whole bunch of abundance in your life. Joy. But it feels unsafe. So guess what the nervous system and the mind are doing? It feels unsafe. The subconscious mind works hand in hand with the nervous system. So guess what happens? It blocks you. And in order to unblock yourself, you have to feel it. And that's where another problem lies, because so many people don't want to feel a feeling because it feels like death. And of course the mind doesn't want to feel that pain. Why would the mind want to be subjected to pain? Right? Everybody was seeking pleasure, but the funny thing about pleasure is some people are actually happy with their suffering secretly. You secretly you're loving struggle. Somewhere down in your life, you're secretly loving struggle. Your conscious mind is like, no, I don't. But your conscious mind and your subconscious mind, not here, but your subconscious mind works throughout your entire body, secretly wants that suffering to continue because it's safe. That suffering is familiar. It's safe. That's why they say on the other side of pain is growth. And so the mind is always seeking out pleasure, not pain. I'm not saying you have to have a painful experience, but once you know how the minds work, you can start to do things differently. But you have to feel things. I have to sit with myself for days on end in 2024, letting go of bullshit that I was holding on to. That's why I'm able to say the things I'm able to say. Like if someone tells me that I'm this or that, well then that's their perception. I don't take on the opinions of anybody because I change my language structure. Their words mean nothing to me until I give it meaning. That's a bar, write that down. I haven't read the chat, but I'll read the chat shortly. I don't know what's being said in the chat, but I'm going to check the chat right now. Right. By God's grace, through our faith in Christ's blood, payment at the cross for our sins. And yes, another Christian person is here. How awesome. So I was at the park, 3-year-old walked up to, and a 3-year-old walked up and punched my leg, didn't hurt at all, and then said, fuck you, and ran away, giggled. Right, because he or she was at that consciousness level, because that's already been imprinted to, that's okay for them to do, right? Which is not, but their parents, right? When you look at a child, they're just the extension of the parent. And if the parent is doing something, of course the child's going to pick it up. right? That's why there's a saying, give me the child. The original quote goes like this: give me the boy for 7 years and I'll show you the man. Right? That means if your parents or anybody who is raising that boy, I'm going to change it to child now. Give me the child for 11 years, because now it's 11 years. Give me the child for 11 years and I'll show you the adult. You look at any adult person in the world, they're just a child acting in an adult body. So when someone's acting out, it's because they got rejected or something happened to them when they were a child. There's nothing wrong with the child, but the experience of what the adult did for them or to them created the imprint. Every one of you is whole, perfect, and complete. There's nothing wrong with any of you. You've been whole, perfect, and complete. Yes, some people have neurological problems in their mind, right? Some people have some deficiencies with the brain, right? We know this. But you are all divine, sovereign beings, perfect, whole, and complete. And so you have to trace back, why do I feel the things I feel? If you're feeling angry, frustrated, annoyed, irritated, back to like maybe somewhere in childhood. They call this inner child healing. Now, some people spend their entire life saying, I'm going to heal forever. That's another trap from the mind, because the mind always feels like it has to accomplish something. And the thing is, if you're not accomplishing something, the mind's going to tell you you're failing. And that failure means imminent death, because back in the days when we were going through tribes, through human evolution, failure meant death, just so you know. Exile meant death. Isolation meant death. What's the word? I already said isolated. Being isolated, failure, exiled meant imminent death. You were going to die. It's hardwired into our system until you're able to undo the programming and the wiring. You can undo the wiring. It's possible. I promise you, it's possible. But this is what I'm here to talk about. Blocking, going past your subconscious blocks. The mind has created a story, a narrative. And because the mind has created a story and a narrative, guess what happens? You are subjected to that story and narrative. You are not the mind. You have a mind. Big difference. You have a mind to use as a tool to navigate the world with your 5 senses. That's how each of us navigate the world. You're hearing my words right now. That's a sense. You're navigating the world by listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth. You're typing to feel, there's something that you're feeling inside and you're typing it out for me to see. Now I'm going to read some of it, not all of it, because I'm in a flow right now, but you're typing to express how you feel right now. Whatever it is that you're typing, you're using your body, and that's through the mind. The mind controls the body. The body can also control the mind. It works hand in hand. It's a loop. The body is basically the nervous system. If you're feeling like threatened by some of the things that I'm saying, I'm not here to threaten any of your concepts or beliefs. Keep your beliefs, keep your concepts. They work. What I'm here to point at is the experience that everything just is, but you have the power to unblock yourself from whatever you want to experience. It's just that simple. But humans have made it complicated. It has to be like 10 years to heal. You might have to go through a period of time to heal, for sure. Maybe. I had to. But I came to realize I never had to go through years of healing. I could have just snapped my finger and I'm healed. The reason why is because I know that in the mental realm, there's 3 planes of existence. The mental realm, the spiritual realm, and the physical realm. This is the physical realm. In the physical realm, it's a very tough and difficult journey for majority of people because the mind has determined it to be tough and difficult. For me, it's actually quite simple now because I told the mind, you're going to have to get on page with me now, mind. This shit is easy. You got that? You understand, mind? Hello? You want to make this harder? Go right ahead, but you bet your ass that I'm not going to be subjected to you making this harder than it has to be. It's actually quite simple. So I tell the mind to relax, calm down. There's a little puppeteer. This should be a YouTube video right here. I can make a YouTube video right now about this, quite literally. All right, let's see. Exactly, I saw that. I didn't even realize they were behind me until I looked behind. All right, it is 10:30. We've been out here for quite some time. We're gonna get rolling now. For real, for real, for real, for real. I like saying FR. For real, for real, for real, for real, for real, for real. Oh, one sec, y'all. I need to unplug this cable from my. There we go. For real, for real, for real, for real, for real, for real. I like saying for real. For reals. Awesome. Normally we're already back at the house, but because I've been in a flow and I've been by the water and it's been a hot day so far. For real, for real, for real, for real. All right, water. Thank you for all the lessons today, water. We're heading back. I'll see you tomorrow, water. I'm gonna pass the sister with the little baby walking, so I'm not walking behind them. So let me just get ahead of her. So I'm gonna do a little bit of speed walking here. And I'll continue my talk. I'm making sure not to. So the sister next to us with the child, which we just passed, she's speaking another language right now. I have no idea what she's saying. Zero. And that's the whole point. Like, for me, what she's saying has no meaning. It doesn't mean it has no value. It definitely has value. Meaning and value are two different things. And so, for me, the meaning is it doesn't have any like emotions behind it. But it definitely has value. It just, I don't understand what she's saying. But if I spoke her language, I would know exactly what she would be saying. Yeah, you should. That'd be awesome. Ooh, look at this. It's become very foresty now. All this has grown very quickly. It's pretty. If I had started streaming like a couple weeks ago, you would have seen this still more bare. So it's so fascinating how fast these things grown. And it smells very fresh in this area. But you see, this is why I came to the plan, to sort of make so many things apparent. I'm not just talking about, one subject matter. I'm talking about all kinds of subject matters. But you know where it starts with? You and the mind. Right? Because the mind is what determines what you will ultimately experience. So there's another bar. I'm about to drop this, and I said it earlier. There is one planet with 8 billion different worlds on it. Now you're probably wondering, what do you mean by 8 billion different worlds? Think about it. So I see the tip. Don't really say R unless it's the first letter, like Day, like good day. How are ya, mate? Gotcha, I see. Cool. So what do I mean by there's 8 billion different worlds on one planet? Well, you live in your own world. Within your consciousness, there is a world that you live. So, like, for example, there is a sister who jumps on that we've seen, and she talks about Pleiadians. right? Her world, she sees archons and Pleiadians. And it's true to her. It's right. It's accurate. It's real. Because what the mind can perceive and the mind has experienced, the mind will create. So in her experience, that's what she has experienced. Archons and demiurges and whatnot. Exactly, because one person has a world, and that world is within you, and within you, you bring forth whatever you want around you. For example, look, I'll use Dungeons and Dragons for a moment. You have a world of Dungeons and Dragons within inside of you. That Dungeons and Dragons doesn't reside in this body right now, or in my consciousness, but it resides with yours. But your consciousness and my consciousness are actually the same consciousness, having 8 billion different experiences. So your part of that consciousness is enjoying D&D, right? Dungeons and Dragons, and has all the wisdom about Dungeons and Dragons. This consciousness has the wisdom of the universe, because this consciousness decided with this body to work through the vessel. So 8 worlds living on one planet. 8 billion different worlds living on one planet, right? Just like anyone else. You all actually have universal wisdom within you, but it also comes down to your passions. If you're interested in things, right? Whatever you're interested in, it's perfect, it's valid. Some like to cook, some don't care about this things that I say. It's not for them. He's calm. Morning. You can tell by his dog. His dog is very calm and relaxed because he's calm and relaxed. He's just taking a stroll. Right? If someone loves cooking, right? This is not a cooking channel whatsoever. I have cooked on the stream though. But this, I can talk about cooking. I can use the metaphor of cooking. But if someone loves cooking, right? They love baking, they love cooking, they love, barbecuing. They love food. I love food. But this channel is talking about the metaphysics about your mind and how to master the mind and unblock a bunch of things that were sort of like put by you unknowingly through experiences and memories, or memories and experiences, which equals me, M-E. Memory, M, experiences, E. That's what people are. They're a me with the memory and experiences. That's a bar, write it down. Look, his dog is here, and he's on leash. He's coming back this way. Same dog, by the way, earlier. It is beautiful, isn't it? By the way, practice love and authenticity, y'all. There he is. There he is. Hi. Yeah, I've seen them.
And somebody there, he got the shaker there.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I went that close, but I never looked inside because I'm afraid that the guy is sleeping there.
Right. Have a great day. So like today, there's a little bit more wind. It's supposed to rain later. It's supposed to be getting really, really hot later on. It should be okay, but like right now, like the wind is keeping it nice and like chilly. Not chilly, but nice and comfortable, right? The sun wasn't out earlier. It was like more clouds, and now the sun is like out. It's like right there. There's our sun. It's the same sun. Same sun that we all get to experience, but different vibration. Because certain area, the atmosphere is slightly different. If I was in San Diego right now, you can bet your ass that my my skin would be fried, like I'd be more darker, because the sun over there, it's the same sun, the atmosphere, it's much cleaner. Like the air is very clean in the area that I'm in right now, but the atmosphere in Toronto is still full of like smog and pollution to some degree. Especially if you go downtown Toronto, you can see a yellow haze at times because of all the different things, like the cars and the buildings and all the stuff, right? Whereas like San Diego, it does have a city. It's right, like where I'm going to be living. I'm going to be living in downtown, but they have the ocean, they have the mountains, and the city. Like there's lots of houses in San Diego. It's huge, but it's not like Toronto, where it's like just crammed. I'm lucky that at least I have a spot with nature, right? If I did not have this trail, my experience would be a little bit different for sure. I've walked here during the winter time in the cold blizzards. People have seen me walk through the blizzards on my other channel, because, you know, the ones who already subscribed to that channel, only they could see it, but the rest of the world couldn't see it. But they were able to see it. They were able to experience the cold and the difference of like vibration between what we're experiencing right now, and tomorrow our weather is going to go back to like much cooler. It's going to be a cooler day, so I'll be wearing my long sleeves again because the morning is going to be cold. Like this is a summer day. I want to take advantage of today as much as I possibly can. Tomorrow is supposed to be cooler, maybe rain. So starting in June, I don't know if I'll be live streaming as often. I will start probably making YouTube videos, maybe. Oh, I mean, I know San Diego is not hot in comparison to other places. There's places that are extremely hot, extraordinarily hot. But I'm saying, like, when I went there in May, like my skin color went from the color that I currently am to almost like complete, like I was like barbecued, bro. The sun just cooked me there. It was hot, but I mean, it wasn't the hottest, but because of the atmosphere over there, the sun was able to just beam down and just like give me that shade of like that tan immediately. But that's weird. I thought Australia has snow. I could have sworn I've seen snow in Australia before. Like, isn't right now considered technically like fall for you all? Because the seasons start to change. I could have sworn that Australia got snow. But I don't live in Australia, you do, so only you can tell me. But you see the weather that we're having here right now in Toronto. This is what this is what I am going to be experiencing almost every day when I'm in San Diego. In the mornings, it's in like winter time. Their winter is like our, our late fall, where it's like 1 or 2 degrees in the morning, but then in the afternoon, you can take off all your layers and you can go surfing if you want. And the water is pretty warm. Laguna Beach is a little bit warmer than San Diego, which is an hour and a half-ish northwest of San Diego. San Diego is considered the most southwestern city in America, or in not even just America, in North America. So, yeah, it's interesting. I never thought I was going to ever move from Toronto, but here we are. So for us, we interchanged the word autumn and fall here and there. Sometimes I say autumn, but most of the time I say fall. I usually default to saying fall instead of autumn. But you see, here's the funny thing. That's a synonym, right? Two different words to basically express the same thing. That's why I'm also, I'm very passionate about language and sharing with people that all the different scriptures. And look, maybe a Christian person is going to come on and say you're wrong, but let's do it. I'm going to just say it anyways. So many people come on saying we die for our sin. You saw it earlier, right? All the holy scriptures, every single one of them was attempting to say the same thing but using different words. The ancient people were attempting to tell the rest of humanity, hey, the answer is you, but they had to use different words and parables and myths and stories and metaphors just so that people could understand that the answer was you. The Bible, for my Christian people, right? I'm sure someone Christian is going to jump on and probably start saying, you're wrong, Orion, right? Because it's based on their level of awareness of the words that are spoken, right? There's a verse that says, be still and know that I am God. Psalm 46:10. There are many people in the world now that know this verse to be still and know. Be still, that means be still within yourself and know that they and everyone else and everything else is part of the oneness. That's how the verse should have been written. But because it was written in that way, it was to see who was going to master their mind and who wasn't. So most people who are under the Christian, philosophies, and it's not wrong, they're not wrong, they have said that be still and know that I am God. It's a dude in the sky. And that's fine. If the dude in the sky is bringing you joy, then amazing. But I know a lot of Christian people, what they tend to do is attempt to save others. I'm not here to do that. I'm not here to save you. You're here to help yourself by knowing different perspectives. So there's another one that seek ye the kingdom within. Well, it doesn't say actually within. It's just seek ye the kingdom and all its righteousness, and all shall be added unto thee. They're thinking some kingdom, some outside world, some outside imaginary place. The kingdom's actually here right now within you. The Bible is not some religious book, it's a metaphysics book. But if you believe it's a religious book, then it's a religious book, because what the thinker thinks, the prover proves, and that's a bar. As you know, write that one down. And so that's the reason why I say the things I say, because I'm well aware of all the traps. But it's only a trap if you ensnare yourself in a trap. His dog is very peaceful. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. There's another one. In order to enter the kingdom of heaven, you must be like children. Right? In order to enter the kingdom of heaven, you must be like children. What does that actually mean? When you enter the kingdom of heaven, kids, they play and they have fun, right? Us adults, we forget to have fun. When kids are playing, they're in joy, generally speaking, until an adult tells them, stop doing that. And that's where the imprint starts. When an adult who has forgotten themselves, I'm not saying not to discipline your child, but there's proper discipline, and then there's like really gnarly discipline. But essentially what I'm saying is that you have the power in every present moment to be like children, have joy. That's why I keep saying be in joy. And you will enter the kingdom of heaven and have everything you want. Or not even want, everything you already have within. I'm not here to teach any philosophy. I could give fuck all about philosophies. I'm not here to give you more dogma. I'm not here for that type of game. What I'm here to do is to remind every human who they are as a sentient being, and they have the power in every present moment to change their life. That's what I came here to do. So that every human remembers how powerful and magical and extraordinary they are, that they forgot. They can use whatever philosophies they want. It all works. Use it. But don't start saying this person's right, this person's wrong, that someone must be right and others must be wrong. You're all right. Everybody is right from their own perspective because they lived their own experience. I haven't seen Amelia for today. She hasn't been on. That's the person who jumps on with the name Oliver. But guess what, y'all? We get to see the Bubbas. Look at them. They're just hanging out here, eating that grass or whatever on that grass, doing their thing. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, there's 11 of them. I thought there was 10. There's actually 11 of them. They're getting big. They're starting to get really big. Oh yeah. I like birds, I like planes, and people says I'm autistic. And you're good, you're perfect. You're perfect as you are, Rohit. Just gonna chill here for a moment. They're getting big. Look at them. They're starting. They can't fly yet. They don't have the wings, but they're gonna be as big as these guys or these girls soon enough. Within by the end of the summer, these guys will be just as big as them. They grow up very, very quick. How awesome. I like how they're just looking in one direction. They're just being, and then they're doing the thing with their head. The animals are very fascinating. You just look at them and you're like, why are they doing what they're doing? Like sometimes they sleep with one foot. Like they stand on one foot while they're sleeping and they put their heads in their back. It's weird to us, obviously, because we created that perception, but it's not weird to them. That's their natural way of being, right?
They're so cute.
They sure are. There's 11 of them.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
They'll be just as big as them by the end of the summer.
Yeah. Look at is that the mom or the dad staring at us?
Yeah.
Okay, we don't want
Yeah. We're good. I think they know that a lot of humans are looking at the babies.
Yeah, I think so too. But they're terrifying. Aww. That's cute. Have a
Yeah.
good day.
You too. Cheers. I would throw a Pokeball too if I had one, but look, he's just looking at me. Look at this one. This one right here is just looking at me. I like how they twist their heads and they're quick. And the little ones are just doing what the little ones are doing. They ain't got time for all this. So just like Kingdom of Heaven, they're just being little children. They're just being, where the adults, they have an imprint now, and they're like, I know better than you. You need to follow me, and this is what happens. All right, Bubbas. I'll see you later, Bubbas. They can continue. They can stop looking now. Speaking of Pokemon, if I had a Pokeball, it'd only be one Pokemon. For me, there's only one for me. And that is Mewtwo. I know he might not be the strongest now because, Nintendo had to make all kinds of other Pokemon stronger than him, but he's the OG strong bad boy. Rayquaza and Arceus and all them, they can go somewhere else. I'll fight a Rayquaza any day. I'll fight an Arceus any day with a Mewtwo. Last time I played Pokemon was Diamond and Pearl. Like I fully played out Diamond. Actually, no, that's not true. I played Black and White. But Diamond and Pearl, I faced someone who had an Arceus and I was Mewtwo and I beat his ass. And he had a Rayquaza. He had a shiny Rayquaza. A black one. I beat his ass too with Mewtwo. It's awesome. I don't even know that Pokemon, bro. I don't even know the new ones. Morning, brother. How are you? You good?
Very good, thanks.
Good stuff. I'm excellent.
So enjoy it.
I will. Thank you so much.
Going on Caribbean now.
Hey, enjoy. Have fun.
Dominican.
Enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you.
No problem. Enjoy. Have fun.
Absolutely. Thank you.
All right. Have a great day. Amazing. He's going to the Caribbeans. Cool beans. I'm going to quickly hang again. That's awesome. Have fun, brother, in the Caribbeans. Amazing. I've been to St. Lucia, St. Martin. I've been to Guyana, which is in South America, but it's still part of the Caribbean islands. Well, it's still part of the Caribbean. It's not part of the Caribbean islands, but it's considered one of the Caribbean places. I haven't gone to Jamaica or Bermuda or Grenada or Trinidad and Tobago or Dominican Republic or Cuba yet, but I will be heading there at some point. Well, Cuba and Dominican Republic, I mean, I get a lot of that vibe from San Diego anyway, so I wouldn't need to go there. San Diego gives me that Dominican and Cuban vibe at times. Oh yeah, let's go. Oh, I haven't played Sword and Shield. I stopped after X and Y. You want to hear the story about, you know, the reason why I stopped in X and Y? You want to hear? It's so silly, but you'll know why. I stopped playing Pokemon in X and Y because of one city. That was it. It's not that I gave up, but the camera angles were awful in that one city. I forget what city it was, where you're going like top down and left is right and right is left. And I'm like, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing all this. So after that city, I was like, I'm done. Morning. I was like, I'm done. I'm not playing X and Y. I was like, I'm done with Pokemon. Finished Black and White. I didn't play Black and White 2. I didn't play Sword and Shield. I didn't play whatever the other ones are. Black and White and Diamond and Pearl were the last I played. That was it. So anything after Diamond and Pearl and technically Black and White, because I don't actually remember a lot of Pokemon in Black and White except for Zekrom, I think his name is, and Reshiram or something. I forget their names. But essentially, like I stopped playing that because the city just was just like horrible to navigate. I'm gonna be we're heading back, getting those steps in. I'm glad he's gonna have fun at the Dominican Republic. He's going to the DR. It's fun. Anyways, back to what I was saying. So a lot of people, when it comes to like reading words in a book, do they know what they're actually reading? Because it comes down to their perception of each word. And that's why I say you can break your language structure. All things we're attempting to point to the same thing. There's actually a video on YouTube, and it's probably my favorite video of all time. Morning. So, how many videos are on YouTube? Probably trillions of videos, right? There's probably a trillion or a quadrillion of videos on YouTube. But there's one video on YouTube that basically is my favorite because it was put together so well. And it's by a guy named Chase Hughes. Just another version of each of us, who his consciousness was also arranged in a certain way, and he was able to study through all kinds of, philosophies and text, the Holy Scriptures and verses and all that. And he was able to come to his conclusion, which I already knew, that all things were just one thing, and that we just decided to defend our favorite book, not forgetting that we all have the ability to understand all the others and like all the other words. And you don't have to like love it, but you can at least respect it. But so many people have defended their favorite book because it's their favorite book, right? And because of that, due to that fact, guess what happened? They started creating split and distractions, and a world that's divided is a world that can be conquered. Just so you know, there is, not to get into this, but there are proctors of the exam. I don't adhere to them anymore because I've already I've already remembered thyself, and I'm no longer subjected to their game. But essentially, they want you to keep being distracted and divided so that they can continue to feed off of you. That's a whole other conversation all unto itself. That's a whole other topic that can steer into being political. It could be, cultural. It can be religious, but I'm not here to talk about that. I'm here for you to unblock your mind so that you can live your best life. It's plain and simple. That's what I do. For those of you who are new to the channel, my name is Orion Phoenix Stellar. I go by Orion for short. You can call me Orion Stellar for the slightly shorter name. Ooh, very nice. Morning. And I help people to unblock their subconscious blocks so that they can live their best life. You could. If that's what brings you joy, go and do it. If that definitely brings some joy, awesome. So anyways, for those who are new and jumping on, yes, I help you to unblock your subconscious blocks so that you can live and tap into your best and ultimate life and live it the way you were designed to, you were destined to, you were supposed to. We were not supposed to come to Earth fearing. We were coming to Earth to enjoy. There was a sister, actually. Anything that has like a fusion of a warrior and a healer. If there's a class that's a warrior / healer, like a fusion of both, I'm basically going to take that kind of class. I always am like you can call it like the battle mage. Like when I play video games, I always strive for being a battle mage. Being able to heal, but also be able to fight. So in like Final Fantasy, that would be like a red mage or a blue mage. In Phantasy Star, that would be like a Huneral the Huneral was actually really the only battle mage in the game. She is both mage and fighter at the same time. Druid it is. Yeah, I always strive for a class that heals and can fight at the same time. Obviously, the one that can fight isn't the strongest, but can handle its own. Like, you can say like the jack of all trades. That's a bit of everything. But in my case, I'm everything. I'm not a bit of everything, I am everything. Because I decided that to be so. Well, the trail is pretty much done. Well, we're done for this trail walk. We're going to be heading back now. Gosh dang, it is nice. Definitely got to get that exercise in though. I don't know if I'm going to be getting the exercise in first. I probably might get the exercise in first before I eat. Only because it's already late. And, well, when I say late, it's already later in the day. And I'd rather get the movement done earlier than later. But I'll definitely grab my food. Probably at like 2 o'clock, give or take. We'll see. Oh man. Yeah, so I would be Druid. Anyways, we're walking up backwards. For those of you who are jumping on, you're probably wondering why we're walking backwards. Well, because it's good for your knees and your spine and your joints. Going uphill backwards. Also gives the mind something to think that it needs to accomplish as well. Even though I tell the mind, you don't need to feel like you are failing. You're not. But at the same time, let's just do it. It's good for the body, you know. Healthy body, healthy mind. Healthy mind, healthy body. They work hand in hand. Usually if you have a healthy body, you have a healthy mind. And usually if you have a healthy mind, you will have a healthy body. Because your healthy mind and healthy body becomes your state of being. That's a bar. Write that down. Or you could be a fighter and be a eldritch knight so you can cast a few spells. The spells would be like... I definitely like the idea of the knight, for sure. A fighter and a knight. There is a class in Phantasy Star Online 2. I haven't played Phantasy Star Online 2 in forever though. But there's a class called the Techer. The Techer class. Techer, Techer. They are half mage, half warrior class, which allows them to use swords and daggers and like sabers. And they're able to use like rods and staffs and scepters. But of course they can't use all weapons. They can't use like katanas. They can't, actually no, they can use katanas, but they can't use like partisans, and they can't use some other like class specific things like a bow and arrow. But a Techer class can use practically almost everything. It obviously doesn't have the highest attack power, but it can do some pretty gnarly damage. And I can switch between healer and like battler at will. So it's pretty cool. All right, yesterday we went the long way, I believe. So we're gonna go the short way. We're gonna go into this street. This street over here is the street that I usually walk. In. So Alfa Romero, huh? You don't see Alfa Romeros much in Canada, but there's an Alfa Romero here. One thing about specific cars like Alfa Romero, you have to go to the specific Alfa Romero like car dealership to, well, that's not entirely true. You can go to any oil changing place or you can do it yourself. But You know, if there's like Alfa Romeos or Ferraris, like I like those kinds of cars, but I'm all about Supras because you can always find a Toyota dealership to help if you need help with your Supra, or just a mechanic. Got to make sure when I'm in San Diego, I get my top mechanic to sort out my car. I like the word. I like being a knight. As long as the knight can cast like a healing spell, then I'll be the knight. Because the knight just sounds cooler. Like imagine you're walking around, I'm a knight. In my perception of the word druid right now, notice the word, right? I have no really preconceived notions of what a druid is, but for me, it doesn't sound as cool as a knight. It sounds like some kind of thing. So I'd always probably choose something that sounds the coolest. And a knight sounds really cool. Now, of course, if my perception of the word druid changes, then I'll have a new imprint of that word. But presently, because I don't have any impressions of that word except for knight just sounding cooler, because I know what knights are, right? They wear armor, they have a sword, some can heal. Yeah. Got it. It's just the word druid doesn't sound cool. That's all. They must be cool, but the word doesn't sound cool. But that's just misperception, as you can see. See what I'm saying about words? Right? If you have a different perception of the word druid, like you know exactly what a druid is, and you know how it looks. Right? Currently, I don't have an image of what a druid can look like, just based on what you shared that they can use swords and stuff. I have an idea. They could sound like they're similar to a Tekker from like Phantasy Star. I like this street because it has bigger houses. I like big house energy because big house energy gives you that money vibe. There's like 3 big houses in this one little area, and they were all built around the same time. That one first, then that one. That one actually started before this one, but this one finished like last. But this one started first, or started before that, the one on the side there. So it's pretty fascinating how fast they put this one up, the one over there. Like they got to work. They got that one up within like 7 months. The one that I just passed to my left took like a whole year and a half for it to be finished. They're practically almost the same to some degree. And this house right here took less than a year as well too. But this was the first house in the street that was rebuilt. And of course there's other houses over there that also have been rebuilt. Those didn't take that long either. Ah, okay, perfect. Got it. I think it's just the name druid doesn't sound as cool as the knight. That's all. The word knight just sounds like a total badass. You know what I'm saying? Unless you know what a druid like obviously is, because you know it's based on a class, not a specific like subset of species. That's your species of class, like human or elf or whatever, right? I'm sure that's how, if I remember correctly, D&D works. There's different like races. Oh my god, it's just so nice. Oh, you guys didn't see this yesterday because I didn't walk through the park yesterday. Y'all are gonna see a field of yellow in a moment. Get ready for it. It's gonna be pretty awesome. Check that out. Eldred Knight sounds cooler, so I'll go with that. As long as I can have some spells to cast and heal, then I'm a knight. A knight that can heal. A healing knight. Look at that. Look at that field of dandelions. Bunch of yellows. that field. It's a beautiful field. Yep. Now I'm not going to walk through there because my shoes are going to get all yellow due to the, the dandelions, shedding the color onto your shoes. So I'll just be walking on the path here. There is a path that he's walking in, but that's because they made a walking path through over there. Goodness gracious, it's fire right now. It's hot. Whew. It's good though. I like it. But there you go. There's your there is basically the field of yellows. Hey, morning. It's a field of yellows. Yeah, share the species. Oh man. Usually I would always choose a human, like the default human, because usually the human that's all rounded, usually the class that is always all rounded, like a human is usually all rounded. But if it's like an elf usually has a little bit more magical powers. But I like elves to have ears pointing upwards, not to the side. Any like elf that's ears are pointed to like the side, I don't really dig too much. I like elves whose ears are pointed upwards to the like towards their head, similar to like our ears. So basically, they have bigger ears. Whew. Damn, we've been out for almost 4 hours. It's great. We were actually at the water longer today than we were yesterday. I am going to walk this way today. Still have a little bit more to get back, so just a smidge more to keep going. Definitely might have to go to the store potentially. I have to get the phone charged up. I'm running out of water. So much water. Drinking so much water that like I have to actually buy water. So yeah, I think for the rest of the month I'm going to live stream consistently, just so that I build the algorithm a fair bit. And then June I'll start making content and get ready for the content stuff. I'll make horizontal videos because this is vertical videos. I'll make horizontal videos and talking about the mind. Everything you've heard me talk about already, it'll be in those videos. You can watch them if you choose to, but like those videos are to bring in more people into the channel and to help them. Because like really what I want to do is just help people to just stop creating unnecessary obfuscation. I'm not saying stop watching other YouTube video and other YouTube content, but I'm basically going to say, like, I can make a video like this should be the last YouTube video that you need to watch on spirituality or personal development. That's a bold title, Orion. There's people who say, give me 143 seconds and I'll show you how to blast past your subconscious blocks. Right? There are people who make videos like that. I basically want to just give it all in one video. Give tremendous value in one video. Absolute, like, balls to the wall. Even if it has to be a friggin' hour-long video, make an hour-long video and say everything I need to say and get it out of the way. All right. So we got human, Tifi, elf, dwarf, orc, goblin, fairy, pixie, centaur, halfling, half elf, half orc, half goblin genome or gnome. I think I'll just be human, bro. I think I'll keep it simple. Human like knight. But share all of them. I'll do my best to read all of them. But definitely knight. Or definitely human. Because I know human is just human. God damn, I am starting to... Oh, they did put it out. They started to put out the peacocks. Very nice. They started to put out the Buddha statue and the peacocks here. This house, they change the themes out every season. So now that the summer's out, they have the peacocks out. I love it. I can tell their house is such a chill vibe. It's not hostile. Genesis. I like that word. Genesis. Brother here cutting his lawn, mowing that lawn. That perfect grass. No dandelions. Got that perfect grass. Doing his thing. Hey, he's enjoying his time. He said hello to me as I was walking by him because he was focused on cutting that grass, mowing that lawn. Orion. The character is going to be named Orion. And if it wasn't Orion, it was going to be Phoenix. And if it wasn't going to be Phoenix, it was going to be Stellar. Because that's my name. And you can wear it out because it's everlasting. That's a real bar. Write that down. I'm everlasting. Orion the Eldridge, that's how I'm saying it, right? Eldridge Knight. That is a H. I say human sometimes as humans. HOOMANS, humans. These humans, all the humans on the planet. Lots and lots of humans. I think we're definitely going to be doing our workout as soon as I get back in, because I figured I'll just take a moment to just chill and rest and take in and get ready for it, because like if I eat now, then I'll have to like wait a little bit to then do it, technically speaking. But yep. All right, we're almost back. This is how I get my 10K, just walking around the neighborhood, walking through that trail. It's an easy walk. Morning. It's an easy walk around. Everybody should be taking advantage of today here, because tomorrow it's going to be cold. Well, colder, because, now that we have this comparison, we'll be like, oh man, it's going to be like, we lose like 15 degrees Celsius in temperature, or for my Americans, 30 degrees in Fahrenheit. Isn't it fascinating how we use different ways to measure something, but it's still all the same in the end? What alignment is your character? When you say alignment, you'll have to tell me what alignment means in terms of Dungeons and Dragons again. I guess if I'll just say the character that is the most aligned, that is super balanced. I don't know. that's what alignment means in Dungeons and Dragons, and that's basically what I want. Alignment where I was balanced in everything. I don't think that's what that means though. The phone's okay. I do need... Oh, I'm heading back, Rihanna. I'm about to go do my workout. Gotta take off my shirt again because it is one hell of a hot day. I'm gonna do my leg exercise today. Lower body. Get that lower body in. It's gonna be fun. I haven't eaten yet. I'll eat later because, you know, if I had already come back inside at like 9 a.m., I would have already ate something, but I'll eat later. Figured I'd just get it done off my plate. Yeah, it is a beautiful day. It's supposed to rain apparently later, but that's why I'm taking advantage of it as much as I can now. Whew. I might have to go to the store too, potentially. Got to get some water because it's hot. I've been drinking a lot of water, and the more I drink water, you know. I also might have to cut the grass today too. So there's all kinds of fun things I might be doing, or I might save it for tomorrow. We'll see. Ain't no way nobody else is awake. They gotta be awake. They just didn't open the front door yet. Come on. Really? Maybe they went to work. Who knows? In the backyard, yeah. Definitely probably have to cut the grass. God dang. We're back. I definitely have to go get my cooler for my phone. Come on. Come on. Whew. Whew. It's hot. Feeling it. Man, crazy. Sweating that buckets right now. Really, Cable? Really? We're doing this right now? I want to live in a world where there's no cables. Ever. No more cables. Everything is charged via solar panel, or it just gets free energy. And electricity just flows wirelessly for everything. A world where the wires don't exist. It'd just be simple. Maybe I'm meant to do that. Maybe I'm supposed to bring a change to the world where all electricity is run wirelessly through the sun. We have solar panel, of course. We have solar energy, but free energy. Just so you all know, there's something called free energy. But every time somebody goes out and attempts to make it in the world, guess what happens? Somebody takes them out because it disrupts the businesses for the electric companies. You best believe, if I were to bring that to this world, there ain't nobody taking me out. I'm making damn sure about that. I'm gonna send it Super Saiyan. I'll just go Super Saiyan on them. I'll turn on my alien powers. Alright, phone is plugged in. I'm gonna open up the front door because it's hella hot. I'm gonna change my other headband. I'm gonna change into my other shirt quickly. God dang. You know, whenever you sweat so much that your shirt sticks to you, that's exactly what's happening right now. My shirt is like stuck to me. Goodness gracious. I'm gonna be probably go shirtless, most likely. You know, when the shirt comes off, you know, when the shirt comes off, we mean business. We're like locked in. We're locked the fuck in. I'm gonna grab an apple quickly and my vitamins. That way at least I have something in the gut. Usually I'd be making eggs, but because it's already pretty later in the afternoon or in the morning, I can do that afterwards. What is that? I'll be back outside shortly. Feels like everything's in some sort of chaos in here at the moment. It's kind of weird. Just washing out some of these dishes. If I see dishes, I usually just take care of them because I'm not the type to leave stuff lingering. I get things done. So there's something I haven't even shared with all of you, if any of you are there presently. There's something called ATFTs and ITFTs. And you're probably wondering, what the hell are you talking about now, Orion? Well, this one's gonna blow your mind. ATFT is known as the ability to follow through. And ITFTs are the inability to follow through. And your mind always makes ATFTs and ITFTs. If you say you're going to do something and you do it, then the mind will build an ATFT. And every time you build more ATFTs, you will continue to create momentum. This is basically the process of building momentum. If you say you're going to do something, and it doesn't matter what that is, and you don't follow through, whether you say, I'm not going to eat at 3 p.m. today, and then you break your rules, then the mind will say inability to follow through, and then the mind can't trust your words. So the mind's like, nope, I can't trust this human. I have to trust that I can survive. So because this human has not been able to follow through. So ATFTs and ITFTs, remember that. It's important to know that. ATFTs and ITFTs. The ability to follow through and the inability to follow through. But here's the other way you can get around your ATFTs and ITFTs. Even if you break your rules. Let's say you say you're going to do something and then you don't follow through with it. As long as you don't feel guilty about not doing the thing, you're okay. But the mind will find a way to finesse you into believing you did something wrong every time. So you have to train the mind enough for it to allow yourself to also just be okay if you didn't do anything. So like right now, I'm cleaning. Did I need to clean? Well, no, but I chose to clean because I like it. And I do things based on joy, not because I have to do it. Now, of course, if there was responsibilities, it really comes down to your perception of things. Again, I keep talking about this. It's perception. Perception, perception, perception. Perception creates perspective, and perspective creates perception, and perception creates perspective, but they also create projection. So these are little things that the most are not talking about in the world, because they themselves don't know, or they do know, but they want you to keep buying into their way of being. I'm not here for you to buy into anything of mine. If you feel called to work with me, you'll work with me. If not, no big deal. The ability to follow through and the inability to follow through. Just remember that. If you can remember that. Oh, because I was not my phone. I didn't see your messages, bro. I only now came back to the phone. You see, I'm not here at my phone. I can't see it. I wish I could see your messages when I'm not looking at the phone, but I couldn't see it. It's all good. All right, I'll respond in a moment. I'm just in the flow. You know the drill. But I'll look at it shortly. Let me just do my thing. All right. First things first, I need to switch to 1080p 60. And I need to also get my cooler. So there's still a couple more things I need to do before I can start reading the comments. Because the last thing I desire is for phone to be like going through its chaos and having a little hissy fit. Phone be throwing a little hissy fit at times. Can't have that happening. All right, so that's one. So like paladin and cleric worship a god, so their alignment is their god. Okay. Well, I don't worship a god. I am God. So whatever alignment that is in D&D, that's what it is. I don't worship, like, obviously I'm probably sure like they all have some sort of like they abide or they obey some sort of like lawmaker. I'm gonna break the rules. I don't obey to anybody. I am my own law. All right, I'm gonna restart the stream. Give me a sec. 1 sec. I'll be right back. Welcome back. Should be working. Let me go double check. It should be working. Yeah, it's working. It's working. It's working. Yep. Okay, cool. I'll be back outside now as I finish my apple. Got my shirt off. Get that tan. Why not? Yeah, that is so me. I am my own law. So if there's a class, or my alignment is I am my own universe. I believe in a higher power, but the higher power is also right here, right now. That's another bar. And let my Christian people come on and argue all they want. I'm not here for that. His personality trait, he's easygoing, but if you step on him, he'll fight back. He will he's very bold. So he's bold, charismatic, confident, but also calm. So he's calm. 2 words, just calm confidence. That's enough. And 3 words, charismatic. So he has 3 C's: calm, confident, and charismatic. And I'll make sure I'll be coming there at some point. You're giving me a reason to come to Australia now. I can't wait to come to Australia when that time comes. I'm going to hear crikey. I want to hear crikey so badly. I just want to be physically in the person and hear somebody say crikey. Well, I appreciate donate or no donate, I appreciate it regardless, but thank you. Even if that's an insult, that's fine. In the eyes of the universe, 1 penny or 1 billion is still one and the same. It's us human minds that have created the false perception. Value has its own... Value is a very interesting word, by the way. Because value... What is actually value? Right? This apple can be value and valueless all in the same time. You know why? Let's say, for example, you're hungry and you're also thirsty. And the water in the apple will also give you hydration. You will find this apple extremely valuable. But if you were not hungry and it wasn't hot, in fact, let's say the weather was cold, I still eat apple, but I wouldn't be craving an apple. This would not be as valuable. So value comes down to context and basically it also comes down to perception and preconceived notions of what is going on with value. So this apple right now is very valuable to me because it is hot as hell out here. Why do I not help other kings? I'm helping you right now. This is called you're a king. The only reason why you may not feel that it feels like help is because you are looking for a specific type of help. What is it that you need help with? Do you need help with anything? If not, I'm just going to continue to talk. I came to serve the world. So you're part of the world. If there's something that's festering, let me know. I don't gatekeep shit like other people. Ain't nobody got time for all that. Gatekeeping shit. It's so funny how people do that. They gatekeep information. All because they don't want other people to know. They're playing that dumbass human game. You are literally God pretending to be human. You have all the information inside. There's no need to gatekeep anything. And knowing that everybody else has the same information as you, it's just not in their awareness of their mind, right? I'm not gatekeeping shit. I help people to break past your subconscious blocks, and I do charge them for that. It's just like anything. You go to a doctor, you get charged. You go to a grocery store, you get charged for food. Go to a restaurant, you get charged for the meal you eat. Same concept. Right? You go to the store, buy shoes, you're getting charged for the shoes. So I charge for my services. And I charge a lot. So whenever I'm speaking, take notes, because there's going to come a point where this stuff will... Well, I'm going to be sharing it. I'm not going to gatekeep it. But if you need more help, like one-on-one support, then reach out. No. My ideals is this. Everything is one thing. And that I'm super powerful. And I can be anything at any time. Those would be my ideals. My character is basically has no limitation, essentially. Let's just put it that way. You can tell by the way I am. You should know the way my ideals would be for my character. I'm a one-to-one with my character. So, just the human aspect is cool that you asked, or like the race and the class, but the like traits and the personality, that one you should know that should be one-to-one with me, because the thing is, for me, I operate the way like an anime character would operate, because I know myself that this is a video game. This life right now that we're calling life is a video game. Yeah. What is your character's bonds like your family or a lost person? I want you to actually see, based on what you know about me, what do you think it's going to be? Let me reverse the question to you now. What would you think my character's bonds would be? If you had to take a guess. You would know by now. There you go. And caring about people and who they are. Not caring about their past or what they've done or some preconceived notions of like, yeah, you have to be a certain way. I'm just getting my dumbbells and stuff quickly. Gosh dang, it's going to be a hot and long leg day. Well, leg day is not long. It's like 30 minutes, but it's going to be, or 40 minutes, depending. But it's going to be a little bit challenging due to the fact that I have to go through the heat and do this. And most likely I have to cut the grass today, because nobody else is going to do it. And I don't complain about stuff. Like, there's some people in this house who complain about bullshit. You don't do anything. You don't cut the grass. Even though I'm doing my passion work. Some of them believe I still don't help the world. They still think that I'm just like, they've seen my clients and they still don't believe that I'm doing a real job. Their perceptions are skewed. It's crazy. So then they're like, you don't do anything real? Okay, well, if my bank account hasn't shown you, it's funny. Some people's perception. You can live in the same house with people, but you can be totally different, and that's a bar. Write that down. I live in a house where no one is quite, like, we're all unique, but I mean, we don't have the same philosophies. In fact, I have a very, very vastly different philosophy of life than to the 5 people that live in the house. What they have is what they have, and theirs is right. But mine's is right too. Right? Some of them have been conditioned to believe that they have to go to a wooden building to find salvation. And yet, when they leave that wooden building, then they don't have salvation when they're out of the wooden building. That's kind of ridiculous, isn't it? This is me just speaking just absolute facts. If you have to go to a building to find some sort of salvation, then when you leave that building, right? This is the dependency of these external things, right? If you need to go to a building to find salvation, then fine. But you should have salvation no matter where you go. That doesn't make any sense. You go to a place on a weekend to listen to someone speak, and that's cool. I'm doing the same thing too, but slightly different, to remind you that you have the personal power within yourself at any time. It's so weird. Extremely weird. I did start. So this is actually my 7th day live streaming on this channel. Oh, guys, this has been 7 days since we've been live streaming on this channel. It's been pretty good. This is my whole week. I started last Tuesday on this channel. It's pretty good. Time has already flown by and a lot has happened in a week. It's dope. Shared a lot. But those who have to go to a building to find salvation, and then when they leave the building, they act like third dimensional humans and forgetting who they are when they were in that building. Ask yourself that question. Why aren't you being that when you're in the building at every present moment? Doesn't make any sense now, does it? Yeah, I'm one of those. For those who are jumping on and listening to me and they're like, oh my God, he's one of those demon people. We need to send him to hell. He needs to be saved. Okay. No, I didn't see the question. I don't have flaws. That question shouldn't even be asked, bro. There is no flaws. Get that question out of here for my character. Doesn't exist. My character's perfect. I'm the ultimate character. Your character is the ultimate character too. Everybody's character is the ultimate character. There is no flaws. All right, I won't be looking at the chat for a little bit because I'm in a little bit of a flow. So there's no flaws. Well, the character sheet can be, I make the rules, so I will say and I will tell what the character sheet should have for me specifically. I don't abide by the laws of a sheet. I abide by the laws that I make. That's a real bar. Write that down. Write that down. I abide by the laws of my reality, not by some sheet. No, I'm kidding. Ask the questions, but it's just that I may not look at it. So, if I don't look at the question, don't think I'm ignoring. It's just I'm not seeing the question. It's because I'm focused on what I got to do. I'm locked in. I'm locked the fuck in. All right, let me just check something quickly. Ooh, baby. Let's go to YouTube Studio for a moment. Not bad. Not too shabby. We'll see what today brings. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. I just trust that all the spamming earlier didn't affect my channel. But if it did, oh well. I'll just go on another live stream channel. I'll just be on Kick or something, because maybe I'm supposed to be on Kick. Maybe I'm not really supposed to be doing YouTube live streaming. But I do know that I'm supposed to help a little bit longer on YouTube. I'm not quite done with YouTube yet. Not quite yet. There's still more for me to, still so much more to share. I need more water. You can keep asking the questions about the sheet or whatever else is on the sheet if there's anything else. Hey, Nancy. Hey, bro. I'm going to go use the bathroom quickly, but ask the questions. I'll be right back. What do you have in your inventory, like random items? And what is your age, hair, eyes, and skin? Oh, this I get to do. This is going to be quite fascinating. I'll answer all that in a moment. Give me a moment. So this is going to be a cool question. The cool thing to actually, you know what, bro? I'll show you. You know what? This. I actually have this. It's done. So this is what you can do. Here, take this and basically you can, instead of me explaining all of it, I may as well just show you because I thankfully created, oops. So I have two forms. My backstory is I came to save the world. And that I came here to end all chaos. So I have two forms. I actually have three forms. So here's my first form. I think this is my best one. So here, this is me. This is what I look like. This is my actual character in the other realm, in the spiritual and the mental realm. That's what I look like. That's Orion. That's my character, basically. So you can take that look. You can start making note or mental note of that. That's basically what I embody myself as. That character right there. And I have another form. I have two more forms. I have this one. I can transform into a wolf at any time. That's more silver and not fiery. So I'm both hot and cold. So I can go fire or I can go into ice. Because I have this look. So I have a fire form and I have an ice form. In the ice form, I actually have three forms in the ice form. I have that form, and then I have a beast-looking form, if I choose to. And the Orion constellation, exactly. So I can, when I'm in the wolf form, I can be a wolf. When I'm in this form as half human, half wolf, there's this form. And then there's the other form, and then there's you can call that like the God mode form. This is like the humanish form, basically. So that should tell you about my character. And if I wear the mask, then I have that. Or I make my own class and I break D&D rules and I go and transcend. I'm the only Eldred Knight that doesn't need a subclass that is a human that can transform because I'm going to break the rules now of D&D. As you can tell, I'm here to break rules. I'm not here to be put in a box. This is my character. I can be anything at any time. In fact, you know what, dude? I'm all the classes at once. How about that? You can't do that, Orion? Sure I can. I just broke the rules. I can do whatever I want. But you can't. Sure I can. But yeah, go ahead. So age, I have no age. I take any age at any time. Height, I'm 6'5". No, 6'7". Because you know what? What? 6'7", 6. No, I'm kidding. 6'5". I'm 6'5". That's a good one. And weight. I want to be like, you know, D's. So at 6'5", you should be roughly around like 200 and like 60 pounds of muscle ish. I'm 255 pounds of muscle at 6'5". Is that a lot of? Yeah, that's enough. I'm like big. There's not really any no in D&D. It's true. So there you go. So all rules apply. All rules don't apply then, technically speaking. Let me see something here quickly. Oh, okay. Ooh, I have a bar for you. You ready for it? This is from Nero. Do you have any allies or organization you're in? I have. Everyone's my ally, and I'm a part of 0 organizations. I refuse to create separation with organizations. I am the all. All right, you need. So here's something from Nero. This is what he wrote. You need to learn to love seeing what you desire that others possess. Or hold on. You need to learn to see what you desire in the possession of others. On a spiritual level, those others are simply in a different physical arrangement. Like the same water, just in a different water bottle. If seeing others with what you want creates resentment, you are unconsciously pushing yourself out of resonance with it. Love their success. Those who are successful love to see others succeed. Love their love. Those who are in love want to see other people in love. Love their growth. Those who are growing love to see others grow. This is the easiest way to spiritually become in resonance with what you desire. To be happy for others is to invite that frequency to come and find you. That's a bar. Please write that down. Good job, Mr. Nero. Me and him are on that frequency. That frequency tells us. In 24 hours, 10,000 people tried to download frequency once and broke it. We fixed all the bugs, so now the version you already want has desired is ready for you. 6,000 active subscribers, 25,000 messages in a day, real shifts in people's lives, and we're in the top 100 Apple apps. Don't miss the latest version. Cool. Very nice.
This workshop that I'm teaching today.
Very nice. I'm gonna read your stuff in a moment. I have to start my exercises though. So I'll be starting that momentarily. Not have to, I choose to, because the day is gonna get going. Let's see. Should I stream on Kick? Should you stream on Kick? if you're asking me if you should stream on Kick, I'm always going to say the answer is yes. If you feel called to share something on Kick or stream, yes, stream. I will never tell anyone to never stream. In fact, I want everybody to stream. I want everyone to share their mission, their journeys, their passions. There's always someone that's always interested in something that you're going to do. Right? There's always someone who's going to be interested in something that you do. There's always going to be someone, right? There's someone, like, once upon a time I started this channel, only a couple of you were on. Now there's a fair bit of you on. And guess what happened? There's some people that actually like what I have to say. Now we'll see what happens with the channel though in the next day or so, because today feels a little weird because not as many people were on, but not as many new people, like asking who the hell are you and why are you doing what you're doing. My inspiration is just to live your best life. If that's what for my character, to live the fastest, the strongest, the toughest, the fiercest, the most epic life he possibly can. That's what my character would want, because that's what this character wants. The fastest, the toughest, the strongest, the fiercest, the most inspiring. That's so weird how that app is not available in it's not available. Yeah. So like as high as it can go. Pretty much. I mean, there's no limit basically. Yeah, there's like literally no limit to it. Feels like 83. God damn. And it's just gonna go up. When the hell is it supposed to rain? Well, hello there, Robin. Good to see you. It's supposed to rain at 6 p.m. today. At 100%, it's supposed to rain and thunderstorms. So you all see this right now? You all see this nice summery weather? It'll disappear in a couple hours. It'll be raining. Saturday, Sunday, Monday next week, all rain. Wednesday, 61. Thursday, 58. And then Friday, 59. And these are just degree Fahrenheit. So it's going to be pretty wet week coming up. And we'll see how I stream. I'll probably be indoors. I don't like being indoors, as you know. I hate it. I hate being indoors. But I may or may not be streaming those days either, because, maybe I'm supposed to just stream on good hot days. But we'll see. All right, I'm getting my exercises in now. I'm going to go see. Appreciate you making the character for me. That's great. Combat. Ooh. Power Rangers. Somebody makes AI version of Power Ranger music. It's pretty good.
Nearly 6 months after the release of Marvel Cosmic.
It's been 6 months since this game came out? It's crazy. That's crazy. This game's already been out for 6 months. Man, time is just ticking. Just going. Hello, Mr. Ant. Don't be running on my shoes, please.
Where is Cyclops? Well, it seems Dotemu has finally listened, and we've also got a bit more than just Cyclops. DLC 1 introduces 2 brand new playable characters into Marvel Invasion. Firstly, Cyclops, who's probably been the most requested character since day 1. And Cyclops is also joined by The Thing, aka Ben Grimm from the Fantastic Four. So let's start off with the Thing. Now, I've used every single character in Marvel Cosmic Invasion since release, and
They need more. They need more story though.
Be my favorite character in the entire game so far. Utako, he's actually really effective in.
Okay, cool. I wonder why he came back. Rip Brock Lesnar retirement 2026 to 2026. Okay. See, this is what happens when you start going on YouTube and you start looking. You're like, the trap of YouTube. All right, Tiff X Dan, lower body. We're doing lower body today, y'all. What is this one? Is this one what I think it is? This one has abs in between as well. So that's not the one I think this is the one I want to do. Partials. All right. I'm not really feeling D&D presently in my life, bro, but I do appreciate the invite, but I'll pass for now. I'm just going to, like, if you said, do you want to play some Dead by Daylight, I'd be like, hell yeah, I'm always up for Dead by Daylight, but, nah, I'm okay. But thank you, though. But I like my character. Okay. So, we're going to be doing lower body. Lower body, if you don't have dumbbells, it's okay. You'll be, let's move this out of the way. If you don't have dumbbells, you'll be doing lots of lunges and squats. This is the reason why I don't feel like I'm supposed to be doing like exercises on my stream, because this part no one cares about. So my talking is the most important aspect. It's the all this extra stuff is irrelevant. So I feel like my trail walk should be my stream, and then once I'm done my trail walk and I head back to the house, that my stream should technically end. But that's why I said I'm just letting the algorithm sort of build itself to see if YouTube will recommend me to others while they're on their YouTube scrolling journey. If not, it is what it is, right? If I have to make another channel, if this channel's already screwed up because of the dude earlier with the Palestine flags spamming, right? Constantly spamming bullshit in the chat. Well, I mean, it is what it is. But YouTube should know that shouldn't be an issue, because other people go on other people's channels and they spam shit too. So I'm sure it should be fine. Yeah. Okay, cool. Well, that's good. I'm glad. I like the exercises for myself because I like to move my body. Like, I have to move my body. Like, there's no way I'm not moving my body. Like, that's a non-negotiable. Like, that's happening. So, like, for me, like, it's a must. All right. So, yeah, if you don't have dumbbells, we're going to start. We have dumbbells. You're going to be doing lots of squats, lunges, forward and backward. You're going to do side to side. You can do calf raises where you balance on your toes like that. You can reach for the ground by reaching for your toes, or if you can't touch the ground, that targets your hamstrings. You can do bridges by getting on the ground like this and doing bridges. And what else? Oh, you can do stagger squats like that. So basically, there's no excuse. Now, there is going to be one exercise where he's going to be using a bench where he's going to be going up and then come back down with the dumbbell. I'll be using the chair. I'm going to put the chair to the side. I won't need it for now. But essentially, yeah, that's what we'll be doing. So, with that being said, let's dive right into it, shall we? I want to get my body warmed up first, though. I'm always ready to rock and roll, but right now my body is like, it's not quite there because of the heat. The heat's what's kind of like keeping it from like, or just walk. We're gonna get it going. All right, cool. Let's do it. Go ahead and refresh the stream and you'll see, and then leave a message. I used to have so many mods on my other channel, just so you know, but then they weren't really doing anything much, so I was like, why do I need so many mods? So in this channel I was like, and I can't really I can't do moderation on this channel due to the fact that I'm using another app externally. So there you go. You are a mod. It's time to get rolling, though. All right, so it's going to be 40 seconds of play, 20 seconds of rest. So it's a slow and control, and then it's a partial rep. No, it's actually 50 seconds of work, 25 seconds of rest. So we're going to be starting with sumo deadlift with slow and control. All right, let's go, body. It's time. No more. So we're doing sumo squat here. So slow and control. So today is lower body day. This target's on the legs. It doesn't take me long to get warmed up and ready to rock and roll. I get straight to it. I do want to make some eggs once I'm done. I'm still craving some eggs to eat. So I'm going to make some eggs and put it into the rice. And then, yeah. So we got 21 seconds left. Thank you. Now we're going to be doing partials. Now he's using one dumbbell. I have two because he has the heavier one. I have two lighter ones because he has a 60-pound dumbbell he's using. But I'm using 80 pounds here. So we're doing partial now. You're not going fully up or down. You're just kind of like doing a partial. Now the only other thing too, holding a dumbbell longer in the hand is also very challenging too. Especially when you're doing partials. So a little fly on my mat. Awesome. What are we doing next? So we're doing split squat to the right. So you're gonna hold the dumbbell in your left hand. You're gonna bring your right leg forward. Sure you can. You just have to use lighter dumbbells. That's all. You can do it. Maybe right not this moment, but over time, as you keep practicing, you'll be able to do it. Remember, if you tell yourself you can't do it, you automatically kind of like throw yourself into that idea that it's not possible for you. Remember, no limitations. Sure, like if someone says, okay, well, Ryan, we'll go lift 1,000 pounds. Well, my body is currently not capable presently to lift 1,000 pounds, but I can do it if I practice enough. So I tell myself it's possible, just not just quite yet, you know? You gotta be very particular with the words that you say. All right, so we're doing that without body weight, or without weights now. So for those who are without using weights, I'm glad. That makes me happy. But you know who's actually doing a change in your life? You are. I'm just a mirror, bro. Just reflecting back that it's actually you. And by the way, for those who are not doing with dumbbells, this is how we do without dumbbells. So there's kind of no excuse not to do this. But yeah, you're your own change, bro. I'm just a mirror. I don't like taking credit for anybody's thing in their life because it's actually you. You did it. And you're doing it. All right, so we're gonna go back to sumo squats in a moment. And then we'll be doing the left side. My legs are feeling it already. Sounds good. So we're doing this again with sumo. So with sumo, you want to make sure like your knees, right? They are parallel with your toes. And you're feeling it in your pelvic muscle. You're also feeling it in your knees, your glutes, your hamstrings. Technically your ankles as well, your calves. I'm going to be sweating buckets by the time I'm done this, just so you know. I'll be probably like in complete sweat. Also remember to hydrate in between. I'm one to not hydrate often when I'm doing my exercise because it adds a little bit of a challenge for me. And anything that adds a challenge to me, to the mind likes to see it as accomplishing something, right? My mind has been conditioned to do hard things. And by hard, that's a perception. So we're just doing partials. And if you're feeling it, it's okay to drop the weights and take a pause. You don't need to prove anything to anybody, not even to yourself. You're good. You're perfect as you are. If you want to challenge yourself, go for it. But you don't need to prove anything to yourself. Well, Ryan, aren't you doing that right now? No, I'm simply moving my body, having fun. There's no proving anything to myself. All right, now we're doing the left side. All right, so I'm gonna hold the dumbbell in my right hand, bring my left leg forward. You wanna make sure your knees are pointing over your toes. See, the reason why I prefer doing YouTube fitness over going to a gym, for me personally, is because it's structured, right? There's not enough rest time. Sometimes you just got to get to the next exercise. You can pause the video, of course, and take a moment to pause and give yourself a break. But when you're at a gym, unless you have your thing planned out, right? It's just kind of like going until you're pretty much like done, right? And it's good to do that. It's good to go to that exhaustion period. But a lot of people, what they don't do is, you know, they strain the muscle. Like, knowing that I can do this is more than enough. Even moving the body in a certain way for a few minutes is enough, just so you know. Doesn't need to be anything strenuous. Most are chasing looks and putting in that work, and it's great. Have at it, but, you know, I wouldn't want to be killing myself in the gym either, you know? You're supposed to have fun with it. Now, if pumping weights or, like, you know, jacking up and like doing that is bringing you joy, amazing. Just, I hope you're not killing yourself in the process while having fun. For me, I'm moving my body. Yes, it's hot and whatnot. And if I do feel called, I'll drink some water. But generally, I don't drink water while I'm doing my exercises often. It's just you, because I have my streams on just to make sure. I think it's just you. That's why I want to make sure my channel is working properly. After the spamming earlier this morning, right? I'm sure it's working fine because we did see a couple new people show up today, but it's not like it was yesterday. It also, because it's a Tuesday, right? People are just doing whatever. So we're doing Romanian deadlift. You want to make sure you bend your knees a little bit and you straighten your back. And I'm going to say it, stick out your butt a bit here. And you should feel a pull in your hamstrings. I mean, you saw the channel. It's whoever subscribed to it, they'll see the channel. But, you know, I think it's working fine. I think it's just the way it is right now, just for the morning. I think it's just you and I. So we're doing that again, partials. But I usually just do what I was just doing. Partials sometimes sucks. So I usually just do full. Partials is like going not fully up or down. So this is partial. So this is partial right here. This is going fully up and going fully down and fully back up. And this is partial. I'll read everything you shared in a moment. Oh, shake it out. Let's see. Let's see what oh, I see. Ooh, I see. Yeah, that's why I say to everybody, challenge yourself, but don't hurt yourself. Because when you hurt yourself, it takes you out. Okay, so we're doing reverse lunges So I'm holding the dumbbell with my right hand and bringing my right leg back. Yes, that's never good. Okay, so my right hand, I need to shake it out for a moment. Pick it back up. I'm feeling a strain in the right wrist. Because when you're holding dumbbells for a hot minute, for me, the wrists start to feel it. I'm also using heavier dumbbells. It was a lesson. It was a lesson so that the mistake doesn't happen again, right? So we're doing reverse lunges with a half, so that's a 1.5. So 1, half, and then forward again. And especially if you're holding the dumbbell for a longer period, like 50 seconds to a minute, you'll start to feel it. So now we're gonna go back to Romanian deadlifts, both dumbbells. So whenever you're feeling it, shake out your palms. You'll start to loosen up your wrist, and you'll start to allow your hands to be able to hold the dumbbells properly again. Oh yeah. Doing great. This one's more mental than physical for me. This exercise today. And the reason why this was more mental is because of the heat. One of the things that makes me happy is finding a stream with no comments, and then I'll comment and they get so happy. It's amazing. I'm glad that you decided to find. I'm glad that the YouTube stream showed some of you my stuff. Right? There was a day before you came on to the stream. It was Wednesday last week, where a sister, her name Jody, she came on and she was very Christian-y, and she's like, how dare you say that we're God? God is the dude in the sky. I'm like, that's fine, Jody, if that's what you believe. But she wouldn't stop arguing in the chat, man. She kept dropping like paragraph after paragraph. And I told her, you're right, girl. You're good. You're perfect. I gotta drop for a moment. And so I told her, like, you're perfect, like, you're good. Like, I understand where you're coming from, right? I have my own perspectives. I'm not gonna back away from what I'm saying. And I'm like, we're all one. And she's like, that's a cop-out. I'm like, hey, that's what you think. It is what it is. All right, so we're doing left side now. Ooh. Get in there, get in there. But yeah, there's like souls who came on and they're just dropping their Jesus Bible verse stuff on me over and over. I'm like, that's fine, you can drop it, but like, I understand where you're all coming from. I've been there. I understand. I see it from your point of view, but I also see it from my point of view now. It's all one thing. I live a life where I'm not limited by anything or any dogma or concept or belief. And that allows me a certain amount of perspective, you know? Yeah, YouTube plays this game where you get points, but the points do nothing. Yeah. Yeah, it's very quiet. There's no one else here presently. The other subscribers, they can still see this channel because you saw it earlier. They were here. We got like one new person earlier showing up on the stream who dropped the Bible verse. I've never seen that person before. It was cool. Like I said, if I'm not meant to be on YouTube, I will be on Kick. Because Kick is going to be easier to be putting myself out there. Now Kick, the thing is, Kick is not designed for the things I say, but I'm going to change the culture on Kick a bit. Because, you know, there's a bunch of streams out there talking about all kinds of random shit, right? So if they're streaming about whatever, then I'll stream about whatever. I needed water this time. I needed water. I required it. Okay, so we're using the chair now. I have to put one of the weights on there just so it can hold me. So we're gonna be doing the right side. So you're gonna hold the dumbbell in your right hand and you're gonna bring your right leg onto the chair or the sofa or the bed. Make sure you have good balance. And you're going up and you're coming down. See, I use whatever I can around my physical environment and not make excuses. There's always a way to do things. If a YouTube has something that you don't have, you can find alternatives to doing the same thing they're doing. He's using a bench. I don't have the bench physically anymore. I used to have a bench. It was more of a pain in the ass to have a bench. It sure does look like it's gonna break, doesn't it? But it's not gonna break. It's not gonna break. It's very durable. It's held my weight plenty of times. So now we're doing this without the dumbbell. So I have that dumbbell holding it in place so I don't fall over. 30 pounds is enough to hold, or 40 pounds, sorry, is enough to hold this chair in place without it moving. There's something in the air. That's what the song is saying. There's something in the air. Most likely, I'll probably cut the grass today. Most likely. So you all get to see me cut grass. Well, the front yard's gonna be a little bit challenging because, you know, the internet doesn't work properly in the front of the house. So, and then of course, because it's so hot, so you all will get to see me do the backyard at least. Oh, I gotta move the chair out of the way for a moment. So we're holding the dumbbell in your left hand, and you're bringing your left foot back. This is called curtsy lunges. Man, I'm surprised you have the energy to stay up. Like, you don't sleep that much, but you get like your rest in between. Then again, like, who was it, Einstein? Einstein only slept like 2 hours a day or some shit like that. Was it Einstein or Thomas Edison or somebody? They would only sleep like 2 hours a day. Technically, sleep, even though it's great, is also technically to some degree an illusion, because, you know, there are people who sleep like 2 hours a day and they get enough rest. Let me see what you wrote. All right, so we're gonna do curtsy lunges, but 1.5. So we're gonna bring the left leg back behind the right leg. Curtsy lunges are good for your knees. So this one, you wanna make sure your knees is pointing with your toes. So like it's 1-to-1 with your toes. This also helps your hips as well. Even if your knees are not pointing with your toes, that's okay too. For years, my knees were not pointing with my toes when I was doing curtsy lunges, but I was still getting the benefit. So, awesome. Okay, so we got the chair again. Now we're gonna do the left side. So I'll put one on the chair. So this I'm gonna hold the dumbbell with my left hand and go up on my left leg. That's true. But also, you know what it comes down to? The mind creating the gene to some degree. I'm not saying our genes don't have a part to play in this, right? But your mind can actually transcend your genes, if you didn't know. There's something called RNA, not just DNA, but RNA. RNA transcends the DNA. You can create things within yourself without missing anything. That's a whole other realm of talking, by the way. That's a whole other experience. Like, let's say, for example, I'm not going to get too deep into it. Let's say you need protein, right? What is protein? You get it from animals, or you get it from some sort of plant. Where does plant come from? Well, it came from something, which is energy. You can take that energy from a plant that you haven't eaten, and you can suck it into you, and you can get the protein you want. I know it sounds very ridiculous that you think you need to physically consume something, but I promise you, you don't. Your body can heal without needing to take anything, right? It all comes down to the mind. Now, of course, there's still some physical limitations with that, but that's a whole other conversation all into itself. You can imagine yourself as the most healthiest person, but of course, you know, there's a reality that you have to go through some sort of physical experience, and you know, the consequences of the mind, and then of course the physical experience. It's a paradox. Oops, almost tripped there. We don't want that happening. I have to take off the plastic eventually off this chair. We don't need the chair anymore. So we're gonna hold the dumbbell in our right hand now. And we're gonna bring the right leg back behind the left. So left. You know, bro, I noticed one thing about the live streams too. When you're talking about something that's controversial, people are quick to come on. So if I start talking about drama stuff, even though what I am doing is undoing all the drama, but unfortunately that creates drama in the process, people come on. This is what I find. If you haven't noticed. Not to say I'm gonna go start creating like more drama, but this is what happens. Let me see what you wrote. Sounds good. Sounds good, dude. I'll see you later. Thank you for being here and building my character. Have a wonderful rest of the evening, or night, I should say. I'll see you when I see you. Let's see. I wonder. Gypsy, are you there, girl? Sounds like calling a pet. You there? If you are, you can say, hi. If not, it's all good. Today might be a quieter day. Might be a quiet stream today. We'll see. Ah, it's a false alarm. Okay. All right, so we're doing deadlift partials. This is the finisher, by the way. We're almost done. Deadlift holds. Each are 20 seconds a piece. And then full. We're using one dumbbell. Here we go. This is it. Let's go. Yeah, 20 seconds each. So this is partial. Then we have abs to do, and then, yeah. Okay, so now we hold for 20 seconds. Holds sometimes are not my favorite, but hey, I can deal with it. Okay, full range. Twelve, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and we're done. See? 30 minutes, y'all. That was it. That's all I needed. Finito. I told my bro I couldn't help him right now, but I'll help him tomorrow. Awesome. We did it, y'all. We did the thing. So he's doing a cool down now. So this music that you're hearing, this is when he does the cool down. His name is Dan. So he's just doing his cool down. So I'm gonna do mine. And I actually know him physically. I know him and his wife. I'm what they call their ultimate hype man. They call me their ultimate hype man because I used to hype up their channel all the time. Because I came to their channel when they had only 100 subscribers back in 2021, and they grew their channel to over 1 million. So I'm one of the OGs of their channel. I'm super OG. Well, of course, the OG would be subscriber 1 and 2, but you know, one of the OG OGs. So this is child's pose. By the way, child's pose, best resting position you could do. If you're like stressed or just you're like done for the day and you need just a moment to just like breathe and relax, I highly recommend doing this. Close your eyes and just be. Good, that's a good resting position, by the way. So we got abs to do next. I always finish my exercises with at least abs. All the other moves you see me doing throughout the day, that's my optional stuff, but it's actually mandatory for my body because I like my body to be moving. And flexibility is my name of my game. So I'm gonna put on my shirt because the mat's a little dirty and my back's gonna get all like mashed up with like a lot of like dirt on it afterwards. So I'm gonna go quickly put on my shirt and do my abs and then take back my shirt off. Let's see. I guess you're my hype man. What a good workout. That was a good workout. I feel great. I feel even better than I was before. You see, that's the thing about exercise. Like, you know, we all know what we feel like after we're done the exercise. That's why we all go and do the exercise, because it helps us to get this feeling of accomplishment, satisfaction. Well, what if I told you you can have that satisfaction and accomplishment feeling at any time? That's a bar. Write that down. Here, let me go quickly put on my shirt for a moment. Not the one I was wearing earlier, but another one. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. So I'll put this on for now and I'll take it off afterwards. I've done the ab exercises with my shirt off. It's just I don't want my back to feel all kinds of like dirt on it because of my shoes and whatnot right now. Of course I'll be showering later, but you know, I don't want to feel that right now. True, but you are, you know, depending on the channel, right? Depending on how this channel goes, because I'm at this point, bro. Look, if that person earlier screwed up the algorithm with spamming a bunch of you know, Palestine flags and whatnot, then guess what? You're an OG. But you know, whatever it is, right? Every one of you is an OG. Even when someone's a million, like when this channel hits 1 million, when it does, we'll know. I just have to make sure the algorithm is in my favor. Otherwise, I have to start another channel because the superhero love channel doesn't work. If this one doesn't work, then I have to take the Orion Phoenix Stellar tag and like put it on my other one and just call my other channel Orion Stellar. Well, the Orion Stellar, because there's someone who actually has my friggin' name and they're a fucking tech company in Bangladesh. I'm gonna sue them for having my name. I'm gonna buy them out when I make the world's greatest internet service. I'm gonna buy all of them out. It'd be like, Bitches, you are a part of my service now. Okay. I know once I start talking, I don't stop, so let's let me put away my dumbbells and get to abs, and then abs is for 10 minutes. And then after that, I might bring you to the kitchen. My parents, well, my dad's home, but he doesn't like being on the camera or anything like that. So that's why I keep you all kind of away from them, because they don't like being shown on the camera, even though they walk through my stream at times. I'm really grateful I met you, dude. I'm glad you're starting to see some positive things in your life. Brings me joy. Okay. Let me see. Thank you. I want to die, right? We all have our own preconceived notions, but I want to be known as a good person. I know I'm a good person, but I want to be known. I'm going to take a moment to just pause. I want to be known as a good person by a lot of people, I know some people say, like, he's the enemy. He is the enemy. Orion is the enemy. That's fine. I'm the enemy to you, but I'm not the enemy to anyone else. Because I'm not here to create enemies. I'm here to make sure you know that I care and have love and respect for you too, so-called enemy person. But, it is what it's meant to be. All right, we're gonna do abs quickly. We did ultimate abs yesterday. We did that one the day before. I want to do this one. This one. We're gonna do this one. It's called the best 10-minute ab routines that gets results. So the layout of this one quickly before I start, and I'm going to read quickly what you said. Sure, if you want to sub, if you have other people that want to sub, or if you have 6 other accounts, sure, go for it. But just make sure, do me a favor, because this right here can cause a problem. YouTube will see if it's on the same IP address. So I would recommend not to spam all of them at once. If it's like, one a couple days, like spread apart, that works too. So if that works for you, cool. Oh, and that works. If the friends want to add me, cool. If you had 6 other accounts, I was going to tell you, just make sure spread it out, because I've done that for someone. So someone wanted to stream, right? And I have a lot of YouTube accounts, right? And I subscribed to all of them, but guess what happened? YouTube took away 6 of my 8 accounts from his channel, because we learned a lesson that day. I put all of them all at once, and because it's on the same IP address, YouTube saw it as some sort of like flag. He still has all the subs, he got more subs. It's just those ones were negated. So if they're from different IP addresses, then it's fine. I never ask anybody to sub, to be honest. I'm not here for numbers, but I'm here for impact. I just want to serve more people. That's all I'm here to do. If some people want to support me, amazing. If they don't want to support me, that's okay too. I'm good either way. Like in my YouTube videos going forward, I won't be asking, would you please hit the like button and subscribe if you feel that you find this valuable. I won't be asking for that. I'm literally just going to turn on the video and say, you're the answer. You are forever going to be the answer. I should start off my video like that. My first video on this channel should, you're the answer. And just stare for a few minutes. And see what's going to happen. You're the answer. And then at the end of the video, just all right, peace out, y'all. I'll catch you on the next one or some shit like that. Or I won't even say all that. I won't even do an outro. I'll be like, this is it. Yeah, exactly. Unless someone wants to sub, they can. But if they don't desire to sub, no big deal. I won't, in any of my videos, I'll never ask anybody to sub. If you want to resonate, if you resonate with it, cool. If you don't resonate with it, also cool. No big deal. You know? Well, now, there she is. Well, hello there. I know exactly what you all need. And you all have it. You all already have it. It's so simple. It's right here. All right. Good to see you, by the way. I'm going to be doing my abs in a moment. I only put back on my shirt because, you know, my mat's a little, got a bunch of stuff on it because of the outside elements, and my back will get all that, and I don't really want that on my back right now, so. Let's do this thing. But good to see you. We got 10 minutes of abs, and I'm gonna bring you all upstairs and make some eggs, I think, because I feel like eating some eggs. I'm been deprived of eggs for a couple days, so. All right, I was gonna say each round is, so we have 4 rounds, 5 exercises, 30 seconds each, no rest, 15 seconds of rest between rounds, all exercises slow and controlled, no repeat. But yes, it's good to see you. It's good to see you. Me and Felix, because that's his name, me and Felix have been hanging out. The stream's a little bit quieter today, but, you know, it's nice to have a female on the stream now. It's good. Add a little bit of contrast. It's good. So, welcome. Were you here all this time, or did you just get here? All right, let's see what we're doing first. So we're doing knee touch crunches. Oh, actually, before we start, I actually did my final live stream yesterday on my other channel. When I finished here last night after playing the video game, I came back outside for a bit, and then I'm like, all right, y'all. And then I decided, you know what? It's time for me to end the other channel. So I made a live stream. It's not posted yet because YouTube is still doing whatever YouTube's doing with that channel. And I did about a 50-minute live stream on that one. I'm like, okay, it's time. It's time for me to call it a wrap on this channel. It got dark outside too, so I was sitting outside in the dark and you could barely see me in that stream. I'm like, it's time. Thank you, Superhero of Love. I really appreciate all the moments I got to spend being the Superhero of Love for a bit. I know you had to help me grow and be the man I am right now. I give you your peace, and you can now go and rest and be back in the ethers, because now it's time for Orion to take over. So, here we are. Ah, okay, gotcha. You don't see anybody else? Clone? That's weird. I see Gypsy. Unless YouTube's being screwy right now. I see both the messages in there. Yeah, you might want to refresh, because I'm just making sure. Well, that's weird. I don't actually see Gypsy's messages either. What's up, dude? But she's here. That's weird. I've never seen that before. That's another weird. I see him too. But I don't see Gypsy. I don't see you, girl. You're like an anomaly. I can see Gypsy's messages. Maybe she's a. Yeah, I know you see. I see that, but maybe now I have like a hidden conversation with Gypsy. It's interesting. That means they can't see your messages, Gypsy, but I can see it. It's weird. I can't even see it on the other YouTube like app, like the computer. It's weird. I don't know. It's weird. Unless this channel is already screwy and it's already broken. I don't know. It's weird. But you guys were able to see each other before. Your messages are encrypted. I see. You know what? This is fascinating because T-Bray yesterday was telling me, he's like, bro, who are you talking to? I'm like, I'm talking to Gypsy. He's like, there's nobody there. So I'm not. So some of you might think I'm hallucinating. I'm having another conversation. This is cool. I didn't know you could do that. Hey. That's cool. All right. Anyways, we're gonna do abs quickly. I'm gonna get that done, and then I'm gonna go inside, grab my food. I'm gonna cut some grass in a bit. I want to cut that grass. I like cutting that grass. It brings me joy. You told me you're AI? Okay. All right. Knee touch crunches. You guys can leave your chat and leave your comments in the chat. I'll read it in a moment. That's hilarious. I'm like, my chat, is it broken already? Is it like, that's fascinating. Well, you're definitely a wizard, that's for sure. You're a magical fairy wizard. Magical fairy wizard. Wow, look at that. So there's, what, 5 exercises, 4 rounds? That's too funny. Anyways, yeah, you guys share whatever you want to share in the chat, but you guys are like, huh? Yeah, I'm not going crazy. I promise you. I promise you, I'm not, some of you might think I'm going to Lulu, but I'm not going to Lulu. I promise you. I'm good. You know what? What it could also be too, because if I do multi-stream, guess what's going to happen? Some of you are going to be on YouTube, and some of you are going to be on Kick. So when I do the Kick live stream, and I do multi-streaming, the only reason I'm not doing multi-streaming right now is because it takes up a lot of bandwidth and a lot of power on my phone. Double stream, double power, right? And double the bandwidth. Freaking Canada does not have unlimited internet. Unfortunately, we don't have unlimited internet here. We have the worst cell phone plans in the world in Canada. But yeah, that's what's gonna happen. So going forward, y'all, if you guys are seeing me reading some messages that you can't see, that could mean that that person is on Kick. And right now I'm not on Kick. I'm not on Kick. There's nobody on Kick, and I'm not streaming to Kick. But that's what's gonna happen. So you all will see, like, I will see all messages because it's coming from both platforms, because I'm using the non-YouTube app. And it'd be funny if, like, I don't know how Gypsy you're doing that, girl, but that's pretty fascinating. That's pretty dope. Hey. Yes, nobody can see you typing anything. What you're sharing. Apparently nobody can see you, but I saw you a couple days ago on the channel. Like I actually looked at the previous live streams. I saw your messages showing up. So it's weird that your stuff is not showing up now, but you're there. I didn't do anything with the channel. I just turned off my stream. Unless like YouTube like doesn't want your messages to be shown to the channel. I don't know. So we're doing tabletop tucks here. And that's good, man. Congratulations on 39 subs. It's pretty awesome. There's a brother named Mr. Matrix Neo who should be showing up today at some point. He had a dream to start streaming, and I told him, so start streaming, bro. He's like, nah, I can't because I live in Egypt. I'm like, why? So what does that have to do with anything? He's like, well, people in Egypt are gonna tell me I shouldn't stream and all. I'm like, bro, just fucking stream. Who cares what they say? Be the change maker in that area. Be the trailblazer. And guess what? Now he's almost at 600 subs. He started not too long ago, too. He plays video games. I'm like, you see, imagine I didn't tell you to stream. Then what would have happened? I encouraged him to stream, so now he's streaming. Now he's living his dreams. And he can't tell me that he doesn't have people watching him, because I go on his streams here every now and then, and I'm like, you have fucking viewers now, bro. And you can't tell me you're not a certified streamer now. You have almost 600 subscribers. Like, so I always encourage people, if they want to live stream, because it's something you get to do. You get to express yourself. It's not a YouTube video where you have to put on a little bit of a mask and entertain people, right? With all that editing and all that other shit. If more people did less of those editings, you'd see how many people would actually be speaking up, like who you'd be seeing. Like the only reason why they do all that hyper editing shit is because they want your attention. I don't need to do all that hyper editing shit for your attention. In fact, I can give fuck all about that. Came here to serve. I know the tactics of the YouTube game, you know. I watch it all the time. I see it. I see people doing scene transitions every 5 seconds. You're like changing like camera angles and like zooming in and out of yourself slowly so that we can keep engaged, because the human mind can only, you know, withstand about 5 to 10 seconds of attention, and then we have to see something new or novel. Because when it's new or novel, then we pay attention to it. That's the human psychology, just so you all know. Because if you just watch somebody, like you guys are watching me, right? Your attentions are actually being rebuilt if it hasn't already been built. Because, you know, when you're locked into something, you're locked in. Anyways, my point to say this is like, they have to use tactics like using different scenes and slides and all kinds of other shenanigans just to keep you glued to watching their content. But imagine they didn't do that. Would their content be interesting? One would question that. So we're doing a bear plank tucks. Insert your favorite YouTuber. For example, the ones that you've been watching before you knew me. And look at all the editing they're doing in their videos. Take away the editing. Let's see how good you really are. Well, everyone's amazing, but like, let's see what you're really saying. Unless you need to hide behind your edits. Nothing wrong with editing. I'm just saying, like, they have to use the human psychology against you all so that you can keep viewing their stuff. They use all kind of flashy tactics and techniques just to keep you glued to watching their content. For me, I'm just gonna do me the way I am. And if someone likes what I have to say, cool. And it's not even really about watching what I'm doing, it's really hearing what I'm saying. I live multidimensionally, so I can see practically most of these perspectives of what's going on the planet. Okay, we have one more round to go. I'll read all the chat in a moment. V, sit, cross, toe touch. So you're basically doing this. So like, for example, I don't know, I'm sure all of you know who MKBHD is, Mr. Marquez Brownlee, right? Mr. Tech Guy, or Mr. Who's the Boss, right? Look at all their videos. Super duper hyper editing. Transition after transition after fucking transition. Their videos are very entertaining, right? Nothing wrong with that. But, you know, I've watched a YouTuber who literally has a old ass camera and his microphone is like, well, it's okay. And he looks like he's filming from like a 1990s camera and people are loving it. And there is no editing whatsoever with his video. He's just, you know what he's doing on his videos? He's eating chips and he's talking about life. And you know, funny story, he's actually in Toronto. His name is Paul Yu. Y-U. Paul Yu. I ran into that dude recently. I'm like, what is he talking about? And I listened to him for a little bit. I'm like, oh, okay. He's talking about his life. And so many people resonate with his videos. And they're like, man, I really like these authentic videos. Like, I wish more people did authentic videos. So, you know, there's all kinds of different things. So don't let, like, if you want to do YouTube, don't let editing get in your way. Because I let editing get in the way for years and I didn't do YouTube. And then I finally learned how to edit videos. But then I played that YouTube game of, like, you know, bringing the camera forward a little bit, zooming out, putting things on the screen, you know. So we're doing a plank. We're doing an extended arm plank. Come on, Orion, hold it. We're done. All right, let me read all the comments. Whew. Damn. Let's go. Whew. Have you used Kick before? I haven't streamed on Kick before, but I have definitely been on Kick. YouTube should make someone able to stream no matter the sub count. Correct. You can do that on Kick. Streaming seems fun. It seems like a nice connection to the outside world. Sure is. You want to have 50? I can sub to you. Hold on. I have to go on my stream though. See if I can actually click to your channel. Hey, we don't need to hear me. How many? You said you have 39, right? Uno momento. Uno momento, s'il vous plaît. That means wait a moment, please. Come on. I hate how they change some of these settings sometimes, making it like really hard to like find things at times. Do 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 do. Oh, come on. It shouldn't be that difficult to just go on the fucking channel. No thanks. Subscribe, bro. Guess what? Just to make sure. It's easier to do it on the computer. You're welcome. It's easy. I used my other account. I'm going to use this account now because it's easier to do it on this account. There you go. You got 42, and that's 2 accounts. Amazing. I see some of your videos, by the way. I see that smile you got going on there. Awesome. Cool. There you go. Now you have 42, and it's two different accounts, 2 different IP addresses, so you should be okay. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay, cool. Nice. Now you have 2. Dude, remember, you may think it's bad, but others might see it as something amazing, because remember, everything's perspective, right? Once upon a time, I made a first YouTube video on my other channel, and I thought it was extremely bad, but then looking back in hindsight, I mean, yes, we cringe at our own stuff. But you know what's funny? Why do we cringe at our own stuff, but we love other people's stuff? And why do other people who we like cringe at their stuff? Has that ever occurred to any of you? Why do we cringe at our own stuff? It's weird, isn't it? Why do we cringe at our own stuff and we love other people's stuff, but they also cringe at their own stuff? Because the human mind is always geared to never accept ourselves, because there's this idea that you're being arrogant or facetious to some degree by liking your stuff, and that you shouldn't like your stuff or some shit like that. That's another human mind trap. Hello. Right? So, yeah, it is internal shame, Gypsy. It's internal shame to some degree, because the thing is, like, why do we compare ourselves to others and then we feel bad about ourselves? It's because we want to feel some sort of feeling, but we praise others, but then we don't praise ourselves. Why is that? Why don't we praise ourselves more? I'll explain, Taffy. I'll explain quickly. So I know you jumped in the middle of this conversation, so I'm going to give context to what I was saying. So we're talking about like YouTube. We're talking about like if you're making content. Most of us, when we look at the videos that we make, like I made videos in the past with my other channel, and I cringed at it. I didn't like what I made, but other people loved what I made. But I didn't think it was great. But other people thought it was amazing. And you know, some of us think, well, they're just being nice, but how can they be nice when they're random strangers? Like, I really like what you said. But then we cringe at our own content. But when we look at someone else's videos, we don't cringe at their stuff. We love their stuff, but they will cringe at their videos that we like. because most humans are now been programmed to always look externally and not to give yourself like some credit, because it feels somewhat arrogant to give yourself credit, right? Majority of the world has been programmed to be not giving yourself some grace or some credit. You have to be very humble all the time. Humble has a place, yes, 100%. Be humble, have humility, but having too much humility and being too humble is not that good either, right? Like what you do, live it up, enjoy it. Yeah, exactly. A lot of humans feel undeserving, and you're right, Gypsy. And where does that feeling come from? If I ask every one of you, where does the feeling of being unworthy or undeserving come from? Some of you have to trace it all the way back to when you're a child. Right? Where did that feeling come from? Where did it pop up from? What's up, Neo? Good to see you, bro. You showed up. Perfect. This is perfect timing. Mr. Live Streamer right here. Mr. Neo Matrix. Right here. Yes, our childhood is exactly where it's popping up from, because someone said one time, like, you're not meant to have that. Who are you to have that? You think you can have that? Who are you? Big shot. And then because you didn't want to feel different from others, because you want to be accepted and whole with other people, you took on the collective consciousness of other people and their limitations, because you wanted to be accepted. We were hardwired to be in tribes. Right? Who wants to be alone in the world right now? Nobody. I know a lot of people say, I'd rather be alone, but secretly they don't want to be alone. They want to be with aligned people. They want to be with people that actually feel what they feel. No human actually really wants to be alone. If someone's like, I want to be alone, that's because you created this obfuscation in yourself to want to be alone. Nothing wrong with that, but that's just another story. Perfect. You're about to start streaming? Awesome. Enjoy your stream, bro. Right? But so to Felix, once upon a time I started streaming, I was thinking I was terrible. Right? I go back to my first live stream on YouTube back 18 months ago, right? November 25th, 2024. Can't believe I'm saying that. It's almost 2 years. It's crazy. November 24th or 25th, 2024, or even better yet, go back to October 6th, 2024, when I first did my first live stream consistently on Instagram and then Facebook, because I was doing like a month and a little bit on Facebook and Instagram, but that place was a waste of my time. Facebook and Instagram, you don't grow. You don't grow the way you're supposed to grow, like anywhere else, like YouTube or TikTok or Kick or Twitch. But when I first started, I was just doing the same thing for a bit, and I was like, I want to just help people. But I had to also go through and master myself in my own journey, which was amazing. But I thought I was terrible. But when I look back in hindsight, it was just someone who wasn't where he is right now. And even where I am right now is not my final destination, even though my final destination in my inner world is already set and complete. I'm just walking the path to get there in the physical. Right? Everybody starts somewhere, indeed. You have to start somewhere, right? All your famous YouTubers out there, Marquez Brownlee, Mr. MKBHD, Mr. Beast. Everybody has to know Mr. Beast. If someone doesn't know Mr. Beast, that's fine. But Mr. Beast, MKBHD, insert your favorite podcaster. Maybe Lewis Howes, The School of Greatness. Maybe Danny Morrell. Maybe, who else? Tom Bilyeu, Impact Theory. David Goggins, right? David Goggins wasn't doing YouTube videos. He made motivational videos, and that's why he's like, I'm gonna run in the rain for like 12 hours or whatever shit that he does, because he's Mr. Motivation, right? He went with a fracture, and he ran 86 miles or whatever with a fracture, and he had like tape wrapped around. He's like a tough motherfucker, like That's his thing. That's his shtick. He's a good dude, right? He has what we call the jars of fucks, basically. He used to beat the shit out of himself mentally and emotionally. Now look at him. He's changed. But you have to start somewhere too. Yeah, basically, don't be a bitch, David Goggins. Exactly. And I've read his book, Can't Hurt Me. I have his book on my tablet. I have a lot of books, tons of books. I have over 1,000 ebooks on my tablet. Not to brag. Where are my reading apps? Here they are. Cool beans. I've read through practically all of these books. I just saw David Goggins' book, I think. Should be Can't Hurt Me, which should be C. Can't Hurt Me. This is going in alphabetical order. I may have to look for it. There it is, right there. David Goggins, Can't Hurt Me. But I read through all these books, and all of them basically have been saying the same thing, just different words. You are the answer, but they just don't allude to it at the beginning of their book. I love reading too. I read now, not because I need to know more information. I read because I like reading. It's like me doing my workout. I don't have to do my workouts, y'all. I really don't. But I love doing my workouts because it brings me joy. I love moving my body because it brings me joy. I love being able to speak because it brings me joy. I don't have to speak. I don't even have to be on YouTube. I'm getting paid a lot of money right now. But I love streaming. This is one of my joys. This is like something, if I was never getting paid to do something that I love, this would be it. I love streaming. I love helping people. I love connecting with people. I love seeing the mindsets of people. I love seeing where someone might give me a perspective that I'm like, ooh, that's a good perspective. I like that. I'll write that one down. That's a bar, write that down. All of you have dropped your own perspectives, and I really appreciated it. But anyways, let me get back to the whole unworthy and undeserving. Just so you know, this is just another imprint in the subconscious mind. I'll tell you something right now. There's no blame. The one thing we all have to do to some degree is forgive. I know that maybe your parents may have done something. I know my parents did a lot to me, both mentally and physically. So dad did a lot of mental damage. Mom did a lot of physical damage. She used to take a belt and whip my ass when I was 5 years old. She's not a bad person, but she just didn't know. And I don't blame her for anything. I used to, though. And my dad, well, you know, he's him right now, and he's still the same way, but you know, when he's under the influence, he will be a very hostile person and tell you all kinds of BS, right? And over time, I had to quiet down my voice because my voice didn't matter. Now I speak as loud as I want, but of course I'm very respectful too, because this is their space until I get out of here when time aligns, right? But my point to say is, like, over time, I have to realize these were just imprints that I had to undo. And you all might have some sort of imprint from a friend that might have said something. I remember when I was younger, a girl, and I told you all this story, right? I told you all this story about a girl when she was 5 years old. I was 5 years old too, right? 2 5-year-olds communicating. But she told me I'm an ugly monster. And her mom was coming to pick her up. She's like, honey, don't say that about him. But she told me I was ugly. So guess what? I went throughout my entire life thinking I was ugly. was hideous. I was unattractive to women. And because I kept creating that story and narrative, people, like girls liked me, but it was always like not the pretty ones, even though pretty and beautiful is subjective, of course, right? The ones that I liked, they saw me as some sort of reject because I saw myself as some needy guy who couldn't get a girl. And so I kept saying that no one likes me, no one likes me. And guess what? No one liked me. And I thought anyone who was telling me that I'm a nice guy or I'm a kind guy, they were just being nice to me. They were just being polite. That was it. They were just being polite to me. But they didn't want to actually hurt my feelings. They didn't want to say, yeah, I don't want to hurt his feelings. I was just going to say he's a nice guy. He's an okay guy. I've been through that experience. But because of that 5-year-old, I had to go through that experience, right, throughout my entire life. And that's why I said anything that's happening in your current life where you feel like you're not capable, you're not good enough, you've been rejected, that's stemming from somewhere in childhood. Would an adult take on the opinions of a child saying, hey, you're ugly monster? No, because the adult consciously knows that the child doesn't really know what they're saying. Mommy, he's scary. He's ugly. You wouldn't, you might take it on if you take on the opinions of another. Remember I was telling you about breaking your language structures? If every human right now were to break their language structure, you still use language, but you break the structure of language and the interpretation behind each word, and you just allow it to unfold, you will see a world where people will they'll just be operating on an okay's kind of like they'll just they don't care, they're good either way. I feel like I need to cut the grass right now. Something's telling me to go cut the grass right now. My intuition just kicked in. It's like, cut the grass, cut the grass. Okay, cut the grass. Sure, cut the grass. Y'all get to see me cutting that grass. Y'all will hear the lawnmower though. It's gonna be a little loud. So, just giving you FYI. Look, got my boots on. These are my boots and I'm gonna roll up my pants for a bit because I know, I don't want to, but the grass needs to be cut, unfortunately. Unfortunately, the grass needs to be cut. So I'm gonna swing you all around this way now. Get this out of the way. Y'all are gonna see me cut that grass. I have to do the front as well too. There's a bunch of flowers here. Speaking of flowers, a bunch of flowers that they planted. Like this, they were planting a bunch of flowers that they planted yesterday. There you go. See? Here's some flowers for all of you. And speaking of that, I do need to move some of these things out of the way because they are in the way. The one thing I used to do is complain a lot about things. And the one thing now I don't like is complaining. Because I've, over my lifetime, I just cleaned this place up. What the hell? What the hell, people? Just put it back. Why do you think I made this place the way it is? See, when you take care of something and then somebody just comes in and kind of messes it up, sometimes that bothers me. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be like, come on. I just fixed this place. What the hell are you doing? Where is the other glove? Where is the other glove? I need this. I'll need this. Some of you might not like the sound of the lawnmower, so I'm gonna just let you know. If the noise bothers you, come back in like 30, 40 minutes. See, now I'm looking for the other side of the glove. I don't know where this glove is. Put stuff back. Where you found it, put it back. Don't leave it out here. Okay, I did find it. It's over here. Nobody got time for all that. This is where you get to practice where you preach, Orion. You get to practice that patience. And this is where humans get bothered by other humans, because then they're like, you know, why can't that person just do that, right? It's so simple. Okay, let me take care of this quickly. Are you for real? For real, for real? For real, for real? Sit over there and wait. Seriously, stay put. Don't move. Let's see. Let me quickly check what's going on in the chat. I will get working on that grass, boy. I'm gonna get working on that grass, boy. I'm gonna cut. Oh, fuck! I need to move the bags out of the way here too. Temporarily. Holy shit! Shit is heavy as fuck. So this is where life will throw you one of them curveballs when you least expect it, and I needed to make damn sure. All right, and there's a bunch of plants over here. I just need to kind of like push in this plastic can go here. Don't know why all this is here. All right. Look, T-Bray. This is my shorts. Look. There. That's my shorts. This is my shorts right here. All right. The lawnmower is going on, y'all. Just letting you know, it's going to be loud. No. Well. I'm going to go this way. It's going to rain later, so I got to get it done. It doesn't take long to cut the grass, though. I'm like a grass terminator. Get it done quickly. At least y'all can still hear me though. See, we're getting that grass cut, boy. Getting that grass cut. I'm gonna eat shortly as well after. That way this is out of my way. They were using the kitchen, my brother and his fiance. Let's go. Well, at least you guys got to see me cutting the grass, because I did that. I actually did it last Tuesday when I started the stream. Someone was on my stream last Tuesday. We used to have perfect grass in here, but of course, you know what happens when one dandelion shows up and it gets caught up. It spreads like a seed all over the place, and it spreads like wildfire, or in this case, wildflower. I don't do edging. That's not my thing. Ain't nobody got time for edging. I leave that for the other people to deal with. This gives me my steps. And yes, I did miss some spots. I'll come back over there. Pick this up, throw that over there, get that out of the way. Pile of dirt in the corner over here, like, well, soil. Last week I cut something very deep over here, and you heard something like chopping. And I was like, oh shit, I don't know what that was. This backyard, like where the garden part is, this needs to be rebuilt. Like all these wood panels, it friggin' needs to be rebuilt. It's just like falling apart. Alright. I'll be swinging it back. Gotta go here. There's spots that I have to get over. I like creating the line in the grass. somewhere around here is where shit happened. You'll see me on the camera in a moment. They've already started planting. I see green onion. I see, I think they have cherry tomato. So I'll be yamming on some cherry tomato throughout the summer. I love cherry tomato, by the way, y'all. I can eat cherry tomato like I can eat like cherries or blueberries, as long as they taste good, you know? Alright. Now this spot. Getting there. Almost there. Okay. I need to move. I need to do right here. Whew. Oh yeah. Grass is looking very nice already. See, that didn't take long. But I do have to move these bricks out of the way. It's funny how these bricks prevent the concrete from lifting up in the winter, because I removed the brick over here and the concrete got lifted up. And I'm like, oh shit. It absorbs. I never understood why they put 2 bricks here. Now I know why, because I removed it during the winter time and the concrete got lifted up. Pretty nuts. So I'm going to do a once over. Certain spots I missed, so I'm just doing it quickly. Well, when I live on my penthouse, I don't have to do all this. I won't have to cut grass, but I don't mind cutting grass. I get my steps in place. More steps for me, the better, right? The backyard is done. See? Not that long. Doesn't take long. The front takes a little bit longer though, because the front has two spots. It's cool. Let's see. Beauty of a house. I see Japanese text. I do have a unique style of mowing, don't I? I like to make lines in the grass. See, now the grass is mowed. And thank you, Gypsy and Clone Trooper. I don't know if anyone else is still here because, you know, it's a lawnmower and it makes a lot of noise. But I'm going to do the front quickly. I'm going to put on Wi-Fi or take off. Basically said it's going to look great when it's maintained. Yeah, so... Oh no, you'll know. I said Gypsy basically said the grass is going to... I should be back now. Let me know if I'm back. I should be back. Gypsy basically said that the grass is going to look amazing when it's maintained. Or will look amazing once it's maintained. Do you see it? Or did you hear what I said? I'm sure you did. We're going to go to the front now. Yeah. Basically, I had to turn off my Wi-Fi because I'm going to bring you to the front. Because I can't keep you all on Wi-Fi. The live stream lags. Perfect. We're going to the front. I gotta do here. I gotta do all here quickly. I'll do this when I'm coming back though. I have to go all the way around, so I may as well do here anyways. And then I got the front to do. So I'm gonna leave you all like... Oh, I'll use the front camera so I see what's going on. So I gotta go see if there's anything that needs to be removed from the grass, because sometimes you pick up like litter, and if you chop the litter, it makes a whole bunch of mess. And the people in the neighborhood get to see the muscles. They get to see the nakeds, the shirtless, the mic cut out, mic cut out. You all can still hear me. It's good. Perfect. Almost 2 o'clock. I did abs, did my main quest, did my side quests. So now I can go and eat after. At the side of the house right now. Right at the side of the cars right now. All right, let's do the front here quickly. The front yard is a little bit challenging to cut because I have to go up a hill, and of course they did some damage over here during the winter time because the pipe leaked and broke. This is the neighbor's stuff though, but they did damage our front yard here with the trucks. So, you know, it is what it's meant to be. T-Bray's still here. You say have a unique way of cutting grass. How do you cut grass? I thought it was just a universal thing. People just cut the grass the same way, just using a different like line or something, you know? I don't know. But you'll have to tell me. All right. We're back. The phone overheated. I came back to the phone quickly just to show the maple leaf, and I saw the phone overheated, so I'll go quickly do the front. Oh yeah, probably. I want to make sure that y'all can see me. I'm sure it's working. Let's see. Yeah. Exactly. That's a bar that you just left, by the way. Appreciate you with that bar. Chiga, yeah, when the root is deep, there is no reason to fear the wind. Prepare yourself. You're damn right. I like that. That's a real bar. I'm going to go to the front and finish my cutting the grass. If my freaking tablet will behave itself. Whew. That's a real bar. Test 1, 2, 3. Just make sure it's all good. Test 1, 2, 3. Yeah, we're good. We're good. Audio is good. No, I didn't finish it. I have to go because the phone overheated because I brought it to the front and it was just too hot. I brought this to show T-Bray. This is the maple leaf of the Canadas. That's what I'm going to take with me and plant in San Diego so we have a maple leaf tree. Like that. Exactly that kind of maple leaf. That way I bring some Canada with me. I'll leave it here. I'm going to leave you all here with the stream. My mic's going to probably cut out. So you know what I'll do quickly? I'm going to quickly just leave some music on. And I'll say cutting grass. Be right back. Here with the stream. My mic's going to probably cut out. Oops. Mowing lawn at the front of the house. BRB. Enjoy music. Sure. What is it? Let me know what it is. I'll drink some water. False Hydra. Damn Google Images. I see it. It's some like creepy looking thing. Well, for me, I mean, I see it. It's got all kinds of heads. Can we like open the fucking picture, like preview image? Like, come on. There. It's hard to see, but here you go. Okay, I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Enjoy the maple leaf as well. Somebody's cooking something. I can hear it. It's either somebody's cooking something or somebody's putting away something in the kitchen. I can hear it. Okay. I'll leave Stellar Blade on. I did it! We're done! Finito! We're done. Oh, hello, Ranger. Good to see you. So Stormtrooper and Clone Trooper would be two different people. Welcome, Mr. Power Ranger guy. I like Power Rangers, by the way. I like your Red Ranger emoji, or your avatar. I just can't see it on my streaming app, but I know that you have a Red Ranger, the original MMPR Ranger. That's my guy right there. All right, I need to shake this stuff out. A bunch of grass. Should have moved my mat when I had the chance, but it's all good. Got some cleaning to do quickly. All kinds of mess. You're gonna hear an old school broom, y'all. You know those ones, those types. Why is all here all messy? What the hell's going on here? There's these little flower bud things that are going all over the place. I like my area to be clean, you know? So I'm gonna do my part to keep it clean. I haven't even eaten anything yet. God dang. Gosh dang it. Gosh darn it. I need to move these bags back over there. Wax on, wax off. You know what's weird? The wind is blowing it back. I like when my table underneath is clean. Since I use this area, I gotta I gotta make sure it's clean. Holy shit, I keep forgetting how heavy. God dang. I need to use this bag for a moment. I'll read the chat in a bit. I need to clean the lawnmower. And then, what time is it? 2:24? Perfect. Right on schedule, right on cue. Right on cue. There's not much more for me to say presently. I'm letting my mind just relax for a bit. But the mind will eventually, well, the soul will want to say some stuff. Apologies for the sweeping noise, but you know, gotta keep this area nice and clean. And this chair, I wonder when they're gonna actually move it from here. We might go to the store in a bit to buy water. because we're running out of water to drink, like bottled water. So we'll probably head to the store. Yeah. Clean. I see what you said there, Gypsy. So now, because I don't use the bag, because the bag is actually, we had the bag for this lawnmower, you know what I'm saying, attach it behind. It doesn't capture the grass anymore because, you know, it's an older lawnmower. So this is what I got to do. Sometimes it gets stuck. I don't want to do this on the concrete, so. Come on. Come on now. That should be okay. So, yeah, so now basically I clean underneath, because if I don't clean this, the grass will get stuck, and then like I kept this clean throughout the season, even when we were done using it last year, and the lawnmower was able to start no problem this year. But if they don't clean it, because the grass builds up over time, the blade can't move. So it's important to, if you don't use your bag and you're wondering why your lawnmower takes forever to start up, this is the reason. Once you take care of it, it will start up no problem. But if you don't take care of it, it's just like anything else. If you don't take care of it, then problems will build up. Your body, your mind, your spirit. Your soul is perfect, but you know, the spirit, like the energy behind your life force energy, if you don't take care of it, well, shit's gonna not work properly. A little bit of elbow grease. This is what you call the Jesus carpenter phase. They call this the carpenter phase. Just taking care of shit. I use this digger thing. Shovel, digger, or whatever you want to call it. Pick up the grass. Unfortunately, because the bag just doesn't work with this anymore, I have to do the old school manual way. So this is where I get a little humbled to do yard work, which is fine, no big deal. Just, you know. See how I'm in a squat right now? That's what I'm saying about life. You might need to get down in a squat to do things. That's why, you know, when you're prepared, life will throw you one of those like interesting curveballs where you'll need to be able to do things when you least expect it. I was like fighting. I always pretend, because in a previous incarnation, I knew I had to like do this. Not in this lifetime, though. Thank you. I know. I can feel it. Okay. I hope they're done with the kitchen so I can use it. I'm a little hungry right now. After cutting grass and doing my workout, yeah, appetite. You can probably faintly hear the stellar blade track. All right, move this bag back over here. Move this. Put this back, because we are finito. And there you go. That's the second time I cut grass on this live stream. Last week Tuesday, this week Tuesday. I still have a little bit of cleaning up with the broom, but I mean I did a good job with the broom. Quickly. All right. I don't know why. Oh. So I'm just going to quickly put these gloves back together. There. So I'm going to leave the digger tool there, the spare left side in the bag. You know, when you take care of stuff and you start to remove stuff, they want to add stuff back to the space that already had less stuff. It's like they want to fill up the space with like that is empty. We humans, we tend to do that. We tend to want to bring stuff, like we empty it to just fill it up again. It's kind of weird, isn't it? I like my space to be empty. Once I have, I like my space to be like pretty empty. Google is streaming new technology. What kind of technology are they streaming? What does the Googles have? I can take off these boots. Look at my socks full of grass. Mr. Fly, Mr. B, can you disappear please? I'm not bothering you. Get out of here. Socks is full of grass. Got that barefoot life. Haven't barefoot once yet for the season. Maybe now I bare feet. Since I'm done everything else, I can bare feet. Look at all this grass in my socks. Jesus. I'm going to bring you all upstairs with me, provided no one else is using the damn kitchen, so I can use the kitchen. When I get my own space, I won't even have to think, I don't even have to question that. won't have to question a lot of things like the noise level. I won't be screaming loud so my neighbors can hear me. But my penthouse has really good soundproofing too, so it's gonna be good. If any of you come to San Diego, more than welcome to come and hang out at the place. Get to see that view. I get to see that view every day. It's my inner world. It's good. It's a good view. All right. We're bare feet now, y'all. This is so good. It feels so good to be bare feet again. Sure is. Let me see. New digital technology for video making. It's pretty cool. Hey, that's cool. All right, we're going upstairs now, y'all. So we go from cutting grass to cooking. And I'm gonna go make some eggs. Stellar Blade will be playing in the background. Well, it'll be playing out here. What the hell is going on over here? Amazing. All right. What is this? Soup. Let's wash our hands first. Now you all get to see the kitchen. Oh, by the way, for those of you who've never seen this before, it's me. That's me. That's me. Look at that. Look at that person. That's all of us, by the way. That's me. That's Dad and Mom and my cousin Vanessa. But look at those little hands. Those little hands. So he didn't know who he was going to be. But now he knows exactly who he's supposed to be. Yeah, I think so too, but some of them are not acting in the way they're supposed to, unfortunately. At times, they're acting very... But it's okay. They are where they are. 3 eggs. We're also taking out food. I'm going to be making maybe scrambled eggs. Or I'll make my perfect omelet. Where the hell is it? I put a little bit of butter. Just a smidge. And then I put a little bit of extra virgin olive oil, just a smidge. This is some good stuff, by the way. Extra virgin olive oil does the body good, y'all. I'll even put some in the eggs as well. So we'll crack those eggs. Oh, Gypsy. Funny girl. Let's see. I didn't read what I'm reading what you're writing, but I'm reading what Felix is writing. Now my internet is good. It wasn't before. Gotcha. I didn't see your message prior. Did you see my DNA? No, I did not. Unfortunately, because it was focused on all that other stuff. Okay. Made a little bit of a mess. So, put that away. Since I'm going to put this in the rice, vegetables, and steak. So I'll be taking that out. Oh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Or, you know what? I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have that piece of sausage. Because why not? Alright. So first things first. Extra virgin olive oil into the eggs. Or I like to call them the eggies. I like cute words. This is how I channel my inner child, by saying eggies. Eggies and bubbas. Alright. I can be all man and all child all at the same time. Black pepper, so that was parsley. Black pepper. This is how I make good eggs. This is all season. And chili flakes, y'all. You put chili flakes in your eggs? Sure do. I can handle spice, but I'm not a big spice fan. Like I like a little heat, but not too much. T-Bray and I, when we have conversations, I like too much heat is like no good for me, because the stomach just does not agree with the heat of the spices. We're gonna whisk the eggs. It was a good look. Sometimes I kind of like stare at things because I can't see. Well, because I'm getting used to all of you, Gypsy, Felix, you know. I've always been comfortable with, you know. Sometimes you have to kind of like hold your place until you get comfortable. I'm always comfortable with anybody, but, you know, some people are just like, ew, you're weird. You're weird. Yeah, I know I'm weird. Okay, I need to lower down the stove a little bit. Uno momento. The eggs are bubbling up already. Put the stove a little too high. It's okay. I will. I'll put it back on the stove. I'm making scrambled eggs anyway, so it doesn't really matter. There. Now, I usually wash while I cook. The one thing about me is when I'm cooking, I always clean as well, because I don't like things piling up. I was talking about ITFTs and ATFTs earlier. For those of you who missed that conversation, I'm going to explain it quickly. ATFTs and ITFTs. You're probably wondering, what the hell is that now, Orion? What in God's name is ATFTs and ITFTs? I'll tell you right now. ATFTs is the ability to follow through, and ITFTs is the inability to follow through. So when you tell yourself that you're going to do something and you follow through, your mind makes a little mental check mark saying, okay, I trust this person. you're basically building trust with yourself. When you say you're going to do something, but then you don't follow through, and then you feel guilty about it. Notice the word I said, you feel guilty or awful about it, and you condemn yourself. Then you build something called ITFTs, and ITFTs is basically mistrust. And so, if you do that more and more and more, you're building momentum in either direction, both positive or negative. So that's the difference between ITFT and ATFTs. I am very eccentric gypsy. Wait, I'm making scrambled eggs. No, I'm damaging the eggs. Here we go. We're gonna damage the eggs now. I made a grape. We're gonna squish it all up. We're making eggs. Well, I'm gonna have food because I haven't eaten yet. I usually eat eggs every day, but y'all haven't seen me eating eggs yet, so here we are. Quickly scrambling it up. I just made it into a somewhat of a protein, or into like a omelet kind of thing. We were just cutting grass too. So I went from landscaping to cooking now. And I'm gonna go warm up some food that was made yesterday. We got rice. We got pressure cooked rice with beans. Getting that protein in, people. I can take this off the stove. My scrambled eggs are slightly different from the others. I like my things a little bit cooked. Not runny, not watery. I wish y'all can smell it. It smells nice. It smells nice. We'll be back outside in a moment. I cut that grass. We're gonna be back outside, warming up that food. Now we're gonna get some vegetables. We got some carrots. Thank you. We got some carrots, broccoli. It's gonna be. I like me my trees, by the way. I used to call these things trees. They still look like trees. I'm gonna basically put the eggs over this as well. I'm gonna have this sausage because I said why not. Now I'm gonna warm this up for 2 minutes and 55 seconds. I like my food very, very hot. And this is already done cooking. That's 3 eggs right there. I haven't had any yogurt in a hot minute. I'm gonna have yogurt later. Then I have to clean this. So I'm gonna clean this before I go eat. There's that. Well, I wanted to show you all the flowers that my sister got, but they're starting to die because it's so hot. They were looking so nice. Unfortunately, they're starting to go. Yep. There's everybody else. That's my brother. That picture is a little hard to see. That's my sister. And that's her. The tiny little boa. But she's like, I could put it in the fridge. Welcome back, y'all. That's how hot it is outside. Well, it's more like 30 now. So I'm gonna go grab my food. He already saw me cooking, so that's good enough. And food is done warming up, which is perfect. Now I get to pour the eggs, put the eggs into the plate, and I'll have a big, gigantic meal. This is both breakfast and lunch. It's more like lunch now. I actually don't really label my meals. They're just first meal or second meal or whatever meal. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go to the grocery store and get water because I'm waiting for my mom to come back with the car because I don't know when if my sister is using the car. I still get to use that car every so often until I buy my Supra. My Supra is coming in the physical. Well, at least you all got to see upstairs for a moment. So anytime I'm cooking, now you know, all you now know have, wow, now you all have seen it. So you now see me cook and cut grass on my own live stream. I'm a multi-dimensional being able to do multi-dimensional things. I'm not just locked to one thing. I am all things. I'm a good chef, by the way, if I do say so myself. Now, I don't really cook often here, but when I do need to cook, I can cook. Because when I was living on my own, I had to cook. I had no choice to. And seeing how I was back then versus the way I am now, like, I can whip up anything. The advent of YouTube and cooking channels and just watching people what they do is just remembering how to do it myself. That's all it is. So I'm gonna eat. I'm gonna keep the mic away from my mouth. No ASMR chewing. Yeah, if I don't see my sister using a car, I'm gonna drive the red car. I'll take the car. It's still technically my car, but I sold it to her, so. You know, it's her car now until I get my Supra. Let's get one of them yoga blocks. We're gonna need it anyways. And voila, y'all. That's what we have. That's what we got going on. Eggs, broccoli, carrot, a piece of sausage, and rice with beans. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up my stream on my tablet and just kind of watch the chat. And actually, I can't do that because that means then you won't be able to hear the music. It's fine. I'll look at the chat in a bit. Bon appetit, y'all. Grab my water. The grass is looking nice. It's looking very, very nice. I'll read everything shortly, I promise. Yeah, I'm gonna bring you guys to the store. I need to buy water because we have like only 3 bottles left, and I'm starting to feel it right now. And of course, my brother they use it too, so we need some water, right? We weren't expecting this to be this hot in these couple days, so water needs to be bought before Thursday because usually grocery happens on Thursdays, but it needs to be bought before then. So I eat a lot of eggs, by the way, because eggs, number one, are very easy to make. Number two, very nutritional. Good for your hair, good for your nails, good for your skin. And good for your heart, by the way. And number three, yeah, because it's just good for your body. And a lot of protein. Quick and easy protein right here. I know this one's going to be kind of random to share. Sometimes I forget to just chew and I just like chew a little and then, obviously go down. But for those of you who are like, how come I can't lose weight? If you're wondering about weight and you're struggling with weight, I'm going to tell you something right now. If you were to chew your food to a point where it becomes like dust, of course it'll take you longer to chew. Your body will not need to digest that much. In fact, it won't need to digest that at all because it becomes powder. Imagine chewing your food 22 times before you down it. Guess what happens? It'll take you longer to eat, for sure. It'll take you much longer to eat, but then your food doesn't have to digest. That's why a lot of people, right? Like if you're at a restaurant, you can't be chewing for like 3 hours on the same meal that you had, right? But this is a way of for anyone who's like, I don't want to eat that, or because it's gonna make me fat. No, it's simple. You just chew more, so your food can digest faster. That's it. Because when the food doesn't break down enough in your stomach, then you start to like feel a little heavy, and then the energy doesn't move around. It's like a physical principle. So just letting you all know. close, Canada, but I will be living in America soon enough. This is Toronto. I'm just eating my meal and gonna go to the store shortly. Got to go buy some water. Good to have you, by the way. But yeah, this is definitely Canada. But I will be living in America soon enough. San Diego, California. Because the water bottle has been out here for a hot minute, the water's not as cold as it was. So that's why I need to go get some water. I'm sure a lot of people are right now going to buy water because it's just hot. Kind of unexpected heat wave. Because last week when I was looking at the weather, it was not supposed to be this hot. But it's actually hotter than it's supposed to be now. I mean, anywhere I go, it's safe, though. I mean, well, that's subjective, of course. Right? If I were to sit somewhere else, that's where war is, that's not happening. But I mean, this area is okay. But if you drive 5 minutes over there, well, the collective hive mind in that area, 5 minutes from here, north, different story. But it's so funny how a 5-minute drive takes you into a whole different vibe. But I can be out here in San Diego, California too. I've done it many times. I've streamed many times outside, and I'm safe. Or New York. Well, I didn't stream in New York. I made videos in New York and LA. Well, I live streamed in LA. But if I was somewhere else in the world, maybe not potentially, but I'm a change maker. I'm a change maker, a rule breaker, and a trailblazer all at once. And a multi-dimensional entrepreneur. So where I go, shit goes, it falls with me. So if I desire peace, I will bring peace. If I want chaos, chaos will ensue, but I don't desire chaos, personally. This meal has been so good. Oh my god. I haven't eaten all day. Except for that apple. The apple held me over for a bit. What was my last meal last night? What did I have? I had this, obviously, but I had a little snack. Oh, I had a muffin. I had a muffin at like 7:45 when I was doing my other stream, where I was like, "Alright, channel, you're back, but now it's time for me to say goodbye to you." I love shawarma. I don't know if I've ever had that. I didn't know there was other names for shawarma. I thought I mean, there's chicken shawarma, there's shrimp shawarma, beef shawarma. But I didn't know there was something called Shelby shawarma. Words are not coming out right now. I'm eating. But I didn't know there was a Shelby version. Unless that's a place in the world and we're talking about two different things. You'll have to let me know. If you're talking about the food, yeah. But if you're talking about a place in the world, then I have no idea. Alright, gonna go wash some dishes. I'll be right back. Oh, okay. I had no idea. I had no idea. I don't really pay too much attention about things like that, but good to know. Did not know that. Guess what I get to do now? I get to go touch grass with my bare feet. Yeah, look at that, getting to touch grass with that bare feet right now. Feeling nice. What is that thing called grass? What is this? What is this thing called grass? Oh, it's some green substance that feels very nice on your feet. It doesn't make you any more spiritual or more connected to God, but it definitely helps you with feeling nice. Touching grass. Go touch grass, bro. Okay, bro. The first time I ever heard somebody tell me that, I was like, what the fuck does that mean? Touch grass. And I was like, oh, it's for people who always stay inside, right? Go touch grass, bro. Okay, bro. I don't really identify with an ethnicity anymore. My parents are born in Guyana, South America, so they came from South America. So that would be considered West Indies, but I am, because I have my memories, this is just a vessel. Yes, I chose this body, but I'm just a soul that has occupied this body for now. So I'm not really any ethnicity. I don't label myself into a box. Not that there's anything wrong with that, right? Because this body is technically part of the Guyanese tradition. So Guyana, South America. And again, nothing wrong with that, but I don't peg myself to just one thing. It's hella hot. Yeah, we're gonna go, I have to get two things. I have to get milk, my protein milk, and I have to get water. I figured I, tackle two birds with one stone. But yeah, my ethnicity is basically soul. So anytime someone asks me this question, I always just give them that, soul. I'm one of the, not lucky ones, but one of the ones that was granted access to their memories so I can help the collective consciousness shift. But in order for me to help the collective shift, I had to go through a whole set of experiences to allow me to understand how reality works. Because if I'm only locked to one perspective, then I'm basically skewed to that one perspective. And I was for a bit, but things had to change for me to understand how it worked. And so I've had last year, May 18th, literally a year ago, yesterday, I unlocked my memories. It was very wild, but it unfolded. It's hard to believe though, because you know the mind, most human minds are obviously stuck to the paradigm to what they're at, but some of you have lived many lifetimes, so you just forgot that. Some didn't live any lifetimes yet. Those who come to Earth and things are just easy and just flows naturally, that's because things just unfolded naturally. Because they don't have too much programming. Let me see. Hi, Pop. Do you need to use the car?
Yeah.
What time?
6:30.
Okay, I'm gonna go get some water then. So my sister needs to use the car at 6:30, so this is perfect. We're gonna go to the store now. No, I was well, my previous experience was I was a network analyst and a network engineer and a system engineer, but I don't do that stuff anymore. I basically help people unblock their subconscious blocks so that they can live their best life. Those are the best words I can use to tell you what I do. I'm basically like a life coach, but not a life coach. So I help people unblock a lot of their subconscious blocks that they think that they have that they actually don't have. I'm gonna go quickly to the car. My socks is full of like, I'm gonna wear another socks quickly. My current socks I had on earlier is full of grass. Don't want to be wearing grassy socks. I'm putting that in my boots, my shoes. So yeah, I was an engineer, but not more in the technical field. And let's just say that it was an experience I had to go through. Hey, Dad. I'll be back. All right, coming back out. I'm gonna go. Hello from India. I'm going to be going to the store for a moment. I'll take you all for a ride. Going to take you for a ride. I need to take my bag, my little pink bag. How am I gonna do this? Because I gotta keep you guys somewhat in my pocket when I'll need my two hands, obviously, to some degree. I'll figure it out. This is my bag. If you're wondering, how's that a bag? It unfolds into a bag. Very convenient bag. All right, let me go put the car to chill for a moment because the car is probably extraordinarily hot. My mom just came back. I could use her car, but holy moly. is hella friggin' hot. I'm looking at her car. Momento, go to her quickly and go grab water and milk from the shop. I was gonna use her car, but I figured, I'll use the red car. Yeah, I'm taking you all. Don't worry. I have to keep you guys plugged in for a moment though, because I'm taking you with a 1080p stream, and I'll also have to take off Wi-Fi.
Hi.
I'm just going to go get water. I can't take you into the car just yet because the car is extremely hot. It is boiling hot. And the moment I put you all in the car, the phone's gonna friggin' overheat. So I gotta wait it out a little. It's just too hot in the car. So I'm giving the car a little bit of time to chill out. Yeah. No, I wouldn't be. So the only thing is I wouldn't be able to. Once I go a certain distance, you all won't be able to hear me. So if I were to go, so you can see the stream. If I were to go, probably like 2 houses down, the mic will still work, but it'll break in and out, right? If I left the phone inside the room, and I go all the way outside in the front, because of the brick walls, the signal is not reaching. But if it has a clear line of sight, this should have about a 900 feet range. Apparently 900 feet, but it has to be clear, right? Like an open space. I've tested it before where I was on my other stream, I was in San Diego, and there's a park. We were sitting at a beach area, and I had the stream just kind of right here on the table. I left my phone as is, because I know San Diego's safe. No one's going to touch my shit, right? And so basically I walked super duper far, and ultimately they said, yeah, we can still hear you. I'm like, oh, it was a pretty good distance. It's a pretty long distance. So this is my car key. See how you guys overheated it inside just now? Well, the problem is I can't take my fan with me either. There's a fan on the back of the phone that's keeping the phone nice and cool. It's helping the phone stay cool. But the problem is because it needs power, unless I create free energy, free technology that allows, not free technology, free energy that allows energy to just be, harnessed. That isn't the sun. It'll need power. I do have my battery, but it's a little annoying. So I gotta give the car a little bit of time to cool down. And come back. We'll tackle my movements, because my sister has to use her car. Because it's her car now. It's not mine. My car is a Supra. I just have to go and get it. Let's check social media for a moment. Let's see what's going on. Okay. Haha, Vegeta won. That's nice. What's going on here? Let's see. I'm just reading something quickly. Hey. Feeling motivated at 53 is complicated. Okay, so I'm glad you shared that. What if I told you that your mind is creating that story and it's actually very easy at 53 that you're very motivated? Because here's the funny thing. You want to hear this? It's a paradox. You're so motivated to say that you're not motivated at 53 because you're motivated and disciplined to say that you're not motivated and disciplined at 53. Paradox. That's how the mind works. What you tell yourself is what you ultimately will give yourself. So if you tell yourself it's hard and it's hard at 53 to be motivated, then it's hard and be difficult to motivate yourself at 53 because you created that law. So for me, when you're with me, I'm not here to intellectualize or be morally superior. I'm here to show you and reflect back that if you're saying that it's hard to be motivated, then it's going to be hard to be motivated, and you're going to be right. Right? The mind is creating a story. But what if I told you that you can get back to the version of you who is still motivated? And guess what? Motivation is an illusion anyways, because motivation is fleeting. It'll come and go, right? Some days you will not feel motivated. And don't beat yourself up for that either, because that's just a story that the mind likes to do. The mind is creating all kinds of narratives, all kinds of like unnecessary stories for no reason. My character has done that for years. And at times the character still says something. Sometimes you'll see me on my stream and I tell the character to shh. Quiet. Hey, I hear you. Shh. Enough. Like I was cutting grass and a story was coming through. I'm like, what are you doing? We're cutting grass. Come on. Hello. What are you doing? Because you and the mind are not one. Or let me rephrase it. You and the mind are two different beings, but you are together. Your mind is its own entity, and you, the you that cannot be explained by any words, is its own entity. So you have the power. If you say that you have the power at 53 to be motivated, then you have the power at 53 to be motivated. There are people that are double my age that are in such tremendous like shape, and not even shape, but they just got a good mind because they've sharpened it over and over and over, and to a point where it's now that's like their identity. It's like foreign for them to not be so-called motivated. Let me see what's being written in the chat. That was a good motivation to cowboy with a A. I mean, yeah. Let's see. And it's enabling things so they don't have to put it on mic. Let me see. I would like that feature. That's a feature that I'm planning to build in my live streaming platform. It's sort of like Zoom. And Jimmy, you're good, bro. Just remember, you have the power. In every present moment, let me turn off Wi-Fi because we're gonna. Let me see if you can hear me. Yeah, you guys should be able to hear me now. So, Jimmy, 15 pounds is better than 100 pounds. Right? Everything is known in comparison. Yeah, it had to be all good because I had to switch to data. Data, when you're switching off from Wi-Fi to data, things don't work properly for a bit. All right, the phone is somewhat cool. Pray to the heavens that my phone doesn't overheat while we're in the car. Let's go. Let's take that ride, people. If the phone overheats or the stream lags, you'll know why. It's because the car is just way too friggin' hot. Or I might just put you by the ventilator, the AC. Ooh, yeah! Look, the temperature of the car. It's hard to see. 33 degrees, y'all. That's how hot it is. Oh, we're listening to TLC Scrubs. I'm taking you all for a ride. I'm gonna zoom in so y'all don't see all that. All right, let's go. I have the thing closed. Have my wallet, my keys. Did she not? Oh, I'm gonna have to wait for a moment. This might be some of your first time with me in the car while I'm driving. So, let's go. Happy Tuesday. I'm gonna go get some water. I have to get some water. And I have to fix the video for a sec. Vroom, 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 vroom. Really, dude? Come on. It's okay. I'm a really patient driver, but I'm like, really, dude? You wanted to get in my way? Oh, he had to change lanes, so. There's an airplane over there, y'all. That's where the airport is, just so y'all know. My sister needed a car at 6 p.m., so. I love this car. I bought it brand new with 0 kilometers off the truck. I'm like, I want that one. 2015. I want that car. You all should be able to hear me. Yeah, we're on the drive. It's just the phone holder thing is kind of jiggly a bit, but it's all good. There's a plane flying overhead of us, right there. Look, you get a plane in the shot there. The airport's like 5 minutes from here if you drive this direction. Actually, 7 minutes. It's a 7-minute drive. I like the airport. Man, you guys are driving so slow. Like, pick it up. Grocery store's like right here, by the way. I need one of them carts though. Yep, perfect. I needed one of those little tiny carts, and they're right there. How excellent is that? So I might have to, I don't think I have to put you in my pocket. I can keep you in the cart. Let's go. I'm gonna zoom out. Grab my key. Don't ever forget your key in your car. need one of these guys. Not the big one, the little one. I need a tiny one. Is this one good? This one's good. Because I only have 2 hands and I need to put the water and my milk that I need to get, my protein milk. Yep. Oh, I'm not sneaky at all. They know exactly if I'm streaming. I don't hide that. I've gone into the grocery store with my gimbal and everything, plenty of times. Oh man, the wind. Whoa. That's I went right into a tile that was broken. How lucky was that? Look at the tiny Bubba. It's not that busy right now. It's perfect. We gonna get that milk and that and that water. It's quiet. It's not that busy. I chose the perfect time. Perfect. Perfection. I have no idea if they're the same price, to be honest. They should be. They should be the same price though. Because they look right. Let's see. Real Canadian and yeah, so that one is $2.99. Yeah, so this one's a little bit more. Yeah, this one's. Which, if that be the case, then I may as well take one of these ones. There's no difference between Real Canadian spring water and that. Nothing else, but I'm gonna quickly check if there's anything else I may need. So, my milk, where is it? Over here. Hey, look at that. My protein milk. And I always usually get the second one, not the first one, always, because it's cooler, and it's till June 16th, so that's cool. And it has 18 grams of protein, y'all. Of course, there's chocolate version, but I don't do the chocolate version. We'll walk around the grocery store for a moment, see if there's anything else. This is just like San Diego's grocery stores. Do. Let's go have a look. So we're in like the fruit section and the meat section and the bakery section. There's grapes. There's like sliced mangoes. There's strawberries and blueberries. What is over here? This is obviously, we're gonna see those fancy little cakes in a moment. Look at, they got those donuts over here. I didn't have that thought. What are you talking about, girl? Those, I like me my sprinkle donut. Oop. I like me my sprinkle donut. No, that wasn't a Pope. That wasn't a Pope. They have meals you can buy to eat, like pizza slices. They have cake. They have nice cakes here. I always love when they sprinkle. Interesting. Of course they got that fried chicken. They have protein shakes. Yeah, this is not even cold. What the hell? Yeah, that would take forever to cool down. I just held it, I'm like, and they have more food over here. So we just basically just did a lap. And then the checkout's over there. So we're gonna go around. Cakes, lots of cakes. They have cakes that look like hamburgers. And then this is like the place where you can get cards and like your hygiene stuff. There's even protein powder. See, pretty quiet. I'm gonna put you all in the cart for a moment though. I don't think there's anything else. I'm just gonna quickly do a once over. I might buy, let's see. I was gonna buy that protein shake, but it's just too warm. It's not even cold. I wanted something like nice and cold to drink. Yeah, y'all. I used to not like dark chocolate, and now I've come to somewhat take it, but like 95% dark chocolate is, whoa, buddy. It's rough. Like, it's crazy. Do I want dark chocolate? There's 70%. Or do I want some milk chocolate? Or do I want no chocolate? Or, let's see. I do have protein. I have protein powder right now at the house. I just wanted an already made protein shake. That's the whole reason why I have the milk. Because my milk ran out. I might stop off at a grocery or at a convenience store that might have a colder protein shake and just have a beverage in the car. Okay. Yep, lots of stuff. This is how North America operates, man. Oh, some of these things are not really necessary. All right, we're gonna check out quickly.
Scan the PC Optimum Apple Card at any time, or begin entering.
Cool. Oh, I gotta put one in the bagging area. Please remove items from scale. Thank you. Thank you. Skip. Skip. Boop. Yeah, thank you. And we get the little receipt.
Thank you for shopping with us.
Thank you for shopping with us. Have a nice day. And of course you can buy flowers and stuff. Actually, let's go quickly look at the flowers for a moment. I like me my flowers. So you can go in the flowers. Ooh, it's nice and cold in here, and they got those fancy ones. Got those fancy flowers. I've bought myself roses before, y'all. And for my guys out there, you can buy yourself your own damn roses. You don't need a woman to do that for you. You can buy that for yourself. Nothing wrong with treating yourself sometimes. Give yourself your damn flowers, boys. I like my flowers. Hey, what does that say? The meaning of flower colors. Red, love, admiration, courage, and passion. Orange, fascination, creative, energy, and desire. Yellow is friendship, joy. Joy, y'all. Look, see that word? You see what it says? What is that word? Joy. Happiness and cheer. Success for green, life, peace, and balance. Mystery, sensitivity, and unique. Purple, royalty, enchantment, wonder. Pink, femininity, gratitude, and refinement. White, loyalty, sympathy, grace, and innocence. Peach, modesty, gratitude, and sincerity. Black, power, strength, and confidence. I like that. Cool. I took a screenshot of that. I like it. Now let's see if I'm going to run into that same tile on the ground that made me like trip the cart. See that tile on the ground there? That's the one I ran into. Out of all the things, I run into it. Look, he's got that flower. He's got them bouquets. Nice. Our stores aren't even a tenth more, like a fifth. Dude, you haven't even seen anything yet. That's considered small. Like, this grocery store is considered small in comparison to some other stuff out there. All right, so what I need to do, car's right here. Yes, you see me like letting the thing go. There goes an airplane. Let me first turn on the car so I can get the car cool down again. Max blast heat that AC. Let's go. Oh yeah. I don't really need the receipt, but I'll take it with me. I want one of these. One of these for my road tripping. Look at that. You can live in this thing. Zion, huh? That's what they're called. Well, I want a Sprinter. I want to have my gaming laptop and my Starlink internet. I want one of these. Manifesting one of these bad boys so I can take a road trip all across, America. That car's like charging up. All right, let me just turn over to me for a moment, put you all by the vents for a sec before we roll off, because I need to get the phone a little chilled. Whew. Yeah. Nice. Hey, maybe that's your idea, Gypsy. Maybe that's your $1 billion idea. Maybe that's what you're supposed to tap into, and you're supposed to create that. I'll be like, what you waiting for, girl? Create those smart shopping carts so they follow you. All right. Another plane flying over us. Yeah, that one was small, bro. I am now your adopted internet dad. Sure. Phone is getting cooled down. You can see this perspective, but I'd rather you all see the road. Hey, there's a Lambo. You want to see a Lambo? It's across the street. It's right over there. There's a Lambo right over there, y'all. It's hard to see that, but there's a Lambo. Nice silver. You're an entrepreneur. Come on now. Come on now. What have I been saying all the time? Any of you could be an entrepreneur if you wanted to. I never thought of me being an entrepreneur, but here we are. Right? I never thought in a million years I'd be an entrepreneur. I thought I was going to be working for the rest of my life for someone else. And I'm like, fuck that noise. I'm not doing that. No way. You're an entrepreneur. You just haven't tapped into that side of you yet. Ooh, there's a Dodge Charger. We gotta wait. There's a truck pulling back anyway, so we can't go anywhere. Since we gotta go that way. That's not a creepy van, bro. That van is awesome. That is what we call van life. In North America, I'd be in one of those driving around and then be cooking my meals. That's crazy. All right. Phone should be good. The car is a little bit cooler. You'll be staring at a brick wall for a moment. I'll put you all back up on here, and then I fix that. I zoom out. Awesome. We're going. Brum, 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 brum. You'll be hearing my Supra with the engine. See you later, grocery store. See you later, cars. All right, cool. It's true. If Van life is the way to go. If for Felix, there's a guy on YouTube. Well, there's many guys and girls on YouTube, but one guy, I think you like him a lot. His name is Trent the Traveler. You will see how cool his van really is, and it'll change your perception on those vans. He gets to drive around, playing video games, cooking, you know, being in nature. He has a dog named Winnie, I think, and he just travels around North America in his van, and he helps make content to just inspire people to, you know, travel and stuff. And he gets to be outside, and you know, if he needs to take a shower, sometimes he has his own little shower. He's got quite the life. What's happening with smart shopping carts? Well, Gypsy was saying that someone should create smart shopping carts so it can follow. So it can follow you. And I told her she should be the one that brings it in, because the universe wanted to work through her there. That right there was an intuitive hit from the universe. And the universe is like, she's supposed to bring these smart shopping carts and be that entrepreneur, but she's like, I'm no entrepreneur. So then that's what the universe does. It's like, okay, well, can't really help you if you don't want to accept it. Maybe she was supposed to bring the smart shopping carts. I didn't see. Now that I'm gone, I'm gone. Heading back. Either way, I'll be turning left. If I even go straight, I have to still turn left. We'll be here at the lights for a little bit. Oh, you mean that black van? That's a van life van. If you're referring to that van is where they live in that van. It's a cool van. All right, cool. So we did some cooking, we did some shopping, we did some cutting of grass. What else is next? We did workout, we did a walk, nature. It's been a good day. Okay, so you do know Trent the Traveler. Okay, you're a little behind in the stream because you're about like maybe 5 or 10 seconds. Actually, you might be 30 seconds behind in the stream right now. If you hit the live button, it'll bring you back to live. Because sometimes that happens. You might be there's like a delay in the stream. So when I say something, then it happens like 5 or 10 seconds later. So that does happen at times. Will we make that light? If they speed up, then we'll make that light. Come on. We made it. Wow, that car is just like whizzing in and out of traffic. It's crazy. All right, I'm taking a pit stop. Wow, it's busy at the gas station today. Gosh dang. But I'm gonna park at the gas station, like in the gas. I'm not actually getting gas. I don't need gas, but I'm going to get me a protein shake, a cold one. I want a cold protein shake. So we're going out of the car again. Now you're at the gas station, y'all. Now you're at the gas station with me. Oh yeah! There's a place called Tim Hortons where you can get donuts and stuff like that. And hot chocolates and French vanillas. But it's too hot for that right now. There's no way I'm going to have any of that. So we're in a convenience store. Ooh, baby, we're going to take that elite version. We're taking that elite version of protein. Yep, burrs. We're taking that elite version. That 42 grams of protein.
Take care.
Afternoon, brother.
How are you, sir?
Good, yourself? All good?
All good so far.
Good stuff.
7-9.
Yep.
You have points?
Mm-mm. I used to, but not anymore. It's because I'm moving to San Diego, so yeah. A lot of my...
Is it a job or?
I work as an entrepreneur. Yeah. Yeah. Have a great day. Cheers. Thank you. So I'm going to just drop the receipt in here. Don't need it.
Well, I look at it already, I just forget.
Actually, you know what? Before we go, there's more donuts over here. See? Down there. That one. Sprinkle donuts. I always like my sprinkle donuts. Big child at heart. Got me my protein shake. Yeah, we're at the gas station now. I was getting a protein shake. Oh, I gotta make sure I put my milk away, because, you know, we don't want that to be... Yeah, you're teleporting, bro. Wait, let's see. You should say you make OnlyFans content. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think people be like, the fuck? I mean, you know, let's be real. OnlyFans doesn't necessarily just mean, like, you know, that kind of stuff. All right, let's see what happens. I need to change lanes, but it's okay. We can circle around. That red truck behind me is gonna let me in. Thank you. We're almost back. Yeah. I like my drives. I like my streaming drives. Okay, there's no car coming behind me, so I should be okay to do my reverse UE. So we're back at the house. Yeah, the car doesn't do that. This doesn't have all that technology. Ta-da! Okay, I need to take you guys out first. And I'm gonna go back and come back for the water because I have only 2 hands, and we're gonna zoom in or zoom out. Ooh, the wind. And we're back. And now I get to plug you all in again. That's my setup, literally. That's how I keep you guys. That's my cooler to keep the phone cool. And then that's the gimbal I put you, or the tripod thing I put you all on, so you all are stationary. Welcome back. No sarcasm. No sarcasm here. Welcome back, divine souls. I'm gonna go get the water since it requires both my hands. For real. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to drag. Hooray, we are back. I'm gonna go put this downstairs. Let's see. Fresh air indeed. I'm gonna go put these things downstairs, and the one in the fridge. This has to go in the fridge. So, and I'm gonna take off my shirt and come back outside because it is just lightning hot right now. That's right, you heard what I said. Lightning hot. Bro, Ryan, lightning isn't hot. Lightning is hot. You ever see lightning strike? Oregon. I went downstairs in the basement, y'all, and I'm like, whoa, what is going on down there? That reminded me of when I was going to move to New York, and I had to sell all my stuff. My brother and them are doing hella organizing with their video games and their anime figures and all their stuff. I'm like, whoa, like there's like no room downstairs right now. That was crazy. They're home today because they're off from work. They work at the Apple store actually, and yeah, they are just cleaning and packing and doing all kinds of stuff. It's pretty good. All right, so I need to put my wallet away, my little baggie away, which I didn't end up using. I have to bring my key inside. It's supposed to rain around 6 o'clock, y'all, so in like 2 hours. Hopefully it doesn't, but if it does, If it rains in 2 hours, then I'll be running inside. Okay, I'm gonna have my protein shake now. You can hear the wind. What is that thing that you're doing, Orion? I'm touching grass. I'm touching grass, bro. Go touch grass, bro. Okay, bro. If anybody here says, go touch grass, bro. Okay, bro. There you go. There's my touching grass. Enjoy. Yes. Nice cold protein shake. Let's go. Let's do it. Wanted something nice and cold to drink. Check to see if you got a notification. On what? A notification for what? A video if you went live or something, or for a video or something? My only notifications on my YouTube is with Nero and yeah. Nero knowledge, y'all. A lot of girls fiend on Nero knowledge. They like to fiend on him because, you know, he dropping them facts. It's good. This is good. It's basically chocolate milk with a lot of protein. 42 grams of protein and only 5 grams of sugar, as opposed to some other protein shakes that have 25 grams of sugar with the same amount of protein. That's not a protein shake. That's a fucking milkshake. No, I didn't get any notification except for Nero. Nero knowledge, y'all. If you want to know more wisdom, even though I say everything and beyond, check him out. Girls really like him. He's UK, but he's Zimbabwean. He's got that shiny skin. He's got that Gen Z, Gen Alpha talk. He's more articulate than I am. I'm just more in your face kind of thing. He's a good dude, though. He's like the man, the myth, the phoenix. I'm like, you damn right. Too many people on his channel pedestalize him, though. They put him on a pedestal, and he's like, if you all put me on a pedestal, I'll exploit you all. He's not here for games and stuff. He's the dude who went from 1,000 or 4,000 subscribers to 100,000 in 4 weeks. This was a really good protein shake. Fuck yeah. Good thing I drank it as it's cold, because if I let it sit, it'll stay warm, and then I'm like, there was no point drinking this. No, I didn't see it. I didn't get the notification. It's because I turned off notifications. That's actually me. I don't keep notifications on. I actually hate notifications. So just so you know, my cell phone has no notifications whatsoever. So if somebody texts me, they're like, "Orion, did you get my text?" Nope. Don't you check your text? Nope. But if you left me a text, I'll check it. I'm very I like my quiet. Like, even my clients, I tell them, like, the best way to get a hold of me is to text me, but just let me know. I'll periodically check my text throughout the days when I know I'm supposed to be like connecting with you. But if there's some emergency, I told each one of them that I'm not going to reach out to you until I look at my text, because I turn off all notifications. So I have to manually open my apps to see my notifications. Literally. I'm gonna grab a yogurt.
Not really, you know. You could put it same thing, whatever.
You want me to leave the windows open in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, there's no point in keeping the windows closed. I'll go back to the car, open up the windows. That way the car is like cooler. The only problem, she says she needs the car around 6:30, so if the windows are open, I'll have to close back the car windows. And yes, I'm gonna walk bare feet to the car, because that's how we roll. This is how I strengthen my feet, by the way, underneath. You're supposed to be walking bare feet, technically. Nice. As I was saying, when your body is very fragile and you're not walking on like the tough ground, your feet will become soft and it won't be able to handle like even the most difficult things. That's why I do what I do. You should be able to hear me. You should be able to hear me now. I walked away to the car, that's why. Yep, I can hear me. Yeah, as I was saying, I don't keep notifications on. So if any of you ever are saying, "Did you see my thing?" Nope. I have to manually look. I'm like, oh, somebody left me a message. Okay. Some yogurt right now. It's been a couple of days since I had yogurt. It's so good. It's so good. When clients are like, it's not that they know that I'll get back to them soon. Because they're busy doing their thing. They're high-level entrepreneurs. They don't text me often, but, you know, they share their wins. They tell me what happened, or they tell me they leave something that they need to work on in the chat or in our conversation. That way they keep it sort of at the top of. I tell them, when you're not working with me, when you're not with me, and something pops up, do your best to write it in our comments. Leave a note saying that this is just my mental thoughts right now about something I need to work on, or something that came through. I'm like, okay, go tackle it when we talk. That way we can see the message. I plan things out with my clients very strategically. I do the things I do, and I say the things I say exactly as I need to for them. That was a good set of yogurt. I can't see shit in the live stream because the screen's so damn bright. Yeah. It's only water. And now that I bought water, now I have abundance of water again. Okay. That protein shake, the yogurt, and some water has filled me up a little bit. So now it's time for us to get moving again. I have to go on my live stream for a moment. Oh, we have Messi or Ronaldo comp fan right here. Both. There, I just ended your war because I know there's people out in the world like Messi or Ronaldo. Both and none. How awesome. I see your cats. That one's just like chilling. That's a lot of cats, dude. For me, so I had a person come on my stream a long time ago, back on my other channel, and he asked me, Messi or Ronaldo? And you know what I said to him? They both suck. I choose me, because I'm better than both of them. He was so mad that I said that. Because I had to tell him, like, I don't care. I don't care about Messi or Ronaldo. They're both good. They're both equally good. It's like saying Kobe Bryant or LeBron James. They're both good. Everybody has their own favorite GOAT. The GOAT is very subjective. Like, people say that, you know, there's certain YouTubers that's the GOAT. Yeah, well, that's your GOAT. That's not my GOAT. I don't have a GOAT. My GOAT is me. I'm the GOAT. Because I have the... Well, this is being a little facetious. I'm going to be a little facetious for a moment. Y'all, you ready for it? Ready for this? I'm about to be a little facetious. I have the highest consciousness on the planet. There you go. So I'm the GOAT. I'm joking about that, but yeah, I don't care about Messi or Ronaldo. They're both great. They're both wonderful. But I don't care who's better. They're equally good. It's good enough for me. That's how I end wars. I just say either both or none. But that day when he came on my stream and he's like, Messi or Ronaldo, I'm like, me, because they both suck. He was so mad. Come on, man, you gotta pick one. That's bullshit. I'm like, no, I don't. Who are you? Your third dimensional perspective? I don't operate on your third dimensional human perspective. I'm a multi-dimensional being. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I don't operate on your third dimensional perspective. Come on now. Just putting the socks away and peeling off some of the grass that's still on it. But yeah, you should have seen it that day. He was so mad. I'm like, you're getting mad over me just saying they both suck? Come on. They're both amazing. But I had to tell him. Because I was like, I wanted to troll him a little bit. Sometimes you gotta troll the trolls, you know? Sometimes you gotta troll them trolls. That's cool. You know, I don't want anybody to tell me that I'm their goat. I want you all to be your own damn goats. That's what I came here for. You all to be your own goats. That's what I came here for. That way, ain't nobody above. Because when you put when you put someone above you, you subconsciously put yourself below them. And we're not here for this egotistical like game of like, I'm better than you. We're not doing that. For me, you're your own goat, I'm my own goat, and everyone else is their own goat. That's how we should be operating. Right? Someone says, oh, but that guy is the goat at like video games. Okay, well, I mean, he can do things that I can't do. And what if I told you you can do the same things he can? No, I can. I don't have that skill. Well, then you just shot yourself in the foot. And that's why you will remain not your own goat. See, I came here to break the human mind in all kinds of ways. But Ryan, it's okay to have goats. It is. There's nothing wrong with that, but I'm saying you should be your own damn goat. I'm not just saying, I'm super saying. See what I did there? I'm not just saying, I'm super saying. It's funny. Okay. Time for us to get moving, get rolling. Time for us to get moving, get rolling. Well, Gypsy's still here. I think she's still here. And Gypsy would be a girl. But Gypsy's messages, which is so... That I didn't realize that her messages were not being seen by anybody else. And I promise you all, I'm not going crazy, and I'm also not... I'm not on another platform right now, streaming. Otherwise, there'd be a lot more people from different platforms right now. But you all would be... The funny thing is, this app would then bring you all together, but you guys... Actually, you guys wouldn't see each other then. If Gypsy is able to be encrypted, which is interesting, with her messages, and you all can't see Gypsy, that means you all won't be able to see each other's messages in the chat, because you all are on your own app. Okay, that's something I had to remind myself, that remember you're on both Kick and YouTube, and they can't see each other, so if there's someone saying something about something, and they're like, what the fuck's going on? You have to remind that you're using a thing called Streamlabs, and Streamlabs gets to see multiple audiences from different platforms. So, but I'm not on any multiple platform yet, I'm just on YouTube. True, that's a bar, by the way. Everybody is the goat and trolls to some degree. I don't know, let me know if my stream is dark, because for some reason the screen is not as bright as it usually is. So I can't see how bright it is generally. But my screen brightness is at max. So don't know what the fuck is going on. I'm gonna turn off data for a moment. Internet should do the... Alright, I'm back. I had to turn off data and put on Wi-Fi. No point being on data when my Wi-Fi works perfectly fine. Alright. Let's get rolling. Let's get moving. Well, Ryan, you should have had that protein shake after your push-ups. No, I could have the protein shake right now. My screen is very dark for some reason. It's kind of weird. I don't know. It's just like I can see it, but I can't see it. It's like an auto brightness feature that's on or some shit like that, but I've turned it off. It's still bright, so yeah. Anyways, yeah. Right now, it's only you typing in the chat. I'm glad I cut that grass. I mowed that lawn. I did that thing. Probably gonna play some soccer quickly. You know what? Screw it. I don't want to do my push-ups yet. I don't want to do push-ups yet. I'm gonna leave you all on the down here for a moment. I'm gonna grab me my my soccer ball. I want to kick that ball in the grass. Now, oh yeah, it feels so good to kick the ball with the bare feet. And this, y'all, is how I used to stream to some degree back last year, and I made a line in the grass. I parted the grass with my feet because I walked in one direction. So I was like, oh shit, I damaged the grass. Oh no, I damaged the grass. And then I had to stop walking in the grass for a while. And sure enough, the grass fixed itself. And now you can't tell if I ever made a line in the grass. So now we get to see me playing some sports. Because the guy brought up Messi, I scored 1 billion goals in a game, so I'm the greatest of all time, people. Oh, he just juked Messi and Ronaldo. Yeah. I'll look at the chat shortly. This feels nice. Bare feet in the grass again with the nice cut grass. But you can see that it's very windy and you can hear it. But we won't have this type of warmth tomorrow. Yeah, let's see. She's not chatting right now, though. Gypsy's not saying anything. Let's see if I can do some keep-ups on my feet. Oh, nope. That's not keep up, that's just sending the ball. Ooh, you see that? You see that? Look at that. That's how they do it. Here you go. Hey, we did it. We did some of it. Of course, last summer I was like practicing grabbing the ball and picking it up with my feet like that. See, the beautiful thing about having a wireless microphone, I can be far and you can still hear me. I don't have to be by my phone. I've scored over 1 billion goals in a game. Orion Stellar, the greatest soccer player ever created, is about to score his 1 billionth goal in a soccer game. Steal the ball every 2 seconds, I'd be scoring a goal. They basically just, as soon as I get on the field, they just quit the game. They forfeit the game because they're like, oh shit, it's Orion. We're losing this, y'all. Okay, we're not gonna win. He's gonna score like 100 goals on us. So yeah, this is what I did last summer, just in the field, playing with the soccer ball. The ball's coming closer to y'all. Nice. What is that in the way? Is that the camera thing? What is, oh, it's the cooler. Duh. Gotta start my day soon. You remember when I get... Yeah, I remember. My phone's not charging. Hold on. There we go. Now, let's get back to playing. All right, so it is 4:36. I'm gonna start moving my body shortly. I have an energy like a child that can keep going and going and going. I was gonna see if I can send the ball close to you all without me hitting the phone. Let's see if we can do it. Hold on. I'm gonna gently tap the ball and see how close I can get it to the phone without damaging the phone or kicking the phone. Sounds good, dude. Enjoy your start of your day. It's 4:36 a.m. That's crazy. All right, let's see. Okay. Hey, that was not too bad. That's not too bad. I got it somewhat close to you all. Not as close, but hey. Not bad. That's good. It's good distance. Hello, mister. You need to get off my mat. Come on. We gotta save you. Come on. Off. Go. Oh, man. I don't think I'm gonna be playing Dead by Daylight today, though. So I'll do updates tomorrow. Yesterday was like a rough day on 2v8, and we go back to 1v4 today. So I'm like, I don't know. I'll probably do my updates tonight though, like later. Today I don't know. You know, when 2v8's over, it takes a couple days for me to sort of reacclimate myself to that game. But you let me know if there is any updates, then I will have to update. Alright, I still got my push-ups, my squats, my leg raises, my pull downs, and my mobility training to do. So we still got quite a bit to do. Let's see. Can I get it there? Kind of. I want to aim it like right by the phone, but not obviously hit the phone. Let's see if I can do it. Another goal. By the way, these two poles are the net. All right. Let's see. Nope. I need to give it a little bit more oomph. But if I put too much oomph, then it's gonna come to the phone. So I have to give it a little bit more oomph. Nope, it keeps going right there. I need to like send it over that way. One more time. If it doesn't go, then it's fine. It's close enough to the phone. Nope, that didn't go in. It feels nice to have that nice cut grass. Nope. Went behind you all. All right. Oh yeah, let's see what's going on. Yeah, but generally I'm going to be just streaming for the 12 hours. I don't want to be streaming too much longer than that. Only because, like, you know, I think 12 is enough. But then again, I'm going to only be streaming soon for only like a couple hours. I won't be doing all this stuff that you're seeing. Like, if I have to use metaphors or use like an example of like things, then I will. But yeah. Okay, we can pick this up now. Yeah, today I won't be playing Dead by Daylight. You know, it's one of those things, like, gotta give it a couple days, acclimate back to it, to 1v4. Alright, let's go. Push-ups. You see how windy it is? It's just my mat keeps moving. It's kind of like no point having the mat out here right now, hon. Ew. Grass is looking nice. T-Bray, when you were saying earlier how you say you cut grass like differently, is it because I go backwards and forwards with the lawnmower and I don't spin around? Like, or you like, what was the reason for the way like you cut grass differently? It's just easier to go instead of like, you know, turning the thing going forward. I can just like see the line where I was and like walk backwards with it, because it also helps me to build like the back muscles when I'm walking backwards. That's one of the reasons why I do that. And like when I get there to the end, having to spin around, more work. I mean, people, I don't know what people talk about on Kick. I'm sure people bring up stuff like that. that happens. That has happened plenty of times on my other stream, on this stream, not on this channel yet, but I've talked about that kind of stuff on my other channel plenty of times. But that was because T-Bray was like, or T-Bray mentioned, you should do a rated R sort of like, or keep your stream to set to not safe for kids or whatever. Because, you know, not everybody wants to hear that kind of stuff, especially when we're getting into those kinds of conversations. But I'm like, whoever is here, they can handle it. But, you know, I understand that some people just randomly jump on and they, you know, they hear stuff. But anyways, back to Kick. I have no idea. I've only ever been on the platform for, what, a month? To just support another brother who started his Kick journey because he was getting evicted from his place. And in order for him to finish something like a game mod, because he's doing Final Fantasy 8 and 9 voice mods for those games, for the PlayStation 1 games on Steam, he needed to get a paid job, and if he got a paid job, he wouldn't be able to stream anymore to do his work. And he wanted to keep the stream, or he wanted to keep the mod, you know, completely open and free. But I told him, like, you can charge people. People will pay for the mod. I'll pay for it. But he wanted to keep it free. So Kick allows you, as soon as you get partner, you will start to get paid an hourly salary, like you have a job. It's not like YouTube that you need to reach a certain amount of subscribers. Well, Kick, you still need to reach a certain amount of connections and like watch hour, but it's not like YouTube's strictness. But YouTube is per, it's either people donating or people, your views or whatnot, and you get paid by your views. So I personally like Kick's model better than YouTube. Personally, I like Kick's model over YouTube's. But again, I don't know what people are really streaming on Kick. There's in real life streaming, as they call it, IRL streaming. That's the dumbest term, because everything is IRL, in real life. It's not like nothing's not real life. Everything's fucking real life. When you're watching someone, it's still real life. It's the dumbest term I've ever heard. In real life. Just slap the silly out of whoever made that terminology. Silly humans making in real life. Like, it's all in real life anyways. What do you think it is? Even if you're making AI content, it's still in real life because you're watching it in real life. Aren't you not? What's the difference? That's like saying going to the movie is not in real life. Like, you go to a theater and you're eating popcorn, that's not in real life then. Right? I came to bust all the silly grammar that humans make. Or not even the grammar, the interpretations as well. But Orion, you can't do that. Humans like their fun. Yeah, I'm aware. I'll leave them to have their fun. But just know that everything's in real life. Technically, my stream is considered in real life. Like, if we're going down that personification of my stream, or that identification, this is definitely an in real life stream. But theoretically, everything's in real life. Well, yeah, you have to get partner though, which is easy, but you have to have enough people watching your stuff, and they have to be on consistently. There has to be you need like 60, on average, like 60 or 75 viewers. Not daily, but you need about 60 to 75 viewers like randomly commenting on your channel. They need to engage. I'm just cutting a piece of tape. Because I need 2 pieces of tape. What the hell's underneath my foot? Oh, it's grass. What the hell? I was like, what the hell is underneath my foot? His dried grass. I stepped on some grass, and yeah, that sock is just falling off and it's just driving me nuts now. So it's time for me to put a new piece of tape just to hold that sock in place. Oh, Ryan, that's so ghetto. I know. But it does the job. Yeah, you need about 60 to 70 viewers on average to at least comment. There we go. Have a nice day. That's how we do it, son. Get that show in a row, son. Yeah. Cool. Well, start your day. I don't know how you did not sleep, dude. And you're just on. Like, you don't kill your body. I hope you're getting enough rest. Because, like, that's not good for your body if you're not getting enough rest. Unless you sleep through the day. But hey, if your genes are set to like stay awake all the time, then hey, that works too, right? And since we talked about that, okay, let us continue. We still have more push-ups to do. I gotta change my mic in a moment. It's gonna start dying shortly. I might play my PS2 emulator later. We'll see. Or, oi! I'm not tired. Just lack of oxygen for a moment. Excuse me. Or I might watch a movie. I want to check out that J-Pack or K-Pax movie or whatever it was called. That alien movie that someone shared on the stream not that long ago. Feeling a little stuffed because of the food and the protein shake and the water I just guzzled down in the yogurt. So I'm taking a moment to like let everything just like sink in for a bit. 1, 2, 3. Acknowledge me. You will acknowledge me. Let's see. You will acknowledge me. Oh. Alright. You will acknowledge me as your tribal chief, y'all. You shall acknowledge me. PS2 emulation, Google versus Palworld, or Nintendo versus Palworld, Google I/O, LG, PS Plus pricing increase. Fun. Please make my songs go viral so I don't want to go back to college. Okay. This will change Samsung decks forever. Steam controller is a masterpiece. I'll watch that later. There's so many videos I haven't even watched because I've been streaming on this new channel. I ain't got time to be looking at the Oi! T-Bray, there's a new code. Make sure you T-Bray. Make sure you download Dead by Daylight Bloodbound. Whoa. I guess T-Bray's like, you should check your downloads. You should check. Well, I guess I'll plug in my laptop. I guess I'll be playing Dead by Daylight. Alright, so my push-ups are done. Well, I'm glad that there's a YouTuber who gave the code out, because you know, if you don't put in the code, you don't get those charms. All right, I'm just setting up my gaming laptop. Dude, you even have a countdown for your start? Dedication. You're dedicated, bro. I'm inside. I can see your message. I can't see if Gypsy messages though, because, you know, I don't know how she did that. I need to figure out how. I'm gonna figure out how Gypsy's doing what she's doing. She has a message though, but it's pretty cool to see her able to message without her. It's like a hidden like chat. That's so cool though. It started with T-Bray yesterday saying, yo bro, who are you talking to? Speaking to Gypsy. I don't see anybody in the chat. What? I should Google, how do some live streamers not able, how do some people's chats not show up in the live stream chat? Watch me like chat GPT and figure out how it's done. That means all of you can hide your messages from each other technically, if there's a way. But then guess what happens? No one of you will see each other's chat, and I'll be like looking like I'm crazy. Some of you who are probably, you know, scrolling on by on the YouTube channel, you're like, what the hell is going on this channel? Like, there's a tree and 2 yoga blocks. Is the yoga blocks talking to us? Yes, the yoga blocks are talking to you all. Hello, I am the channel of yoga blocks. And then there's now something on the carpet there. I see a bunch of emojis you just spam, bro. Just make sure you don't spam too many emojis. But I see all the emojis. That's a whole, like, that's a whole amount of stuff. Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Do I get DLC? Do I get to have the DLC, or is it already included, or do I have to buy the DLC? Marvel Cosmic Invasion. Good game, by the way, and just so y'all know, that's a really good game. Oh, you have to buy it? Come on. Really? I mean, it's only $5, but like, really? New game mode. Oh wait, DLC 2 Fall 2026. New game mode, new playable characters. They better actually... Huh. And then of course there's Forza Horizon 6. Damn, $159.99 for that game. God dang. Gosh dang. Not to mention, none of these are... Wow. You were already up, bro. You didn't even go to sleep. You've been up the entire time. It's no different. Burger Enjoyer, huh? That's a person's name. I'm gonna be back outside shortly, y'all. Just loading up my Dead by Daylight. It's 5:03. Well, that's true. That's different. If you were in bed all that time, then you know that's technically it counts. It counts. Because you know, if you were like, I'm getting out of bed now, then yeah, that makes sense. It's 5:19, y'all. Well, today's 5:19. Tomorrow it's 5:20, May 20th. Actually, you're technically in the future. You're 12 hours ahead. It's 5 a.m. where you're at. Fuck, did anything fall there? No. Maybe my water did. Yeah, my water bottle did. Just waiting for the laptop to load up, y'all. It's taking a little bit of time because it's an older laptop. I don't have an SSD in my secondary drive where all my games are, so it definitely takes longer to load shit up. And now that I missed my chance to buy an SSD for my hard drive or for my laptop, because I don't plan to keep investing money in this old laptop, it makes like 0 sense to do that. Every time it gets stuck at the initializing shaders. Come on, man! Like, what are we doing here? Stop that. Let's see. Face reveal will be in a moment. I'm inside setting up my gaming laptop. You want just a face reveal? Or do you also want a body reveal? Yeah. There you go. Here's your face reveal. And I need to finish my movements. Well, at least the live stream's working, kind of. It's still showing new people, so that's good. So it's kind of working. It's good. Yeah. Well, he's new to the stream, so he's never seen. He's just been seeing this pink yoga block in the mat for the last however long I've been inside for. So it's normal. That's why I said maybe I should make a live stream where all day y'all see none of my face and you just hear my voice. I am the voice that is calling for you. I am the voice who has no name. I am the voice who has all the answers. Come on, man. Come on. I am the voice. So we got a bunch of everything today. We got some cooking on the stream. We got some cooking on the stream. We got some mowing on the stream. We got some workout on the stream. We got some shopping on the stream. We might get some gaming on the stream potentially. We'll see. We'll see. We shall see. We got some nature on the stream. We got some playing with soccer ball on the stream. We got a little bit of everything on the stream. The one thing y'all haven't seen me do yet is ride my bike on the stream. We've driven on the stream. Now we got to ride our bike on the stream. Today could have been a day to ride the bike, but oh well. All right. Whew. I gotta get me some water. Awesome. Well, enjoy your time with your cats. Okay, my game loaded. And speaking of cats, we have a dog and cat collection on our video game in Dead by Daylight. We gotta go to the store, get that free gift. It doesn't look that great in my opinion. Blah. I gotta type in a code. Hold on, what's the name of that code? Well, you can if you remove them cats. That's you allowing the cats to control your reality, bro. You got to be the leader. Otherwise, they will just have control over your life. Nice. Got me that charm. Got me that. Very nice. She just got a new outfit too. What the fuck? What's going on with this? No. Ha! T-Bray's playing. Or he's in the lobby. That guy. If you allow your cats to keep staying all over you, you'll unfortunately, well, you'll allow them to son of a mother. Wait, what kind of marking do I have underneath my feet to leave this kind of marking? Okay, well, note to self, don't be standing bare feet on your yoga block. I'm leaving a mark on my yoga blocks. Eventually I'll just buy new yoga blocks anyways. Are these the ones with the grass on it from earlier? Yes, it is. I'm gonna grab water, come back outside. I'm gonna change my microphone because the microphone is dying right now. Well, we experienced that heat wave. This is like a prelude to summertime. Because we're not supposed to have this type of temperature until like July. Because I walked in the grass, I made a mark on my yoga block. I'm like, ah! Oh well. That was bound to happen anyways. I'm sure I can wipe it off. I saw. I wonder who's throwing me hearts. Is it you or is it Gypsy? Somebody's giving me hearts in the chat. Who be giving me the hearts in the chat? Is it you, or is it Gypsy, or is it someone else? Just so you know, on my other channel. Oh, it's you. Okay. Okay. There was somebody on my other channel who came on my other channel, but they would never tell me who it is. They would always be stalking me and looking at me. And there's one time I was doing my exercise and I hit my head so hard on the wall. I was inside. It was like November, and they didn't have the audacity to say, "Oh, Orion, are you okay?" They just looked at me. They watched me suffer in agonizing pain. I'm like, you know what? Screw you, person. Whoever was like watching me in the background and didn't even say hello. They were watching me for months and I couldn't tell who it was. I'm like, screw that person. And who knows, they might be on this channel hiding in the background too. They might show up. You know, the water is actually making me feel, even though I'm feeling hydrated, I'm feeling full. And the fullness is making you feel a little like, you know, a little bit slower than normal. That's why, you know, when you fill your body with a lot of stuff, right, you feel lethargic. That's why so many people who overeat too much, they feel like, they're like, ugh. Because I drank that protein shake, which was filling enough, and then I went to guzzle down water and then having yogurt, they didn't do so great. The protein shake was enough, but like when I guzzled down the water and the yogurt, that's when I overstuffed the stomach. So I have to let the stomach kind of like chill the hell out for a moment. Breathe. Take in that universal life force energy. Enjoy moving them. Excuse me. God dang. Gosh dang. We're getting it done though. We're getting it done, son. That's right, son. We're getting it done. We're getting it done, son. That's right, son. Why do you feel so bad? Well, that's not true. It's not entirely true. That's a story, bro. That's a story that's created in your mind. That's because, you know, you feel for them, right? They're like your kids, essentially. You're basically their dad. So obviously, yes, that makes sense, but that's because also that's a narrative that's created, right? I had to take care of 2 dogs when my soul sister Jessa, she had to go on a speaking tour for about a week, and then she came back, and then she was going to go for 2 months, and I'm like, I'm not going to be here just watching dogs for 2 months. Come on. I have better things to do with my time. I came to hang out with her and us, you know, building some stuff. Anyways, you know, I know, like, when her dogs were named Jupiter and Saturn, and guess what? I named her dogs cats. I call him one Cat Meow and the other Mr. Lion. And she started calling her dogs cats because I influenced, like, she's like, brother, you see what you're doing? Now I'm calling them Cat Meow. Anyways, because she had papillons and they have the whiskers, so they have a similar, like, cat vibe. But when I had to take care of them, one was like sleeping on me, and he wouldn't move. I know, but I'm like, I had to get him off. I had stuff to do. They're basically innocent because they're souls. But you know, the funny thing is, humans are the same, but they forgot. They forgot that. That's why people like animals over humans, because humans use their brains to think, or they don't use their brains to think. I need to upgrade my PC. Why do you need to upgrade your PC? Dude, you can play Resident Evil 9 no problem. Why do you need to upgrade your PC? If anybody needs to upgrade their PC, it's this guy. But my games are playing okay, right? What, you think you're gonna get more frames per second? You think it's gonna help you? If your computer can play Resident Evil 9 Requiem and all the other games no problem in 60 FPS, you don't need a new computer. You don't need to upgrade shit, bro. You're just falling into the trap of the illusion of prettiness. You don't need that. What you need is better, like the internet, the connection. Because you said it takes you forever to download stuff. That's what you need to focus on. Better like connection speed, if anything. Your computer seems fine, because when I look at your computer, it looks like you play your stuff in really good, like, quality. Those extra frames ain't going to do shit if you don't have good internet, bro. By the way, if you're on Dead by Daylight, T-Bray is in the lobby. I see his character in the lobby. You two can play. You can get on Discord and play. Call each other up on Discord and get that game in. I can't play right now. I wasn't going to play today, but because I saw there's a code you can put into the store. It's called Colossal. Put in the word Colossal and you'll get a free charm and a banner. Attack on Titan. Just letting you know. Make sure you put in the code Colossal you go into the store, you go to redeem, you type in the code Colossal, COLOSSAL, and you'll get a charm and a banner. By the way, for you, Felix, Neo plays Dead by Daylight with me and T-Bray. So that's what I'm telling him, if he's still here. Hey, Todd. Nope, all good, bro. All's been good. Nobody else came on saying, you know, Jesus is God, or you know, Allah is God, or whatever. Everybody's been, you know, it's just been me and Clone Trooper. We've been just doing all kinds of stuff. I cut grass today. I mowed the lawn. I went to the store just now, bought some water because we were running out of bottled water. I drove the car. I cooked on the stream. Made some eggs for my lunch. That protein. So yeah, it's been good. What about you, dude? All good on your end? It's been wonderful for me. It's been excellent for me. But tomorrow, it's going to be a little bit on the chillier side. I won't be like this. I'll be wearing back my like longer sleeves. So right now I'm just doing mobility training. I do have to go shower shortly. The clouds are starting to roll in. This is good for my hamstrings, by the way. I train my knees, my ankles, my hips on my lower body days, and then on my upper body days, shoulders and spine and back, or shoulder, spine, and neck and wrist. And of course, hips is also on upper bodies because it's the interconnectedness between up and there. I focus on like moving my joints after I've done my exercise and my workout. So this is priority. I fell off there. 2 more. 1, 2. Cool. Let's see. The stream has about I started at 7:30, so about 2 hours. Huh? Yeah, because she's going out. Let's see, Todd. Jesus does love me for sure, but like my journey, I've accepted all of it as one. Jesus, Allah, Buddha, Moses, Abraham, Muhammad, Krishna, Shakti, Shiva, Thoth, Hermes, Trismegistus. I already said Thoth. Confucius, Lao Tzu, Shu, and Yogananda. So for me, like, it's all one thing, and I accept all, and I believe in all, and I know in all, and for me, I even let go of spirituality, because spirituality became another trap. Because, you know, all of them were attempting to point to the same truth by using different words. And what is the truth? That you're the answer. It's right here. They want you to love yourself and love as much as you can with your soul. That's why, for me, I'm just all about joy. I didn't really come here to talk about that stuff, though. I came here to talk about the subconscious mind and how it puts a bunch of noise, or the conscious mind and subconscious mind, they have their own little stories that they're narrating, and that you are beyond your mind. That's what I came here to, share with the world. Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, I see, whatever works for you, right? As long as at the end of the day, I'm going to do knees right now. At the end of the day, you feel joyful. Whatever works for you, Todd, it works, right? If you're happy, the main important thing is if you're happy, you're joyful. Right? It doesn't mean that you're going to, life is always going to be joyful. Shit's going to happen, right? But at least you have a North Star to point to that can help you to get back to some sense of groundedness, right? and you yourself, you found some sort of peace within yourself. 'Cause I can tell. So for me, like, I was seeking for the longest time, and I'm no longer seeking. For me, I'm just this. No matter if it rains, it's sunny, it's winter, it's hot, it's freezing, it's minus 40 degrees, it's plus 40 degrees. You know, money comes, money goes. Someone likes me, someone hates me. I'm in love with someone, or I'm not in love with anybody in the physical, like, or like, you know, I'm doing this or I'm doing that. You know, I'm always striving to make sure I'm being in the now. That's really what I'm focusing on, is being truly present as much as I possibly can, without being distracted by like external stuff. Yeah, exactly. The thing is, like, I have my own set of principles now, or philosophies, and I accept and I respect everyone else's philosophies about things, but I didn't come here to tell anybody that their stuff is wrong. Use what works. What I came here to do is to make sure each of you live your life before you get on your deathbed and you're like, I didn't live my life, and now you die and no longer can you be yourself, and you have regrets. As long as you have no regrets and you're happy, that's all that I care about. That's my mission, by the way. Joyful. We're in the same book. Different pages, different words, same thing at the end. That's where I stand. Like, everybody who brings up all the other stuff, I'm on the same page as them, just different pages. Same book, different page. That's the best way of putting it. Good way of you saying that. So I'm doing knees right now. So this is focusing on strengthening my knees. As for you, Felix, build your Kick account and enjoy your streaming when you do stream. By the way, Felix, you'll need to use Streamlabs or Prism Live if you're using your phone or a tablet to stream on Kick, because the Kick app does not allow you to stream directly from the app. You have to download another app to stream. That's why I'm using the Streamlabs app. Kick does not have the ability to stream on the app itself. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, and you know, the thing is, we all have our own philosophies. That's what makes us us. If every one of us thought the same thing, the world will not have contrast and uniqueness and beauty. That's why I accept all things as is. I've come to a point where everybody that says what they say, it's right. I have no preconceived notions anymore. I'm probably one of the only humans. Well, I'm not the only one. I'm one of a few humans who can be at this phase of the journey, who can just see all things and allow all things to just be. Now, of course, if someone comes at me and they start punching me in my face and saying, like, you're idiot, you're an idiot and all that, you think I'm going to stand there? I'm going to and defend myself. I'm like, just because I accept all things doesn't mean that I'm going, and I respect all things, doesn't mean I'm also going to just allow, you know, you to be walking all over me with your like physical thing too. That's where I'll allow the character to take over with the third dimensional thinking mind, or I'll just use like a psychic blast and like mute you and just like send you flying. I'm kidding. Anyways, yeah, I respect everyone's beliefs and philosophies and ideologies and all that stuff. I do 20 per knee. I've already done over 20 on this one, I know, for sure. I do, actually. I do my best. I know sometimes they get on my mat, and I make sure I look to make sure I'm not stepping on any. I do my best. I mean, look, I know I still eat meat. It's not something I really want to do, but I still am, with parents, and they cook the stuff, and the last thing I want to hear is, why aren't you eating? Because they're not on that vibrational frequency. Me personally, I wouldn't be choosing meat over and over, right? I know that their soul has left the body, and they've given their body to us to continue, right? Animals eat animals. I wish the world wasn't. How do I say this? I wish we weren't operating like that. Even animals doing it to animals, like a lion eating a gazelle and stuff. But then, of course, balance. Because if gazelles and lions and tigers and snakes and rats and all that, we'd have a world where it would be completely like overfilled, and there's a little bit of a balance that has to be had, unfortunately. That's why 186,000 plus people daily die, and 186,000 people are born on an average. Every second someone's being born into the world to some degree. Somewhere in some part of the world, someone's being born and someone is leaving. Oh. Yeah. Ugh. So we're doing the left side now. If you're wondering why there's plastic on the chair, we had winter and I haven't taken off the plastic. That's all it is. If anyone's wondering why plastic's still on that chair. I don't mind the plastic, but when it's windy, it gets in the way. I'm going to read your comment in a moment. Yeah, exactly. It originally was not like that, and then we somewhere down the road started to like, ooh, that tastes good. And then guess what happened? We ended up starting to consume one another. Right? Because before us humans and all of their animals, we were just microorganisms feeding on whatever to grow, right? There's people who will say that the first humans were just like dropped into the earth and they were here, and that works too. But like before they came, the earth was, the earth had its own ways of being. Right? Microorganisms. We were just microorganisms at one point. We're still microorganisms. In the grand scale of the universe, we're very little and insignificant to some degree. Yeah, exactly. Hey, sister, good to see you. I didn't know that was you typing that. I was thinking that's Todd. It's you. Good to see you. But yeah, you're right. See what I mean? This chat system, it kind of looks like it's the same. So to some degree, this is actually a good thing because I'm not getting like, oh, this person, But you're right. But once upon a time, we were just like, we're like the bacteria that's currently in our stomach. And the funny thing, I heard this. What if the bacteria in our stomach is thinking, is there a creator? Because maybe they're alive. Well, they are alive. Maybe they have voices as well. Like, hey, I wonder if there's a creator up there, not knowing that this is the creator. And then we're kind of like a repeated pattern, right? Sort of like a fractal. We're a fractal. Our microorganisms or bacteria in here are probably thinking, wait, is there a creator there somewhere? And then not knowing that this body's holding them, right? Because they can't see the body, but they can see that they exist, and that maybe we're just the same we're not maybe the same, we are basically that in the grand scale of the human mind, or in the divine mind, or the all is mind. Yeah, I don't completely agree, but I'm not going to tell you you're wrong for disagreeing. It's cool. We're not here to agree to we're not here to agree or disagree. I have a certain set of philosophies because of my experience. So do you, right? You have your own philosophies, right? My thing is, my goal for everyone really is just to live a peaceful, joyful life, you know? Use whatever works, right? Remember, there's many ways up the top of the mountain. Right, there's no one way. Some people can fly up the mountain with a helicopter. Some people can scale. Some people will run up the mountain. Some will walk up the mountain. Some will use like a what is it, a harpoon, and they'll like zip line up. There's many ways up the mountain, right? So use whatever works. I had that great metaphor when I was in San Diego. Yeah, exactly. So like, for example, like we're shooting up, like for me personally, I'm just going to teleport. I'll use instant transmission. I'll be already at the top of the mountain. Some might want to walk up the mountain, so they want to have the journey to walk up the mountain. That's great too. Some want to use a helicopter. Hey, I'm going to use my money and use the helicopter to fly up to the top. That works for them too. Some want to, run up the top of the mountain like Rocky Balboa, like Drago, right? There's many ways, and there's no right or wrong way. It's just a way. Well, these are actually, I bought these at a garage sale. Believe it or not, they're only $5. They're only 10 pounds. They look like they are women's weights, but the thing is, like, I mean, pink can be any color, but I use these for my shoulders specifically and to do my hamstring stretches for my mobility training. But yeah, these are, I have other weights, but this, because they're 10 pounds and they're light, I use these for my like shoulder training because they're light enough to do. I don't have any lighter dumbbells than these. Otherwise, I'd be using lighter ones, but because I've gotten used to 10 pounds, 10 pounds is the lightest. I won't go any lower than 10 pounds, right? So I do like swings with my dumbbells like this and focus on rotation of my shoulder because I'm all about mobility health. Just like that. Which I'm not done yet, but I will be doing that shortly. Let's see. Thank you. Yeah, I like the color pink. It brings a certain level of like, it has like a happy vibe to it for me. I used to be all about red and black. Red is a power color. I still wear red here and there, but yeah, there's nothing wrong with it. Hey, I bought these for $5, you know, at a garage sale. They were good. They were worth $5. So they're like, how much are those dumbbells? How much you want them for? I don't know. You tell me. $5? Sure. Okay. That's good. Ankles. I need to do ankles now. Let's do ankles. Ankles. So ankles, basically I bounce on my toes and then I drive my knee forward. So this is good for strengthening your ankles. Because, you know, if your ankles are good, your knees are going to be good. If your knees are good, your hips are going to be good. If your hips are good, your lower back's going to be good because it goes up the posterior chain. So always see where the root cause is of something. Like if your knees is hurting, that could be just misalignment with your ankles. Like maybe your shoes, you know how sometimes your shoes kind of like start to wear out? Sometimes it's just shifting shoes and getting back into alignment with a new pair of shoes, right? So for me, I focus on mobility health because without your health, that doesn't matter. You can have all the money in the world, but health is going to be your number one thing. Because I've run into many lessons where health, like, I didn't have it or someone else didn't have it, and I was like, I'm not gonna be like that. There's no friggin' way. And there's no judgment to them, but you know, they're just not living their best quality of life when you can easily just do preventative maintenance on your body. I'm all about maintenance, basically. There's other ankle moves, of course, but this is one of my favorites. It's gonna rain shortly. We'll be inside in a bit. I'll read the comments shortly. Alright, so we just did ankles, we did knees, and we did hamstrings. Now we gotta do hips. Let's see. What do we got? I am in Toronto, so somewhat close to you. Oh, there's lots of people on the chat. I just saw there's more people in the chat. Cool. Well, at least I know the live stream's working. Earlier I was kind of concerned, but not putting out that frequency. We were going through the same song and dance again on my other live stream because of spam. All right, I'll do hips in a moment. I'm gonna do my shoulder training now. I'm not getting my uncle to scan. Okay. Yeah. I'm mindful to the things I say on the stream too. All age ranges have shown up on this stream. So this is for my shoulders. I always do like 7 one way and then 7 the other way. There's no particular reason why 7. I just because. Okay. Now we're just doing this. 6, 7, 8, 9. So 7 each side. 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 14. Now, and the reason why I focus on my shoulders specifically is because 3 years ago, well, I didn't damage it, but like, let's just say it was in a lot of pain, and then 2 years or a year later, played basketball and I fell right on it, and it was rough. So like every so often when I'm doing shoulder press, I have to give this one a little bit of extra, like, you know, a little bit of care, a little bit of TLC. This one's good. This one's good, but this one still needs a little bit of, you know, it's okay, you're doing all right. You're okay. I talk to the body, making sure, you know, because I'm with this body. I may as well do my best to take care of this body as best as I can, right? I have a long journey ahead of me in terms of helping the world and getting out of this, getting stuck with a lot of perspectives that are trapping people. Like someone earlier was mentioning that, you know, it's hard to have motivation at 53. Not to, you know, say anything, but it's hard if you tell yourself it's hard. Or, man, I'm aging, it's hard to like get out of bed or something, some random one. Well, if you tell yourself you're aging and it's hard to get out of bed, then guess what you're doing? You're telling your mind that it's hard. It's a paradox. Most humans don't know that reality is a paradox. Everything you say is that there's an opposite to it. Because if you tell yourself you can't, then obviously you can't. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. So if you say you can, you can. If you say you can't, you can't. Either way, you're always going to be right. That's why I just, you know, when it comes to like someone saying like, I can't do that, I'm not this. Sure you can. It all comes down to if you want to do it. If you really want to do something, you'll do it. 100% of the time, if something feels in alignment or something feels good, you'll do it. But if it doesn't feel good, or it's something that it feels like resentment, like it'll build up some sort of resentment, like, I gotta go cut the grass now, really? You're not gonna want to do it, and you're gonna build resentment over time. Because let's say your partner's like, can you cut the grass? And you're like, I cut the grass like a week ago, can we, like, I don't want to do the grass right now. But if you're like, can you cut the grass? Well, then guess what? You're building, and you're like, fine, you're building resentment. So these are the things that I've come to help humans, and I've helped a lot of people around the world already to blast past their subconscious mind, even though it's not actually here. But I point to the mind because most people don't know that the subconscious is actually everywhere. It's permeating from your head to your toe and everywhere in between. You have a conscious mind. We point to the head, but the conscious mind is also everywhere too. And then you have a subconscious mind, which uses your nervous system. Your nervous system is the key to a lot of the things that you will experience or not experience. If you feel safe to have something, you will have it. If you feel safe or unsafe to have that thing, you will not have it. Or you will have it, but it'll come with a sort of like hidden agenda. So let's say you want to be in a relationship with a partner, but you're afraid that she or he is going to betray you. Well, guess what? You'll manifest a partner, and then they will betray you. If that's the preconceived notions. When you know who you are and you know how reality works, you know that you can either manifest, you're always manifesting whatever it is that you want. Just, thanks. You're always manifesting everything you ever wanted in every present moment, even the things you don't want. When you say, I don't want this, you're still manifesting it because the universe still says, okay, you don't want it, I'm giving you what you want because you're saying you don't want it. Paradox. So when someone's like, I don't want to live in a certain city, or I don't want that person, or I don't want this, guess what you're doing? You're creating the obfuscation, you're creating the opposite. The universe is like, oh, you're focusing on what you don't want, but that's actually what you really want inside, so I'm going to give it to you because that's how the universe works. You can only have what you already have. That's why so many people pray to God and God doesn't help them, because they have to realize that God wants you to realize that you have the power within yourself to bring forth things with His help or her help, however you want to see that terminology. But I'm not here to talk about God. I'm here to talk about your subconscious mind and what it does and the nervous system. Yeah. One of the things I meant when I said I'm 53 is if you get really thin when you're in your 50s, your face starts to look like a hound dog. But you see, that's another belief. There's a lot of people in their 50s that don't look like that. That's another story that the mind is making. But I'm not here to chew you out or anything. I was just kind of like sharing that, right? Basically, the reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because whatever you tell yourself, that's what you're going to get, right? If you tell yourself you're going to thin out like that and you're going to look like a hound dog, then you're going to look like a hound dog. Your body is always listening to everything you're like unconsciously saying to yourself, like, yeah, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. I'm going to turn frail and old. I'm going to turn frail and old. I'm going to turn frail and old. You're not saying it out loud with your mouth. You're basically emotionally feeling it with sensations, and your body is feeling the sensations, and over time the cells and your DNA and all the other stuff are going to start to morph you, right? Last year I got some silvers on my beard. As you can see, I got some silvers. I'm still feeling 9 years old inside though, but I have the wisdom of the universe as a 9-year-old. For me, there is no aging. I am just as is. Even when I'm 80 years into the world, if I make it to 80 for however long I'm supposed to be here, I don't know. I have no idea if I'm going to be here at 80, right? That's the one thing I don't have the answer to. I don't know when I'm supposed to be up, like when my time is up. Some people do know when their time is up. They actually know, like, that's it, it's a wrap. They energetically know their time is up. Most of us don't know though. I don't currently know when my time is up. Maybe I'm supposed to know, maybe I'm never supposed to know that. But I do know, like, as I'm living on the planet, I'm no longer gonna say I'm old, I'm aging, or I'm turning, like, 40x years old or 80x years old. I'm not turning old. I'm transforming into my next phase. It's all about shifting your words and your perspective. Because most people, when they're speaking words, they don't know the energetics behind words. They think it's just words. Words are spelled. That's why it's called spelling. When you know your words and you know what power you're doing within yourself, whether to yourself or to someone else, and actually for yourself and for someone else, right? That's why when someone says blah, 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 I just negate it. It's not that I ignore it, but I negate what they're saying simply because it has no bearings to me. If they're saying, oh, Ryan, you're like getting old. Okay, well, maybe in your reality I'm getting old, but in my reality I'm not getting old at all. Now, of course, I'm moving my body. There's still some physical action I must take, right? I can't just like twiddle my thumbs and not do anything. I got to move my body. Still got to do something, right? You can think about it as much as you want, but you also have to take some physical action, right? So for me, like, I got to move the body. Always will love myself no matter what. If every human were to disappear right now, and I'm the last one here, I'm gonna still love myself as if no one was here prior. Because, like, I can go on my own, or I can be with people, and I'll always be who I am. No matter where you are, you're always gonna be, that's where you're gonna be. So no matter where you go, there you are. That's a bar, write that down. Right? If you have a certain ideology of the world being like awful, no matter where you go, you're going to still think of the world being awful. Right? So many people move cities, but then they end up manifesting the same thing that they had in their previous cities. Why is that? Because their level of consciousness is still tied to that level of awareness. And of course, awareness is the first step for transformation. So when you change you're not changing reality. You're focusing and you're locking in within yourself to know, like, how reality actually works. Right? I help people to unblock their subconscious blocks that they think they have, but they don't actually have any blocks. But we have to work one-on-one for that, for me to know what is it that is like holding you hostage. And I'm really good at what I do. Indeed, right? That, yeah. And you must know Nero. If I didn't just say that, indeed, write that down. Right? Me and Nero, we kind of operate on the same frequency. In fact, we're on the same frequency, if you do know Nero knowledge. But yeah, that's a bar, write it down. If you don't know who Nero is, that's where I took that from, because, I say that because it's pretty cool. That's a Gen Z kind of word. You gotta be cool and hip with the Gen Zs in today's day and age. Otherwise, you're considered old and outdated. Right? Gen Z be making up new stuff like every day. and the thing that you made up like a week ago is considered old, right? I'm a crash out. I'm a crash out, right? I'm a crash out. 6, 7, I'm a crash out. I'm tilted. I'm dead. That Riz, right? Got that Riz. That's lit. Got me in stitches. My head's rolling. You got me tilted. I don't even know what other words people say. There's probably some other ones that I'm missing. Thank you. For real, for real. There you go. For real, for real. For real, for real. For real, for real. There you go. For real, for real. But that one's a little bit older now. For real, for real. For real, for real. All right, so we just, I'm not done with these. So I'm basically just doing overhand like throws, but I'm not throwing the dumbbell. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Remember that. That's a very powerful one, because whatever you say, you're basically creating as a law in your reality. 8 billion worlds, 1 planet. Remember that. Because there's 8 billion of us, and we all have our own inner world. I think differently than basically majority of the planet. I think multidimensionally. Most are thinking from a third dimensional perspective, and I was once upon a time thinking third dimensional too, and I started to transcend time and space. Well, more towards time, not space, because space is just this moment, but time. If I told myself, man, this is difficult, then I'm unconsciously and subconsciously creating a narrative that something is hard and difficult. But the thing is, reality, our current society strives on struggle and suffering. Because if you're not struggling and suffering, then people will just look at you like you're weird, or you're like, we can't relate to you. And because of that, because we grew up, not us, but like our ancestors, they were in tribes, and that was passed on through, genetics and through hardwiring and evolution of the human. In today's day and age, if you're not accepted by the collective, you're considered isolated, weird, and guess what that meant? Death. Exile means death. Back then, if you got exiled from the tribe, your ass is dead, because they knew that you were cooked. Oh, that's the other one. You're cooked. There you go. You're cooked. You're finished. You're done. It's over. So what do people do? They struggle and they suffer so that they can be relatable. That's a bar. Write that down too. What if I told you it's super easy to have a great life? You don't have to struggle and suffer. I did that for 20 friggin' years of my life. No, I did it for 37 years of my life. No, I actually did it for 39 years of my life. It's only in the last 2 years I started to figure out what the hell is going on this planet and within myself. But I had to go through a certain set of experiences so I can understand what the hell is going on, so I can help everyone else. Because if I didn't go through it, then I wouldn't be able to talk and help you all to some degree. Whew. Yeah. Whew. Hips. We got hips to do. We got hips. What the sigma, huh? It's funny because you bring up sigma for a moment, right? There's the alpha male, the beta male, and now there's a sigma male. Guess what? I'm gonna create one. There's the omega male, an ogiga male, an o tetra male, an o terra male, an o peta male, or quectosane male. I made that one up, by the way. I am alpha and omega. So if we're going to use alpha and omega, then I'm the omega male. I'm not better than any of you. We're all omega males and omega females. It's just everyone's just acting like third dimensional humans. No offense to anyone who's still operating from the third dimensional perspective. If you don't know what third dimensional perspective is, it's still operating from a human like a paradigm. But that's okay, because you're human. I'm human too. But we're far beyond just what we think we are. But I will not get into that right now. That's a whole other conversation for another day. You are so more powerful than you can even realize. You are like alchemists. You can bring anything into existence if you really wanted to. But there is still some, how do I say it? I want to say limitations, but there's still some parameters you must follow to bring forth things into reality. Like, for example, if you say that you want to fly like an eagle, well, you can, but you can't fly like an eagle. You'll have to wear like some sort of like contraption to fly like an eagle. But you can definitely build something. You have the power within your mind to build a contraption to fly like an eagle. Everything that exists physically right now that you're seeing, like this water bottle, these dumbbells, the yoga blocks, the chair that's over there, the fence, the houses. You can't see the houses, but the houses over there had to exist. Somebody had to create it in the mind for it to be brought into the physical realm. It all came here first. For real, for real, for real, for real. Welcome back, Justin. I don't know if you can see him. Can you see the robin? No, you can't. He went more over there. He's just hanging out. For real, for real? For real, for real. I like for real, for real. For real, for real? For real, for real. Okay, what's next? Hips. I was supposed to do hips. So yesterday I did horse stand squats. What are we doing for hips? 90-90 transitions? 90-90 transition it is. It's been a hot minute since I did 90-90 transition or pop-up 90-90 transitions. So I usually start off like this, and then I pop up on my feet and then back down. So I should get up like this. So it's going to take a moment for me to get my there we go. This is 90-90 transitions right here. So I'm balancing on my heels, so I can pick myself up on my heels and come back down. So this is good for your hips. Now, it's easier with your shoes off, but if you have shoes on, it adds a little bit more challenge. So sometimes I have to reset myself by using my hand. Like there, I didn't do it properly. And I started doing some of my hamstring. Thank you for singing to us, by the way. I appreciate it, Robin. Cool. Them hips don't lie indeed. By the way, speaking of that, because you said that yesterday, that song was playing. I'm not lying to you. The song was playing over there, and I was like doing the little hip thing. I was like, and your hips don't lie. And then Wyclef Jean popped up and started singing his piece. And yes, it's very windy. I am Phoenix. Well, it's actually storm. Yeah. Well, this is the last of the warm days, like the hot days. I won't be like this tomorrow. I'll be back to like wearing t-shirts again or a long sleeve because it's supposed to be much cooler. So I'm enjoying the last little bit of this before it's taken away from us for I don't know however long. We won't be having this for a while. So I'm taking advantage of this nice, beautiful wind and sunny day, hot day, epic day, crazy day, like awesome day. Oh, you didn't see it? Like the hips? What is it? The hips don't lie to... When she was singing it over there, because the music was playing, and I was like hearing, the hips don't lie and a did. Oh my God. Yeah. And your hips don't lie and a did. You know, honestly, bro, if Shakira wasn't married, I'd be after that. But, you know, I always had a crush on Shakira. Always. I totally forgot about her because, you know, I don't really hear her singing anymore. But, you know, yesterday it popped up on the stream, or it popped up because they were barbecuing over there. Not this house, not the house next to them, but the other house. So I can faintly hear it. And I'm like, and then you hear like Wyclef Jean singing his part. Which, by the way, I haven't heard of Wyclef Jean in forever. Jeez. See how our memory just holds like all kinds of stuff? Nah, you're good. No, no drugs at all. If I am on drugs, it's the drugs of nature. Yeah. Nah, no drugs. I'm just a very eccentric soul who's excited about reality. I get to finally bring forth whatever I want and help every one of you to some extent by unlocking this guy. Not the brain, but I point to it because the brain is just a vehicle, but the driver of the brain, aka the mind. Let's see. This is Toronto right now. Oop. It's very windy right now though. This is Toronto though. I'm going to be moving to San Diego, California, but right now this is Toronto. Toronto, Canada. The home that's hosting the World Cup, by the way. So I get the honor, or we get the honor here to host all of you beautiful souls and your teams right here. In what? A couple weeks? When is World Cup starting? I don't really pay attention to sports, but I do know that we are the host this year. So it's so cool that this city gets to host. We get to host the world. Awesome, enjoy. All right, I gotta do my kicks. Let's put this here and this here. That way. So this is still working on hips, by the way. I don't know what you mean, bro. What? No, I have no idea. But if you give me more context, I don't know if Toronto's actually hosting the World Cup. I think it is, but I have no idea. But I'm working on I have my hips to do. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So this is good for opening up your joints, your pelvic muscle, and your hips. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. Whew. Of course, but don't spam, please. You can say it one time, but please don't spam. We don't need to see your spam. You can spam other texts, but don't be spamming the same thing over and over. Or I'll make sure one of my mods removes you. No offense, but like no spamming. I don't mind you saying 6-7. Just be respectful. You call me Orion. That's what you do. You call me Orion. You can like 6'7", but you don't need to spam it. I think one time is enough. I think we understand you like 6'7". I have no problem you saying 6'7", just don't spam. Because the YouTube algorithm screws up when people are spamming over and over and over, and they say, oh, AI, or the AI looks at the stream and like, oh, this is a scam. Or this is a fraudulent like stream. I ain't got time for that. So I have my mods who will just remove spam people. So this is just for FYI. If you like your favorite YouTuber and you have a live stream, don't ever spam in their chat, because you might screw up their algorithm. Some people don't care about your algorithm though, so it doesn't really matter. For me, I don't care. I'll just make another channel if it gets screwed up. Or I'll be on Kick. By the way, for those of you, if you want to connect with me outside of YouTube, I'll be on Kick soon. Kick has a little bit more leniency to things. So we'll see how Kick works. Kick is going to be interesting because I've never streamed on Kick before. And Kick is normally, well, I don't know. Kick can be anything. I've seen people talking about all kinds of stuff. Like people are sitting in their car talking about things that are important to them, which is cool. But no relevancy to what I need to hear, because, you know, for me, I'm on a journey where now I don't really need to hear anything from anybody. But I still listen to other content creators. It's just that there's nothing new under the sun. They may say it a different way, but ultimately it comes back to like the core essence of what we're attempting to get at. You're the answer, by the way. All things that you're seeking, all books you read, all podcasts you listen to will always stem from you. Welcome back. All things will start and end with you. What time is it? 6:18. Okay. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. All right. Almost done. I should make a number at some point, and it'll just catch on like wildfire. And be like, 8-8, y'all. 8-8, yeah, 8-8. Or 9-3, y'all. 9-3, y'all. Someone's obsessed with 6-7 here, so their mind is all connected to the 6-7. That's what their day is. 6-7. They see it everywhere. They walk. This person who's doing 6-7, he or she walks around 6-7. Hey, 6-7. Oh, there's a license plate that has 6-7 on it. Oh, look, the time has 6-7 on it. Even though there is actually no time that actually has 6-7 unless you count you don't take the 0, right? 6:07, and you see 6-7. You probably see 6-7 in your dreams, right? You probably see 6-7 in your nightmares as well. If you have nightmares, you see 6-7 as soon as you wake up. You brush your teeth with 6-7 on the mirror. Let's see what else. 6-7 on the grass. Go touch 6-7. Grass is not even called grass. It's called 6-7. I go touch 6-7. You're probably brushing your teeth with 6-7. You got 6-7 on your mind. Yeah, I know. For me, the meaning of 6-7 means nothing because I've destroyed the meaning of it, right? Whatever person insert name or whatever it says about 6-7, that's their meaning, but it has no meaning to me because what they're doing, right? Listen, remember I told you third dimensional thinking, right? Always remember when you're dealing with another human who is kind of playing this little human game, they're operating from a third dimensional perspective. You've already placed checkmate before they even said anything. Not that you're better than them, but you're multi-dimensionally knowing better than where they currently are. They're like, 6-7, okay. Checkmate already. They can attempt to use third dimensional thinking, but you've already transcended third dimensional thinking. That's my terminology, by the way. Just wait. I haven't even gotten started yet. Not even 0.1% of what I've said on my live streams has been even said yet. So much to talk about. There's multi-dimensional knowing and third-dimensional thinking. That's a third-dimensional perspective. I always say that when someone comes on a stream or says something in the person, I'm like, that's a third-dimensional perspective. That's not an insult. That's just 3D. You're thinking 3D. You're a multi-dimensional being that's thinking in a third-dimensional perspective because your mind can only see in 3D until you're able to go beyond your mind. You can have your mind and use your mind to see the 3D aspects, but there's a version of you who can tap beyond your third-dimensional mind and go to your multi-dimensional mind. And guess what? Once you do, you have all the power in the world at your fingertips. Whew. Just like that. Plus, those who like attention, they will seek attention by dropping like 6-7 or whatever comment. You suck, Orion. I hate you, Orion. You're an idiot, Orion. You don't know what you're talking about, Orion. Yeah. You just want attention, whoever, insert name. It's okay, I'll give you your attention. I'll just say that's a third dimensional thought. I played checkmate before you even got on the field or on the board, before you even moved any of your pieces. I've already played our game, a little 3D, 5D chess. I'm playing 5D chess, you're playing 3D chess. I'm on a whole other level. I see all your moves before you even done it. Plenty of people come on, but I'm not bothered by it because I know that I used to be like them too. I used to be very hateful. I used to hate people. So I used to come on people's streams and tell them all kinds of BS. It's because of my level of awareness back then. Because misery likes company. What that means is like, you want others to feel what you're feeling because you seek to be understood. A lot of people want to be understood by other people, so they will act out and manifest the thing that they want to be understood by another person so that other people can feel what they feel and either be brought down so that you can be brought up, which, by the way, you don't have to do that. None of you have to ever do that to anybody. But some of you, like, you come, not any of you, but like some people, I'm going to say some people on the planet like to bring other people down because they want to feel superior. But they don't need to do that. You're equally equal. You're both superior. You're both equal. There's no need to do this. But most people, what they do is they'll drop their little hate comment because they want to bring you down so they can feel morally superior and get a reaction out of you. That's how human psychology works on this planet right now. I know the game. Hello, I played the fucking game for years. That's why I said I played multi-dimensional chess before any of you even went onto the field and placed your little pieces on the board. Your pieces are not even on the board yet, and I've already cleared checkmate. Most humans think third dimensional. So like when you operate multi-dimensionally, you already know because everything's one thing. Past, present, future. It's done. So that's what the humans do on this planet. My question is, what is BS? You know. If you know what 6-7 is, you should know what BS is. That's an old school term. What do you think it means? Clone gave you, the clone trooper gave you the answer there. By the way, I'm going to grab some food and eat because I got to go shower shortly and hang out. But yeah, just that's what a lot of people do. If you ever want to know how humans work, basically if someone is ever doing some sort of hate crime or some sort of hate speech to someone, all they're attempting to do is seek to be understood, right? They seek to be understood. Because they want to be understood, they will bring forth the drama, the chaos, the problems, the conflict, insert like negative word, so that you can feel what they're feeling and so that they can feel morally and intellectually superior to you and create this thing like a hierarchy, make you feel less than them so that they feel better about themselves. But they don't got to do that. All they got to do is just feel better about themselves, and they don't need to do all that hate crime or hate speech or whatever. That's it. So simple. But the human mind continues to do that. They create all kinds of noise and obfuscations. Well, it's a bad word because she has agreed to it being a bad word, right? There are no such thing as bad word until you give a meaning to it. But yes, those are words that I choose not to really say as often, but I do say it because the mind thinks like that at times. Yepers. All words, so I'm going to share this one more time because I had talked about this earlier in the morning. Every word in every language has absolutely zero meaning. Doesn't mean it doesn't have value. Everything has value, but it has no meaning. Know the difference between value and meaning. Meaning is giving emotion behind it. Value means it's actually important. All words are important. Big difference. However, if you change the meaning of a word, I can say the F word right now, and it can mean something completely different. Fuck could be, I can say, I'm not going to say it right now. I kind of did, though. F. And I'm having the greatest time of my life. I can change that word's meaning. I can destroy all language within myself and change the meaning. But the reason why that's not going to happen, because everyone else is still agreeing to the commonly used term, like meanings behind words. Right? You can change the meaning to any word in reality. So there's no such thing as bad word. I can change the meaning to 6-7 being 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I can change 6-7 to be joyful and happy. I can change 6-7 to be loving and caring if I really wanted to. But I know the rest of the humans, or aka the humans as I call them, the rest of the humans are still operating with the that's not love. That's, some pretty negative thing about a woman. You see what I'm saying? When you agree to the laws of the word, you are subjected to the law of that word. That's why if someone says, it's difficult to do this, or it's hard to do this, it's not possible to do this. Well, guess what? You're subjected to that law of that word. Because all words are made up. Before humans came on the planet, there was no word. There was no language. We humans created language so that we can navigate the world to help each other understand things. The problem is we fuck things up in the process with our language. It's not the language itself. It's the interpretation behind the language. It's the meaning, really. The meaning is what's causing all the problems. Because I can say all that I'm saying, but you will misinterpret what I'm saying. Even though I know exactly what I'm saying, I know clear as day what every word that's coming out of this mouth, I know exactly what's being said. But some of you may not understand or understand the words that are coming out of my mouth because you're on a different frequency. I'm on like 99.9, you're on 88.8. I'm not better, I'm just on a different frequency. That's it. So 88.8 doesn't understand 99.9. I'm speaking like a whole other language at this point. Well, your mom is a smart woman, but your mom also is subjected to the laws of her reality. So if you take on her limited beliefs, then you will have limitation. That's a bar. Write that down, right? I don't take on anyone's limitations. I don't care if you're my parents. I don't care if anything. I take on my own words, right? If someone says something and it doesn't click with them, that's tough luck, right? I have my own philosophies now. Nobody can tell me anything. Right? Everyone has their own philosophies, right? I don't care if you could be God. I have my own philosophies. It's plain and simple. Yeah, this is a new channel. Good to see you. I was actually going to reach out to you. I saw you left me a text, bro. I was going to tell you I started this channel. I'm done with the other channel. I'm done. I finished it. My other channel got copyright striked. It got striked, so I got banned for a week because I was watching Caesar Milan. So yeah, this is a new channel. Good to see you, by the way. A familiar face, y'all. Insert Nabito. Someone who understands what I'm saying. Well, there's others who understand, but welcome, bro. It's good to have a familiar face on the stream. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? I told you the other channel was broken, bro. I was saying it all along. That channel was broken. Ever since February 2025, that channel was just absolutely busted. Yeah, exactly. So I did a live stream last night on the other channel because the ban got lifted. And I made a 50-minute live stream. I was sitting outside, but it was starting to get dark. And I basically said, I'm done with this channel. Like, thank you so much, Superhero of Love. I know you had to go through a bunch of shit, right? But now you can finally be put to rest. I'll still actively check the channel, making sure all is good. But, that channel has a warning until August 9th. So I want to just leave the channel alone. I don't want to touch it. But I'm not going to be doing 12 hours a day every day on this channel. What I'm going to be doing eventually is just making content again. And maybe, just maybe, there will be more clients that show up via making videos. But I'll still live stream, but I won't be live streaming every day. I'll live stream maybe once a week, maybe a couple hours. It all depends. I don't know. We'll see. But in the meantime, I want to build this channel's algorithm a little bit, just a smidge, not too much, right? A couple people here and there, get it out there. Know that like I started building some content. See that YouTube's like, oh, this channel is actually being being active every day. Pretty good. So. It's funny. If your mom knew what 6'7" was, she would basically stitch your lips or like sew your fingers together for not typing 6'7". I get trouble expressing complicated philosophical terms, not my native, but we always understand each other. Exactly. And that's the thing, right? The beautiful thing is you and I, we had to go through a journey. Right? You, me, we went through this, right? It took a while, but we figured it out. You know why? Because you chose to like come to, all right, let me see what this guy's really saying. You wanted to understand. Others don't want to understand, right? And because they don't want to understand, because they want to be right? Because they want to be right, that's fine, they're right. I'm not saying you're not wrong. Remember, I've said this before. No one's wrong. Right? I've agreed that you're right, but they don't want me to be right. They want me to be like wrong completely. And so because of that, right? Because of that, that's why we got into, you know, this thing. But now on this channel, I don't care. If someone says I hate you, Orion, fine, go. I don't even entertain some of the comments in the chat anymore. I really don't. I don't got time for that, right? I'm at peace, bro. You know, you've been there. You know what peace is. You know exactly what that feels like, right? You're at that level now. Exactly. It's because they become exactly. They become suspicious of the common sense because they think the truth is like out there, but it's right here. But because common sense has said it can't be that simple, because if it's so simple, then why hasn't everybody else figured it out? Well, because everybody else the eyes have been pulled over their head, basically. That's an expression. Or the rug has been pulled from underneath them without them knowing. It's a paradox. Right? You understand what I'm saying. I don't need to explain. You already know, right? You already know this stuff. Right? That poem that I read, right? Very long poem. I should read it on this stream, but you know, not everybody's going to be ready to hear those poems, right? That poem is I mean, I have to alter some of the words on it too, because there's still some of it like, you know. But there are a lot of people who come on who are in alignment, and there are other people who are like trolls, and it's okay. I get the best of both worlds. If they say that, you know, something is this, cool. You're right. I only want you to be right. I'm not here to fight any of you. I came here with my own philosophies because I know. I'm not saying you don't know. I'm saying I know. And I don't know better. I just know. You all know too. But the thing is, like, I didn't come here to fight, but some want to be like, Orion, you need to be put into hell. Dude, if you came on Tuesday last week, or it was Wednesday, you would have seen this paragraph from a sister, Christian, just complete, like, you know, I have only love and respect to my Christian people. I really do. Right? Only love, and I understand where she's coming from. But I was like, I understand where you're coming from. You don't need to keep dropping 10 million paragraphs in the chat. I get what you're talking about. Like, I get it. I understand what you're saying. But she's like, because she's in a different frequency. Right? Different frequency, she's going to hear what she's going to hear. Like this person right here. I'm not like, this is just a person who wants to, so this person who just said this comment, this is what they're doing. So they want me to be down so they're morally superior right now. But I'm not even entertaining that. Enjoy your comment. Keep on swiping up. Do I drink milk? Not even. Okay, sure. Random. Do you see what I'm saying, Nabito? Random questions, random stuff. I'm not even going to entertain it. Exactly. There was no difference between you and I when we were talking about what we're talking about, right? We were basically saying the same things using different words, right? We were basically pointing to the same objective truth, or to some it will be subjective truth, right? Some of us will see subjective, some will see objective, but you and I, we were basically speaking the same lingo but different words, and we were attempting to understand what the hell we were both saying, right? Speaking of which, it's about to rain, so I should start finishing up my moves because I have to eat. But yeah, you know, we had to go through a little bit of a period of figuring out, like, this is what I'm actually saying. But of course, I had to evolve a level of awareness as well. I have to go through the journey. And if it wasn't for you, right? Remember that day? You remember that day, right? If it wasn't for you, it wouldn't have allowed me to go any deeper. I would have to go I'd have to like figure out, okay, well, if I didn't have that experience, I wouldn't have been able to be where I am right now. That's why when I see a bunch of people jumping on, saying a bunch of like unnecessary noise, right? Because there's a bunch of unnecessary noise that's in the chat, most likely, right? Some of it's great, some of it's noise. I'm just like, okay, I've been where I am. One person is like making fun of my body or some shit like that. One person's like, you don't know what you're talking about. This person's like, Jesus loves you and you're a sinner or some shit like that. Like all kinds of, earlier free Palestine and Israel, right? There's all kinds of like noise in the chat, but they keep forgetting that once upon a time, as a baby, you weren't doing bullshit like that. And that you're still that perfect divine sovereign being. You're just acting like a moron, like a third dimensional human who still has third dimensional thoughts. And that's not insult. That's just knowing that you have forgotten who you are and you're still operating from a human paradigm. You're beyond a human. You have a human body, but you're not a human. And you have multi-dimensional knowing, not third-dimensional thinking. But most people are operating from a third-dimensional paradigm. And most people who are in the chat right now have no fucking idea what I just said, because I'm speaking a different language. To them, it's like Chinese right now. For you, Nabito, right, and for Felix, because he's there, there's a guy named Felix in the chat. He knows what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. I don't need to explain that to you. But the rest of them, they have no fucking idea. Hey, Crystal, good to see you. I'm just doing some stretches. Good to see you again, by the way. I'm just doing some stretches. I finished my exercises earlier. But you can join. I'm doing some... I was doing spine there just now. Now I'm going to just do... So basically what I was doing, I was going down and I was reaching up like that. So this is good to stretch out your... Not only your spine, but like your obliques. And then I just like turn the other side. It's good to see you again, by the way. It's been a hot minute. I hope all is well with you. It's been a long time since I've seen you. It's gonna rain here shortly. Yeah. So the next move I'm gonna be doing quickly is I bring my feet like this. So I'm gonna turn this way for a moment, and I bring my forehead down. So this focuses on your hips, your lower back, and your spine. So you basically go like this and you come back up. You don't use your hands, but if it's hard, then you'll be using your hands. You just go like this until you're able to like go like this. And this helps with flexibility, joint health, because like your health comes from a lot of your joint, and if your joints are not healthy, then you're going to run into lots of problems with your body over time. From the last time you saw me moving my body, there's been an extraordinary amount of change when it comes to movement. I still do my exercises, but I do all kinds of different movements now. Hello, Rain. Can you hold off for a moment? We don't need you to rain just yet. So basically, I do like 11 of these. And these basically are good for your hips, your lower back, your spine. Now, when I first started this, I couldn't touch my forehead. And the aim is not to actually touch your head on the ground. It's just to go like this and come back. But because I've been able to increase my mobility and flexibility enough, I was able to get more like further down with my moves. Alright, so I did 11 already over there, so I'm going to switch, so same thing, other side, because like there's part of your right and your left that you can't just do one side, so I always do the other. What you do on one side, you must do to the other. Otherwise, it'll just be imbalance. Some days, one side is easier to do than the other. Other days, the other side is easier to do. So today, the left side was easier than the right side. So the right side needs a little bit of attention. And just like that. So there's that. This is good. Like, you don't need to do too much things. Like, for example, I do bear crawls forward and backward because this actually works on your wrist, your shoulders, your knees, your spine, your ankles. And you don't need to do like hour-long stuff. You can do like 2 minutes of this, or even less than 2 minutes. You can even go a little bit side to side. This works on your mind-body coordination. And then, of course, I also do backwards as well. Starting to get very, very windy. So basically, this is good for your spine, your shoulders, your wrist, your knees, and there's a couple more things I'm going to do. Let's see. What age group can participate? Yeah, any age group can do this. There's no age limitation. There are different modifications, of course. Like for that one that we were doing earlier. So instead of doing like going down and doing that, you can just do this. So this would be the modification move, right? If that one was too hard, you can just do this one. Right, it'd just be easier to just reach. The other one that we just did, the 90-90. So another way of doing what I did earlier is bringing your feet more closer, and again, going down like that. Now, of course, when you bring your hands behind, it makes it a little bit more challenging. But if that's a little hard, you can also put your hands like this and do that too. So there's different ways to do the same move. Of course, those are the easier, more modified ways. I'm going to be doing 90-90 transitions again, but this time it's going to be different from what I was doing earlier. So for those who are doing 90-90s, this is a good one. This is my hip movement I did earlier. So I did this, and I bounced back on my heels, and then I was able to go back down and bounce back. But this one is a little challenging. So what I do as the modification, you can do this, and then you basically get like this, you go like this, and then you twist. Now if you don't want to twist or it's a little hard, you can just do this. And you put your hands on your knees like this, and this is good for your hips. Now for me, I basically go like this, and I look back. So I give myself a little bit of a twist here. So it gives a little bit more flex on the hips, but you don't need to do all that. And you can do it faster, you can go, of course, you can go like this, right? But if you do it slower, it's more intentional. You'll feel the move more, because the slower you go, the more you'll feel it. And this is good for your hips, because the hips is the interconnectedness between your upper and your lower. So if your hips have some problems, then you'll feel it either in your knees, or you're going to feel it in your lower back, or even your spine. And of course that trickles down or up depending on what it is. If you're having a problem with your knees, sometimes it could be hips, sometimes it could be ankle, right? Like for example, if you have shoes that are wearing out at the bottom at the heel, because if you walk a lot, the heel starts to wear out. If you're walking with shoes like that, you're losing stability, so over time your body has to compensate. And if your body has to compensate, then you're in misalignment within yourself, and then you'll have to figure out what's causing the misalignment. And doing these moves gets you back into alignment. It puts you back into homeostasis, into balance. The whole point about all of us on life, or in life, is to live balance within our bodies, or with our bodies. So for me, like every day, even if I have to like do this at like 12 a.m. and I had a busy day with clients and stuff, I will still do these. I will not miss a day moving the body. But I change it up, right? But you don't need to do like too many complicated movements. To like even sitting in a squat, this is enough. For most people, this is all you need, right? You don't really need to do too much. Like if you can sit in a squat for like a few minutes at a time throughout the day, right? This will help. If you like, this can actually help rebuild a lot of like stability. For example, like in your ankles, your knees, your lower back, your spine. There's a cat coming, or there's a cat underneath the car. Maybe it might come this way. There's a black cat over there. Anyways, like I sit in a squat a lot. Like whenever I eat nowadays, I don't really sit on a chair. I usually sit like this. Like this gives me a little bit of stability, but I'm usually sitting like this and eating, because I rather be judged but live longer than not be judged and live shorter. That's a bar. Write it down. I don't care if anyone judges me while I'm eating, while I'm sitting in a squat. I can give fuck all. I'm going to dance circles around you. To those who judge, I'm going to dance circles around you. I can dance circles around you right now, probably. Not that I'm comparing myself to anybody, but basically I focus on like mobility so I can stay agile and flexible. Because like, you should be able to get down, grab your feet, and keep your body, like keep your legs straight, and put your head into the ground, or even bring one of your feet. Like there's obviously people who are even more flexible than I am presently, but like this is a good enough flexibility for me right now, because this allows me to be mobile and flexible. Because when life throws you a curveball when you least expect it, right? Like 2 Saturdays ago, I had to help my brother and his 2 friends to lift the car because we didn't have the jacks, and they had to drive like 50 minutes away. And it was just easier if the 3 of us just held the car up. And like they asked me if I can help them. I'm like, sure, let me give you a hand, and I was able to. But you see, if I didn't work on my back properly, I could have done some pretty gnarly damage to my back, because that car is pretty heavy. But they would also done damage to their backs too. But because the 3 of us worked together, we were able to lift it no problem. Have our brother get whatever he needed to get underneath the car, and like, put it back down. So life will throw you a curveball when you least expect it. So it better be ready to have, like, if you fall down a certain way, you should be able to bounce right back up, right? Instead of being like injured. Injuries can and still will happen potentially, but you can mitigate it by just doing these mobility trainings, right? if you do mobility training or flexibility training, you can at least help yourself to be more resilient to when life throws you that curveball. I don't know, I'm not reading any comments right now, but I will probably scroll, and if I see any silliness, I'm just going to ignore. I'm just ignoring anything that is irrelevant to me. So if you're just dropping some BS in the chat, I'll just not look at it. But if there is something decent, I'll look at it. But yeah, building flexibility is the name of the game. Oh, Justin. You were not in the gym for a month? That's okay, Nabito, you're good. Just remember, don't label it as a bad thing. You're good. I had that all-knowing mindset, but now with lower ego, I feel more myself, to be honest. It's okay. Nabito, you're good, dude. Just remember, don't label anything good or bad. It just is. Right? The mind's going to keep coming back. Right? This mind keeps coming back. It's never going to stop. Right? There's going to be days where, oh, Ryan, you don't know what you're talking about. Nobody listens to you and makes a bunch of noise. That's what the mind does. I'm like, okay, mind, sure, whatever. Whatever floats your boat, mind. Let me move my socks. Bring in that soccer ball. I can't spin it at the present moment. So I'm not doing it right. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. We just passed that. Right? You know what to do, right? You have all the tools within you, and you're very aware of what needs to be done. Right? It's just allowing the mind not to get in the way of that. It's allowing the mind to make sure, hey, mind, your cats will be good. Lots of new people, by the way, Nabito. Tons, bro. Tons. Justin's back, by the way. You've probably seen Justin before, but he's back. Crystals came back, see? Little by little. The ones from the other channel are coming back. But it's going to be different this time. It's a lot different. It's more chill. It's more relaxed. More chill vibes. But, I still say what I say. I don't hold back, right? But I do talk about the subconscious blocks that are imposed in our minds. I talk about that a lot, right? What the thinker thinks to prove or proves. If you haven't heard that one, write that one down. What the thinker thinks to prove or proves. If the mind thinks that you can do something, then you'll do it. If the mind feels it's safe, you will have it. But if the mind feels it's not safe, you will not have it, because the mind works with the nervous system, and the nervous system is the one's like, ooh, that doesn't feel safe, so I won't have it. No matter what your conscious mind wants, your subconscious mind has its own definitions. Right? Because the subconscious mind has its own preconceived notions of things. What the thinker thinks the prover proves. If it believes that it's possible, then it can be possible. But if the mind says, nope, can't have that because not safe, guess what? You will not be able to, experience that at all. No matter what you do, you can attempt to brute force it into your experience, but it will not allow you to have it only because you haven't felt it fully out of your system, that it's safe to have. But that could also be another paradox to some degree, because that could be a trap. Because I just said that the mind will not allow you to have it, but the mind can allow you to have it as well too. If you can truly tap into the knowing that you can have anything, you can be anything to some degree. When I say anything, let's be real, humans, for a moment. You're not going to be turning into an eagle and flying in the air. Come on now. There's still some sort of humanness that we are going to be. You can't be turning into freaking eagles and flying in the air. That's not happening. You know? But if you have the ability to, you know, shift, and you know that you can shift, then you will shift 100%. So if you, like, if the mind says, like, you know, it's hard, it's difficult, it's a struggle, and like, ah, man, I screwed up, guess what? You can feel guilty about that experience, and then guess what? You'll feel guilty about feeling guilty, and then you'll have self-condemnation, and you'll condemn yourself, essentially. And if you condemn yourself, that's the worst frequency to be in, because then the old frequency comes back and finesses you into believing that you're doing bad, and then, like, what's the point? That's where people fall off, right? They don't see their reality changing because they're focused too much on the physical. So guess what happens? They basically get locked up and ensnared by the trap of the illusion of the experience, and guess what happens? They experience exactly what they don't want, because they keep saying it's hard, it's difficult, it's struggle, it's blah blah blah, and guess what happens? They will experience it, because what you tell yourself is what you get. Even if you say I don't want something, the universe is saying, oh, you don't want it? That means you want it, because you're focusing on what you don't want. It's a conundrum. It's a paradox, right? What you think, you will prove, and what you prove, you will have, and what you have can only be have, because that's what you're proving to be true. I attempt not to get confused, like get into very, like, speak as simply as possible, but this is what the mind does. If you say it's going to be this, that's what you're going to get. Even if you say I don't want it, you're still accepting that you want what you don't want. Because if you say I don't want pain or suffering, something, whatever, that means the universe is like, oh, you don't want pain or suffering. Ah, so you don't want pain or suffering. So I'll give you, you don't want pain or suffering, because you're still adhering to the pain and suffering. You see? So ultimately, that's what's going on. That's literally what's going on here. So. Don't let it get there, though, with being a mod. I've had many mods. Nabito is a mod on my other channel. And parents are squabbling about BS over there. I'm just watching them. They're planting stuff. They're like kids too. They operate from a third dimensional perspective, and I, just watching them like operate is it is what it is. They're digging stuff in. They're basically planting right now. They're planting all kinds of like flowers and stuff, but they have to dig up a bunch of weeds and stuff. Every year it always has some sort of weed. But they want to plant food and stuff, so they got to put in that work. But they were just squabbling about you should have soaked it and da 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 da, and it's hilarious. Do you believe in the concept that this life is just divine comedy, or should we think differently? Honestly, bro, you can think it however you want. That's the beautiful thing about the all is mine aspect, because the all is mine, if you want to say it's a divine comedy, then it could be a divine comedy. If you say we should think differently, then we should think differently, because remember, like, the all is mine, the universe is mental, right? Some people have said that Jesus exists, and Jesus does exist, and I know that for a fact, but Jesus didn't say the things that he said the way most people perceive it, because their interpretation is vastly not what Jesus was attempting to say, but they are right from their own perspective, right? And so they see, when they die, they see Jesus and they go to heaven, because what the thinker thinks, the prover will prove. Because your mind is so powerful, you can bring forth anything, right? You were able to astral travel, right? You were able to truly harness the power of leaving your body. What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Remember how I told you how simple it is to astral travel? Because your mind was telling you, man, it's hard, it's difficult, it's difficult, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard. And of course, because you kept telling yourself it's hard, it's hard, it's hard, it's hard, it wasn't happening. But then when I told you it's super easy to astral travel, and you started to believe in that, and you started to know in the ability to astral travel out of your body, you were able to astral travel. Right? So whatever the thinker thinks, the prover proves. Am I able to time myself? I don't know. I don't know what you mean, what you're referring to. Oh, I'm not using the YouTube app, so I can't see who's timing out what and who's doing what. He's getting familiar with being a mod. He asked for it, so. I mean, I can make you mod too, but you know, you're not really, there's no need to, but if you want to be mod too, I'll just give it back to you. It's no big deal. Up to you, but screw it. Hey, good to see you. Yeah, no need. You know, you already know. We're good. You know you're extremely important to me anyways, with or without mod. That mod does not make you any more specialer, right? So we've been through the song and dance, you and I, like, you know, everyone else who's been on this stream has no idea about what you and I have discussed on our other stream, you know what I'm saying? Like, we've been through a fucking lot. Like, we've been through a lot. Well, in your reality, you'll get wrinkles. In my reality, I don't get wrinkles because I don't adhere to that. See, you are jumping on and telling me what I should and shouldn't do. But here's the thing. In my reality, that doesn't happen. In your reality, that's going to happen because what the thinker thinks, the prover proves. In my reality, I can squint, I can do like this, and I can frown, but I will never get wrinkles anymore. You know why? Because I don't agree to that. I don't adhere to that. That's a third dimensional perspective. I'm doing great. How are you? I'm doing wonderful. It's not even delusion. It's actually true reality within. Delusion's the fake stuff you see outside, or the third dimensional perspective that you adhere to. It's not even really mind over matter. It's just mastery over the mind. That's a bar. Write that down. It's not mind over matter. It's mastery over the mind. You are not the mind. You have a mind that you navigate with the world. You see, Nobito, we get to have this dance again. We get to have this dance. You get to see it again, bro. We get to see all the different philosophies showing up once again. Isn't it fascinating? Remember, it was just you and me for a period of time on the other channel. Just you and me. T-Bray was there, here and there, like, but it was you and me just chatting. Isn't it wonderful? This time around, we're doing it a lot differently. You know why? Because, like, I've been through my experience, and you understand where I've been through, and that's enough. If one person understands where I've been through, that's enough. If 8 billion people in the world does not understand my perspective, that's okay. One person knows what I'm talking about. That's good enough for me. Even though I already know, I don't even really need anybody else, but I'm just saying it's good enough for me. You know? Sure, I can do 10. Just 10? Sure. 10 is easy. I don't usually take requests, but because this is fitness and I love moving my body, sure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There. There. I gave you 50. How about that? Hey, Olga, welcome back. We're talking about your consciousness. Talking about pure consciousness. We're talking about what the thinker thinks the prover will prove. So as you believe that something is difficult and hard, then you will tell the universe, "Hi universe, this is difficult and hard. So can you give me more difficult and hard?" Okay. That's what we're talking about. If you tell yourself it's easy, it's going to be easy. Because you start to tell the mind that it's easy. If you tell yourself it's hard, then it's going to be hard. It's just that simple. But the reason why it doesn't feel simple is because the mind uses your body, your emotions, and your nervous system and controls you. Because you forgot, well, most people have forgotten that there's a you beyond the you. Let that one sink in. There is a you beyond the you that you call yourself, a you. Before your personal identity and name, there's a you that exists. And the problem is with that, the mind completely doesn't understand that. It has its own philosophies, its own identities. Let's see, Nabito. Let's see, but well, I mean, to that person who said, to the confines of reality, well, again, if you believe that that's not possible for you, guess what? What the thinker thinks, the prover proves. The all is mind, the universe is mental. So, yeah. But to express something we experience as free will, to choose, it's easy. We need a bit of shadow work, of course, not necessary, but in practice, most people need it. It's true. To some degree, you're right. Right, Nabito, you're right. If you think you need to heal, then you need to heal, right? And there's nothing wrong with that, right? Our body, sometimes it gets damaged. We need some physical healing. But our mind can create the aspect where you fully heal yourself and you walk that path as it is done, right? You gotta be in a state that it's already done and then walk the path. So I've walked the path where if I'm at 80 or 100 years old, I'm still going to be able to do what I'm doing. I'm still going to be pretty physically fit. Hi Scott, good to see you, bro. Didn't get to say hello to you. So if I wanted to keep creating that, you can call it delusion, even though that the real delusion is this outside world, and the real delusion is technically that, and the fake, actually the fake delusion is that the real delusion is inside, but that's the real reality and that's the fake reality. Reality stems from you. It starts with you, ends with you. So if you tell yourself that you're going to age yourself, when you say, how old are you? I'm XYZ years old. You start to tell your body, oh, you're aging. So you send a command from your mind into your body, we're aging. You're not saying it out loud, but you're secretly playing a song in the background. I'm getting older, so I'm starting to fall apart now. I'm going to break. I'm going to fall apart now. And because I'm falling apart now, you basically put a law into your reality saying that you're falling apart. And eventually, something will manifest into physical form that will create the confirmation bias of your mind saying, yeah, we're aging. And then you're stuck in a new loop because you created a loop. Yeah. There's a lot of you on right now. Look at that. Looks like the chat's work. Looks like the live stream's working though, as intended. I'll be jumping off shortly though. I'm gonna scroll back up. I was training calisthenics, but it is calisthenics to some degree with the mobility training. But I'm done right now. I'm just talking, sharing about the mind. But yes, I work on shoulders. I work on hips. I work on spine. I work on I worked on wrists. Well, not today. That's yesterday. Work on knees, ankles. I do a lot of fitness, but I also do a lot of mobility training because it's good for your joints. So I'm focusing on joint health. Because joint health is, when you start to feel problems in your knees or your shoulders, that's going to start to lead to other problems manifesting within the body. And so I make sure that I do like maintenance on my body. I'm not really chasing looks, but yes, looks are great to have, but I'm basically focusing on like making sure my joints are good. And my neck, of course. I can do, well, I don't care about numbers as long as I'm doing clean reps. I can do like 11. I can do more than that if I really wanted to, but I don't play ego games of like numbers. But I can do about 11 or 12. Clean ones, good ones. But I usually, when I'm hanging on a bar, I don't have a bar right now, but if I was hanging on a bar, I can hang for about roughly 100 seconds, which is good enough. That stretches out the back. It stretches out the back and the spine because you're hanging. You'll let gravity pull your body down. It's really good. It's really good for your lower back and your spine. Like just hanging alone, it helps with your grip strength. And not only does it help with your grip strength, it also helps with your shoulders and your spine and your lower back. And if you can just like hang onto the bar for a while, you don't even need to do pull-up. You can just hang. You'll start to feel a lot better. Hey, that's awesome. That's good, man. 30 is a lot. That's a good number. It's good. Keep it up, by the way. 30 is really good. That's a really good number to hit. Unfortunately, like there's so much in the chat right now. I'm just kind of like scrolling through and seeing what is what. I've just found the hard way why joint exercises are important. Yeah. And it's okay. Now that you found out the reason why joint health is important, now you get to focus on joint health. Right? Better to know now than 10 years from now, right? Because 10 years from now, it's going to get worse. It can get worse. Because most people in this world, they think they're always going downhill. After a certain amount of age, you feel like you're always going downhill. But you're not really going downhill. It's more like evolution. But evolution requires you to kind of change things a little bit differently. Instead of training like the way you were training, now you must train a slightly different way. But that doesn't mean that training's any less or any more like worse than what you're doing. It's just different. It's about to rain. I can feel it. Maybe I'll summon like storm. Kaboom. Watch a thunderstorm just kabooms. Yeah. Let me see what's going on in the chat. Oh yeah, Navito, there's that emoji again. Very good. Keep training powerlifting calisthenics. That's awesome. Calisthenics is one of the best set of like ways to stay in shape because you don't actually really need any equipment with calisthenics. It's just your body. And that's the other thing. That's why I always talk about like if you don't have weights, you can always do push-ups, squats. You can do lunges. You can do, pull-ups. You can do, pull downs. You can do all kinds of stuff because you don't really need to have too much equipment for calisthenics. One bar is like enough, and you can do a whole bunch of stuff with that one bar. tomorrow's Wednesday, yeah? Yeah, tomorrow's Wednesday. So it's upper body tomorrow. So tomorrow's upper body. For those of you who want to join me tomorrow, we're going to be doing, upper body, abs, of course. I'll be jumping off shortly. The stream's going to be ending in about 10-15 minutes. So I got about 10-15 minutes. I got to go shower and eat, and I'm probably just going to hang out and watch a movie or play a video game or something. I'm going to call it a wrap for the stream. Yeah. Hey, amazing. And I have a really strong tie to Egypt. So I love that you said Egyptian kings. I have a very strong tie to Egypt. Not with this body, but with my soul. I love Egypt, by the way. There's a lot of reason why I said that, but I won't get too much into the reasons right now. That's a whole other conversation. That conversation is a whole live stream in itself. But that conversation requires people to sort of just kind of, just listen, even if they don't agree with some of the things I will say. But there's a lot of things that I have to say about that stuff, but that's not necessary right now. What I came here to do is to help everyone to break past their subconscious blocks, which is not here, it's actually throughout your body, so that you can live your best life. Because most people think they have blocks. And yes, if you feel like you have blocks, then you have blocks. But most people don't actually have blocks. They just have mindset parameters that were put into place. It's like a program. And all you got to do is remove the program. It's like uninstall the program. Or format your Windows computer, or format your Linux operating system or your Mac OS, and you start fresh. Technically, you can start fresh at any time, but the reason why that doesn't feel possible is because you have a set of memory and experiences, which equals ME, which is a me. That's a me. That's a you. Me. ME, right? Memory experience. Memory and experience is what dictate how your life is currently at right now, but you can always shift it at any time. You can change your life in any present moment. That's a real bar. You can write that one down if you want. Yeah. I'm focusing on strength, but I'm focusing on mobility, like more flexibility. In my current life, like strength is enough. I have enough strength. If I need the extra strength, it'll come through my energy. But I'm training flexibility because, I'd rather be flexible and mobile than to be like just power and can't be mobile. I want to be best of both worlds, and that's what I do. Let's see. Your unite polarities, and I like that definition because we have desires, and then we made our own blockades around them. Exactly. Like for example, if you say that I want to be a millionaire, right? You have two different definitions. You have your conscious definition and your subconscious definition. Your conscious definition says that you want to be a millionaire, but that implies that you don't have it right now, right? But you really want it. But your subconscious definition is based on emotions. It's not language, even though language uses emotions, or emotions use language. And so your subconscious is using emotions. And because your subconscious is using emotions, right, what's happening is that if your body feels unsafe to have the ability to be a millionaire because you don't know what it feels like and it feels unsafe, your subconscious will 100% overwrite your conscious, because your subconscious is 95%, your conscious is only 5%. 95% will eat every time the conscious until you allow the conscious to, and that's by going into, like, you can call it meditation or just feeling your feelings and allowing yourself to feel what it feels like to feel safe with that amount of money or the person you want to be with, or a relationship or anything like that. Because when you allow yourself to feel safe, and everything is tied to safety, if you can be safe with certain things, you will have it, no questions. But if you're not safe, like if it's a relationship, if it's a person, like a business, like being an entrepreneur, money, a job, a career, family, whatever, If there's no safety there, the subconscious mind is always seeking safety. That uses your nervous system. And if your nervous system is not safe, then you will basically push it away. Unfortunately, you will push it away. Yeah. Enjoy your meal. I'm going to be jumping off shortly. Enjoy that burger. Have fun. Eat well. So yeah, Nabito, if for example, there's a partner you want to be with, right? A girl, and you really, really want to be with her consciously, but subconsciously you're like, women are hard and difficult, or relationships are stressful and painful. I have to put in all this extra responsibility. And because you subconsciously feel that heaviness around responsibility and relationships, guess what happens? Your subconscious is like, okay, you're not going to be with that person. Because it's not safe. Right? You just won't. Because your subconscious uses emotion. Your emotions will always override your logic. In every aspect, your logic is there. It's linear, but your emotions transcends linearity. It's boundless. You can experience anything with your emotions, but logic can't experience everything. There's certain parameters with logic. Logic is very limited. It's linear. It's sort of like finite, but your emotions are infinite. Your emotions is based on your 5 senses as well too, using your sensory experiences. I see. But we create both, and if we know that we can change. Exactly. We can create both. We created both. Unknowingly and knowingly we created both, and you can change. But remember, there's 2 definitions to everything in life. Your conscious definition of like, I know, like I don't want to be in pain and struggling, but secretly deep down inside you want that pain and struggle because it's safety, because it's familiar, because anything the mind or the subconscious mind sees as safety or familiar, it will bring it forth all the time, 100%. It's okay. Maybe that burger was the one that you were supposed to eat though. But yeah, you can get another burger or something. Yeah, most people, unfortunately, even though their conscious mind, most people don't even know that there's 2 definitions, first of all. Like, they don't know what they don't know. Look at the wind. It's starting to get very windy now. So most people don't know that there's 2 definitions to reality. They're conscious and they're subconscious. If you're consciously saying, I want to be in a relationship, right? But saying I want to be in a relationship means that you don't have a relationship right now in your inner world, because they don't even know that there's an inner world. So there's that aspect too. But if most people are saying, I want to be in a relationship, that means that they want something, but then their subconscious is like, but men are difficult. Men are problematic, right? Especially from like, if we're using from a woman's aspect. If a woman says like, you know, I really want to be with a man, I want to have a husband, right? Lots of people want the husband. But then when you ask them, well, how do you feel about men in general? Men are like difficult. They're hard. They're annoying. They don't listen. Well, then see right there. You see how it creates emotion just by how they start talking about like, it's hard, it's difficult. That's emotions talking. It's not logic. That's literally emotions. And you're starting to feel the imprint, what's going on. And because it's an imprint, they're going to experience difficulty, hardships, struggle with being with a husband. And they're going to manifest that husband who's going to be basically hard, difficult, and annoying. And then their confirmation bias, because of what they truly feel right now is true, they will basically prove what they are currently thinking. And that's a bar, write it down. Do you see how the mind works? It's so simple when you know how this shit works. The game of life becomes so friggin' simple. The problem is the mind is getting gaslit by itself all the time. It creates a problem to solve a problem. Like, for example, if you're a cleaner, right? I've given this example before. If you are a cleaner and there's nothing to clean, do you know what you're going to do? You're going to go in your house, you're going to find a mess, you're going to make a mess so that you can clean the mess to feel like you're accomplishing something, because the mind is always looking for the next thing to achieve and acquire. There's nothing wrong with achieving, acquiring, accomplishing, or attaining. The problem with that is it's the perception behind it, right? Can you not sit as a cleaner and just sit and be? Do you have to constantly clean to be a cleaner? Can you not feel satisfied without having to do anything? That's a lot of people can't sit with themselves because they feel like they have to keep doing, because we've been programmed to do. And because if you're not doing, you're falling behind. And there's this invisible narrative being played in the background saying, oh, well, everybody else is doing it and I'm sitting around and I feel guilty, so I must do. So basically that's what happens. It's a trap. Exactly. Spot on, dude. You see, it becomes so simple when you understand how the mind works, right? Once you get it, it's just like kind of like jigging it a bit and like, oh, there's an opposite. It's fascinating, isn't it? This is why you and I, when we had to go through our thing on the other stream, I also had to go through this paradoxical thing, because at the time I wasn't thinking in a paradox, right? I was thinking in a more linear fashion, but I was at that level and you were at that level, and now we're thinking in a paradox. Exactly. Spot on, bro. You nailed it. You are basically playing the game actively now. You are in control of your active game, not being some little passive like, oh, life is happening to me. Right? So, essentially, like, if you continuously feel like the game has to be passive and you're like, life is happening to me, like, I'll never get anywhere, well, then guess what? Right? You'll never get anywhere, because what the thinker thinks to prove or proves. What the thinker thinks to prove or proves. So, and you get to play the game actively now instead of passively. Most are playing the game passively. They think they're playing actively, but they're really not, because when you hear what the words are saying, like the things they're saying, they're literally agreeing to some third dimensional perspective that tells them that life has to be this way. No, life is the way you decide it to be. That's a real bar, write it down. You get to have life the way you want it to be. All right, y'all. That's a wrap for me. I'm going to be jumping off now. So tomorrow we'll be back on. I'm going to go and shower and eat. Thank you all for coming on today. I appreciate it. Yeah. Just remember that you have the power in every present moment. Love you too, bro. Always good to see you. Really good to have familiar faces on the stream. It really makes me happy to see some of you, like Justin, yourself, Olga, T-Bray. Like, it's good to have like you all on this channel right now. Of course, with the others, it's good to have Felix and everyone else on the channel too. But it's it's good to have familiar faces that I've had prior. Right? Because I get to have conversations with those who understand what I'm saying. Right? When Olga jumps on, when you jump on, right? Felix understands what I'm saying. Justin understands. We have our jokes. This is cool. But yeah, y'all, I'm gonna be jumping off now. I'll see you tomorrow. Have yourselves a good night, and yeah, take it easy, y'all. I'll be back on tomorrow around 7:30 ish, and I'll message you on Instagram, by the way, because I saw you left the text, so I'll get back to you. I promise.